What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Titan series. It's the Premier Division Finals going down tonight, and I am here for it, along with several of my friends. You guys have been seeing some insane action all week long. The Challenger Finals went down on Tuesday. We'll talk about that here in a moment, but in case this is your first time tuning in, and we want to learn a bit more about the Titan series, which is PUBG Mobile's greatest, latest North American tournament, well, we've got some more we can tell you about it. Here's a little explainer video that gives you a little more detail on tonight's format.
This is the Titan Series, mobile gaming's ultimate esports showcase. In PUBG Mobile Season 0, teams will battle for ultimate battleground supremacy and a prize pool that stands at $2,000. Each Titan Series season is 4 weeks long, and teams will play in two divisions, the Premier Division and the Challenger Division. Both Premier and Challenger teams will play in the Qualifier stage that spans the first 3 weeks of the season. From there, the top 12 teams from the Challenger Qualifiers will join the bottom 4 teams from the Premier Qualifiers to play in Week 4's Challenger Finals. In the Challenger Finals, anything can happen, as the top 4 finishers will join the Premier Qualifiers top 12 in the Premier Finals later on in Week 4. The prize pool will be divided amongst the top 3 teams in the Premier Finals, and the top 12 Premier Finals teams will be guaranteed a slot in next season's Premier Division. In the Titan Series, the stakes are always high, as teams have the ability to climb up and plunge down the leaderboard. If you think your team has what it takes to compete at the highest level, prove it. Sign up to play by visiting titanseries.gg. You can also stay up to date with your favorite teams, look up detailed team and player statistics, and even grab custom Titan Series player cards to share with the community. This is the Titan Series, forged in fire.
Season 0. It's been so much fun so far. You guys know all about it at this point. 4 weeks have culminated with this very moment. Let's bring in some of our casters and analysts for tonight. We got some stuff to talk about, do we not? Welcome to the show. We've got Hot Jukes, we've got Mustache Dave, and we've got Neptura. Welcome back to the Titan series. Hot Jukes, dude, Tuesday, it's still fresh in our minds. How are we feeling tonight? Are you ready for what's coming?
I'm pumped, baby. I am so hyped. I mean, it's all come down to this, right? All the teams from the Challenger Division have been dealt with. Now we're in the Premier Division, right? So I want to see if those teams that actually made it out of the Challenger Series are going to actually get something done here today.
I couldn't agree more. Dave,
Hey.
are we going with Golden Eagles tonight? Are we going to keep that team
gosh.
going strong?
Whoa,
What's
whoa,
good?
hey,
Put you on the spot.
I thought I was
What's
gonna
up?
let it cook a little longer here, but coming straight out the gate strong here.
I'm coming straight
But,
for
I
you.
mean, last time you asked me top 4, by the way, so there was a lot more leeway to go with. But I think if we had to continue the storylines of Dave being the conductor of the hype train for the Golden Eagles, then yes, Golden Eagles, at least top 3 tonight. Would be my guess with their momentum from the last lobby. Yeah, confidence right there. Confidence. Golden Eagles tonight.
I love
yes.
it. I love it. If Rise can find a way at his work to get on and play some games, he dropped 12 in the last game in the Challenger Finals. Like, blew my mind. Insane stuff from him. You should go check out that video on YouTube if you guys haven't seen it yet. He posted his POV. Thank you, Rise, for doing that. Neptura, coming to you. What are you taking a look at tonight? What's the name of the game for the Premier Finals here?
I mean, name of the game, honestly. I mean, we see so much from. Oops, that's my green screen there. We see so much from the top kind of 10. We've talked about them over the last couple of weeks so much. I'm really looking at kind of the bottom end of that table, the top 4 that made it in from the qualifier, the Challengers division. Even I'm looking at some big names as well, though, like. I want to see Execute come in. They've been very, very consistent, but very quiet. I want to see a little bit more from them. But yeah, the top 4 that came in, Challengers and Execute for tonight.
Love it. I cannot wait to see what goes down this evening. We've got a full slate of matches coming up in just a bit. Neptura, if you wouldn't have said anything about the green screen, I would have just thought it was your taste in curtains. So we'll let it slide for now. Let's go ahead and take a recap look at what went down earlier on this season. We've got weeks 1 through 3. And again, we started off with a bang with remix from Mizexis starting off on that nade. Steve-O eating the end of it. SLR getting busy early on, and that was about the most activity we saw from the Chosen throughout the whole qualifier. So they stayed relatively quiet. Hot Jukes, the Chosen looked like a different team on Tuesday. Which one are we going to see this time around?
Well, I hope to see that they're going to be dancing. You know what I'm saying? But dancing a victory dance, not an L dance that we saw when they were in the Premier Division, because they came out the Challenger Series straight beast mode. So I think if it's going to be that we're going to say that storyline of it was all planned, it was all meme, right? For them to actually play in the Challenger Series, they got to show up today. They have today to do it, and today only.
Yeah, they really do. They're on the butt into that joke right there from K19 getting destroyed out in the open field. Dave, we see Dope Esports here absolutely owning in the house again, laying down the law on the Chosen once again, the butt into the jokes. Yeah. And again, we're hoping they turn it around. A couple of teams I'm asking about from you are Bope and Dope. What are we thinking of Bope and Dope?
Bope and Dope. So what am I thinking for those two teams in particular? Well, I'm thinking hopefully they watched the games the other night when we had the other lobby going on, because we're going to have C4 and Ultimate Gaming showing up. And I'm pointing out those two teams because those are like sleeper teams, in my opinion, that Bope and Dope might not have had their eyes on back in the Premier Division. So it's all about research and just doing the correct preparation before the game starts. So hopefully Bope and Dope did just that, because they were a little iffy back on the Premier stage. They were hot or cold here, PB.
They were, and this is one of my favorite moments from all of the Premier qualifiers. It was Nate on the Panthers really taking on 3 players here, getting the wipes and just the mollies here from No Hacks, able to ward him off, and then Steve-O coming from the side to take him down. But taking a peek at the qualifier standings over the past 3 weeks, Nova and Young Kings Global, YKG, really the story of the first 3 weeks. These teams absolutely dominating. 160 points for Nova Esports. Natura, does anyone have the capability to keep up with YKG and Nova? Is there anyone that sticks out on the the team roster so far that you think has a shot to catch one of these two teams?
I mean, it's going to be really hard work, right? Because they've used these last couple of weeks to really just run away with the points. But honestly, Execute looking really good. Like you said, for Golden Eagles, it'd be a little bit tough at this point. But, there's much smaller gap there coming in, since the points have kind of been reset. So I'm looking at Golden Eagles as well. If they continue the way they did in Game 6 of the Challenger Division, I am so here for the Golden Eagles domination.
I love it. So speaking of the Golden Eagles domination and the Challenger Division, we had the Challenger Finals Tuesday of this week. We played 6 matches, and the beauty of these 6 matches was the points reset. Just a few bonus points these teams are starting with, and you saw the likes of F7 here with Tempo. I mean, just unbelievable play from him as they narrowly missed moving on. 2 points is all F7 needed. They didn't get it done, but they did have the Chosen there in that clip as well. You can see them making an appearance here. They will move on, rejoining us here in the Premier Division with the Golden Eagles. And not only will we have the Chosen and the Golden Eagles coming back, but 2 new teams as well in Ultimate Gaming. And we also had, who was it? Remind me? It was somebody.
C4.
C4, thank you. I keep on calling Forsaken in my head, but I know it's the wrong acronym. But that's their old name. C4 was absolutely nuts on Tuesday. So many eliminations, so aggressive, and I'm really curious to see if they can carry on into Premier.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of looking like they were kind of dominating. I was looking at the stats. I was looking at what they were doing overall, the whole division, and they were looking pretty good overall. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if C4 can continue that trajectory coming into Premier, PB.
Absolutely. So, we will be taking a peek here at the standings in just a moment. But before we get there, again, Rise here from the Golden Eagles. Just absolutely dominant as a player. You can see he's already got 9 defeats here as a player. He ends up racking up 12 individually to wrap up this game. But taking a peek at what went down in Challenger, you can see how close it was at the top of the table. C4 edging out the Chosen for the top spot to move on, but really it's all about the top 4 here in the Challenger Finals. You can see the Golden Eagles and Ultimate Gaming pushing across the finish line. and really, really close there with Puppeteer in 6th spot there and F7 in 5th. They just narrowly miss out, and they'll have to try again next season in the Challenger Division. So let's take a peek at who's competing here tonight. We've got ourselves our Premier Finals set. We've got the likes of the top 12 from the Premier Division with Nova on down through Team Mobility, and then the 4 who have joined us through the Challenger Finals, and that's C4, The Chosen, Golden Esports, and Ultimate Gaming. Hot Jukes.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about it a little bit, man. It's really interesting to see we've got bonus points now for those that performed consistently over the first 3 weeks of qualifiers in the Premier Division. Those that are joining us from the Challenger Finals, they don't get anything because they were like the lowest 4 teams essentially seeding-wise to kind of qualify here. But those who finished in the top 8 of the Premier Division, they're going to get bonus points according to the, what's on screen right now, with the top team getting 10 to kind of pad their lead, and that is Nova, essentially. You can see it right here. Hajukes, break down for me, what do these bonus points do for a team's confidence kind of coming in for today?
Oh, Nova is definitely one of the teams that really needs it. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, the fact that they got some points is great for them. But you know what? We saw what happened in the Challenger Division, right? We saw those bonus points come into play. I think they really do add a little bit of a safety net, just feeling good. Like, hey, maybe we have one bad game. Those bonus points are going to just help us out a little bit. Probably a little bit more now, because now that we have that whole second page with 0 points is going to come in big. But, it didn't really make a big effect on the total overall score in the challenge. So you have to still show up today, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I want to make a quick point on those bonus points. It's not like the craziest, swing, having an extra 5 points or 4 points or whatever. It's not like going to make or break you. But I will say that this is also a game of inches, a game of seconds, a game of mere elims. And I want to point out that F7, for example, if we were to look at the Challenger qualifiers, 1 elim away, that would have moved them up 2 places in the overall rankings. And had they gone up those places in the rankings, they would have gotten 2 bonus points to start with, which would have then tied them with Ultimate Gaming for 4th place, and they would have won the tiebreaker on elims and moved on to the Premier Finals. So literally at any point during the Challenger qualifiers, F7 gets 1 kill. They decide to push that shack. They decide to not retreat from the fight. They decide to thirst that kill. It would have made all the difference in the world. So this, again, a game of just mere, minutia, and we'll have to see if any of that comes into play tonight. I am not quite so sure, but we'll keep an eye on it as it develops. So what are we playing for tonight? This is the prize pool, baby. We are finally at that point in the season where these teams will get rewarded for their performance. First place tonight will be taking home $1,200 to split with their team, as well as second place getting $500, third place getting $300. So we're about to see some PUBG Mobile players getting paid. Dave, Mustache Dave, bonus points. There's half of the squads with them, half of the squads without them. Yeah. We saw in the Challenger Finals, probably 7 or 8 of the teams jump out to some good points in that first game, and there was the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to see more of that tonight, or is it going to be more, evenly distributed? What's the strategy for teams coming into game 1?
I still feel like at least earlier on in the night, we're still going to have the haves and have-nots, for the overall leaderboards when it comes to those points, like we saw back in the Challenger Finals. And then post, game 3, I think teams at the bottom will start to finally realize that they need to wake up. And that's all it takes. Like you mentioned, F7, yes, they didn't qualify, but they were at the bottom of the leaderboards. They had 1 chicken dinner. And then after that, they were just consistent all night long. That 1 chicken was what they needed to kind of help boost them morale-wise and on the leaderboard-wise. So there's definitely always going to be that factor with this point system that any team can make the comeback here, PB.
We'll keep an eye on that for sure, Dave. It's prediction time, ladies and gentlemen. While we take it, the maps will be played for tonight. We're starting off on Erangel, which kicks off here in just a minute. And Natura, before we send you off, I would love to get your take on who will take this first game. Who is going to come out with a chicken dinner? Ready, go.
Ready and go. You know what? Looking at this, it's kind of between Bope for me and maybe a little bit of that C4 action. It's between those two. I can't decide.
You got to make a decision, though. I got to pressure you. C4 or Bope, make a choice. Go.
All right, C4.
All right, you
I'll
heard
go
it
with
here.
them.
C4. Neptura's going with them. Neptura, we'll see you after
yeah.
the game. Dave, hit me up with your choice before we send you off.
I have to go with C4. They're feeling really good here tonight, and they told me that they want to be the Premier Division champions. So they're looking to win it all here tonight. Yes, Golden Eagles top 3, but C4 I think up there at the top for me here, PB.
All right, Dave. We'll see you after the game. We're going to get things started here, diving into Erangel now. Well, that's pretty easy. We've got C4 and C4 from our analysts here. Hodjukes, what do you think? They're on the payroll over there at C4.
I think
What's
so,
good?
man. I think they're getting checks written to them, or they've already got them cashed at this point. You know, C4 is great and all. I mean, they did great in the Challenger Series, but this is another world, you know? It really is. I hope so. And to be honest with you, let me ask you this, PB, right? Since we're talking about C4. If C4 actually pops off here against all of these just monster teams, okay? Does Coop Jr. then becomes Coop Sr.?
It's a great question. We'd have to ask Coops himself about that.
He's
if
not
he
here
would
no
be
more.
willing to have a son. Well, he's around. I'm sure we can get a hold of him.
That's
you
true.
know what I'm saying?
He's true. That's true. We do have his number.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's a question for another day. But before these boots are on the ground, Jukes, give me your pick, man. Who we going with for game number 1?
I mean, it's got to be Nova, right? I mean, this squad you saw how they just executed so well. They have the most synergy. They've been together for so long. So, I mean, I think they're without a doubt the huge favorites to win this one. I do think that I do think that YKG did their homework, though. So I'm really looking to see how they do in game 1 before I'm like really rock solid. But, you know, just blind pick out the go. I mean, it'd be really hard to not pick Nova. That's where I'm putting my money.
Oh man, that's an incredible choice, man. I saw what you did there with picking Nova to execute. That's pretty clever, dude. Well, what I gotta say is that I'm going with Young Kings Global. I think that their mere presence is absolutely daunting. The way they exercise their mobility on the map, they explode through doors like C4. I think they truly are the chosen to rise like a phoenix out of the barren wasteland of Erangel here. So that's who I'm going with, Young Kings Global.
I love it. It's a great choice. I do think that Young Kings Global has the edge when it comes to pure gun skill. I will say that just from what I've seen so far. But, you know, Nova, just like tactically, just how quick they move and they're able to execute. I mean, you really can't go wrong. But it looks like we're getting into some action here in Milta.
Hey, can I extend a message just really quickly to the Ultimate Gaming?
Go for it.
Hey, welcome to the Premier Division, boys.
Oh, no.
Good stuff. Getting on the board early.
Let's go.
Bope getting popped early on here in Milta. So you love to see it. Ultimate Gaming not wasting any time. This is the lowest qualified team right now, the number 4 seed coming out of the Challenger Division, which basically means the 16th seed of Premier. They're winning it all at this moment. So congrats to them.
The Bopa Dope not able to dope it up here in this game, as Ultimate Gaming stole one from them. So that's pretty good. But I mean, that's got to really be great for their just overall mental health, you know, just the fact that they were able to get at least one elimination or start things off. So, I mean, hey, not a bad start for them as they're looting the heck out of Milta here. But I wonder, after they finish looting, are they going to kind of press this side and actually try to catch Dope slipping here? Oh, sorry.
Interesting. I mean, you know, I agree with you in that, you know, you're coming into kind of a new division, more competition theoretically. You know, you could feel like you've got that big gorilla on your back, and just to shed it off this early into the game, being like, hey, we can hang. We got this. You love to see that for Ultimate Gaming. So that's got to be a great like morale and momentum builder early on here in this first game on Erangel. My eyes are firmly on a couple of teams here, and that is C4. Well, it's actually 3 teams. It's C4, it's the Chosen, and it is Golden Eagles. Coming out of that Challenger Finals, all of them really kind of firing on all cylinders. I want to see if, especially the Chosen, can carry that momentum. On Ying picking up MVP of the Finals for Challenger. I want to see if they can continue that in the Premier Division, because, I mean, goodness, going into the last week of qualifiers, Chosen, I mean, they had next to no points, no momentum, absolutely nothing going for them, and they completely turned it around this week.
Oh yeah, they did. I mean, they showed up big time. It was so stark and so different that we were actually just wondering, like, all right, did they do it on purpose just to get more practice? I mean, that's really the question. I mean, and you know, speaking of like advantages, you know, that is kind of the advantage that the Challenger division does get, the fact that they played yesterday. So they're going to still have that, you know, that warm up. You know, they're going to be feeling good. They knew what it takes here, so they have no surprises. You know, the Premier Division, obviously, these players, they have years of experience doing this, you know, so that's great and all. But you know what? Hey, you got to take the little advantages where you can get them, in my opinion.
100%. We'll take a peek over at Baby Tang here and the Golden Eagles. They're rocking Pachinki, and that's one of the things that's interesting about the drop spots. I was wondering if any of the teams kind of coming back in, obviously with the Golden Eagles and the Chosen, they're a bit familiar with this Premier lobby and where these teams choose to drop, but the Ultimate Gaming Squad, maybe not as much, and you saw them immediately run into another team kind of fighting for position early on. Wondering if some of these newcomers to the lobbies will have to joust for position, maybe where they like to drop early on, and if they're going to choose to just fight it out and stake their turf early on, you know, in this competition. That's something I'll keep an eye on as we move forward.
It's a great question. That is a great one right there. I mean, you really got to keep an eye on these squads, on how they want to make these early rotations. That's just so important here. Like, are you going to go and loot up early? Are you going to try to catch a team rotating to the next circle and get that early loot? Or are you going to kind of play it the way it's always been played? You know, just loot up, move as the zone comes. I think it's time we start seeing people do that homework, PB. You know, study these teams, study these squads, know exactly where they're going to possibly drop, where are they going to go and move to, and, you know, loot super fast. Like, I'm talking about as fast as you possibly can, and camp out one of those vehicle rotation areas. You got to know there's only so many different places they can go, and try to pop them out the vehicle, and that's free loot. That's free loot.
Sure is. Got two teams right now sitting with 3 players, one of which never brought a 4th into the lobby, and that's Phoenix. Somebody late, having a late lunch or something. I don't know what's going on over there, but that's maybe the second finals game in a row. Maybe a burger at the tender hour of 4 p.m. Pacific. Who knows?
Hey, never too late for a burger, PB. That's what I always say. That is what I always say.
That's what I always say. Love it, Jukes. Ooh, Gaji is standing out in the middle of nowhere here. I wonder if Legend saw him or what was going on there.
I think he saw something. I think everyone's just looking to play this really, really slowly at the start, not want to put themselves in any kind of bad decision. So I don't blame them. You know, try to maybe, if you can catch a player off guard and get that early point, great. But if you just don't have enough intel, it's probably better to just kind of just reset.
Where's he getting shot from? He's getting popped from somewhere. Maybe Rosock.
Oh, that hurt too. He's only got level 1 gear.
There you go.
All right.
Oh, man, that was interesting. So at first, I didn't see he had a vehicle, and I was wondering what Gajia was just standing on this ridge doing. Clearly trying to gain some intel, catches a couple of teams rotating, not really able to engage, but ultimately gets caught, almost punished for that, and his team would have had a very rough time supporting him. He was across the river. His 3 teammates down in Rosock looting up still. He seems to be good to go for the moment.
Yeah, he does survive, so that's great. And there's no telling if the other squad mates even had another vehicle to possibly even get him. So yeah, you're right. He would have been totally screwed if he got knocked there. But able to survive for just a little bit longer. He does get healed up. Going on some more scouting missions, it looks like. Trying to guess.
He might be looking for loot here too. I mean, look at his gear. He's got not much.
He's got a mini too. It looks by the looks of it.
Mini and all level 1s.
That's not what you want. That's for sure. And a lot of indecision here. Yeah, just a lot of indecision.
This is interesting. I'm not sure what he's trying to gain right now by driving around. It's super early. I mean, every other team taking advantage of this early game to loot. The circle not super extreme at this point, but you know, we'll see. We'll see if there's a grandmaster plan for the Chosen. I'm really hoping they haven't already reverted back to the qualifier of the Chosen. Hoping they take on more of the persona of the Challenger Finals Chosen that we saw on Tuesday.
That's a better Chosen. That's a fact. A much better Chosen.
That's the one I'd choose.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because if they coming near like they were when it comes to the Premier the qualifiers, oh, boy.
It's not the right choice.
It's over. It's done. Just back out.
Uh-oh. Driving through the ruins. This is always, yeah, it's a very sus.
Big question marks from Alf. Yeah, I don't know, man. These vehicle rotations from Alf, it's already showing just a lot of anxiety, in my opinion. I don't know.
I agree. I feel like the team, you know, they're certainly still settling in. Maybe some early game jitters. I mean, I don't know who's going to the ruins this early on and posting up. That's like one of those last ditch areas that you go to, you know. Hey, I don't know. But they're like, let's post up here early. Right? Got Mazexis with the nade, taking down Trip. Bope's in trouble. They lost one early to Ultimate Gaming, and now Mazexis starting to pick on him.
Oh, yes, indeed. And once they get this finish, if they take a look at the feed, they're going to know that this is 100% Bope, and they're going to have a huge advantage. Fuego on fire. Oh, they did knock out one of the tires. But he does.
On fire, lost a tire. They're in the blue zone, too, so he's also done. And that's a tough break here for Bope. They're down to one member, and it looks like he is in the house nearby. No, he's just leaving. No hacks. Oh, they spotted him. He's going to...
Oh, no. Oh, no.
He's going to...
He's gonna first aid? Bandage?
Oh, sorry. I was just holding my breath there.
The toes. Trick's looking for the toes. He is the toe specialist.
Look at it. Look at Trick.
Can he catch him? Is he gonna see it? They know where he's coming from. It's only a matter of time. X is done already.
Yep, they're
no, not the smoke. They're looking for the toes. Trick's hunting him down. All right, now he's gonna go ahead and blow up the buggy. Great decision. Yeah, no hacks.
Great suppressive fire.
The pre-nade though? The pre-nade at
he's got
1 AC?
yeah, he's got no more bandages, it looks like, to be able to do much.
Free point.
Bope eliminated. First team down is Bope Esports, so not what we were hoping for there. Taking a look over at Mobility. Mobility, interesting storylines from them. They just flew under the radar the entire qualifier season.
They did.
Literally all season long. They were right at number 12 all the way to the last game. They barely snuck in, but the key is that they snuck in.
Yes, they were able to make it in. Oh, just by the skin of their teeth. I thought Craze was going to make it out of there, but not able to do so. So I do like the fact that they decided to eject from that position, but they just hesitated for just a little too long. And just like that, you're down a player. I don't even know if this is a great spot to hold, because if that other team saw that, they're going to come and they're going to rush this.
Encroaching towards ruins. One of my favorite places to fight. Looks like it's Gumavi and Young Kings putting the pressure on here. Fears going at him in the open. I don't know about this push. Oh, he does have an angle. He's got somebody on the angle in 24K.
And here comes, I thought they were going to see a nade come out from Fears, because that would have been a clutch one. Yeah.
Stevo just bailed.
For a vehicle. Wow. Okay, beautiful play there. They used that vehicle right towards that rock. He had to jump up, and then Fears just got him done with the M4.
Love the play there. Did you see Stevo? He was nearby supporting his teammate, and he just got in the vehicle and left.
Your favorite player. Your favorite player. Can't believe it, dude. Classic Stevo tactics.
It's just like, bye. I'm going to leave you here. But hey, maybe the right move.
Could be.
Got Nova into it now with Gajier, and Gajier eliminated just like that. Dauntless going in on Team Mobility here. So things are starting to pop off a little bit on map 1.
Heck yeah, dude. I saw, looks like the Panthers getting into it as well with C4, and C4 eliminates the Panthers, PB. Oh my gosh.
Sheesh.
All right.
C4. You know, probably a good call. Again, they're sitting on the top spot right now as far as elims go. 4 of them in hand already with all 4 members left up. C4, strong start.
Oh, straight with that DBS. Could not find an angle to use it at all. And look at Dauntless shooting the boxes already, PB, in game 1. Shooting boxes.
Absolutely.
Tough break.
Never too soon to start firing at somebody's crate, you know?
I guess you gotta just let it fly. Let it fly. I wonder if Execute's gonna push on Dauntless here. They're probably looking for some nade. They were hoping to catch a third party, but I think they realized that, hey, you know what? This is over with and done. So we'll just go ahead and take the top of this hill here.
Look at the map, though. They are circling.
Oh,
that was interesting. They had 2 on each side of that compound just kind of buzzing by. They might be thinking about it still. I don't know.
They're thinking about it. They're thinking about it. And that's
like
the tough part.
They are gonna leave, though. You can see them on the left side of the map. They're going north. They're gonna catch the bridge and rotate into that northern side of the zone. I'm looking at a C4 Execute showdown here shortly north of Roshawk. That should be an interesting one to keep an eye on.
Heck yeah, I want to see that for sure. You know, Execute, you know, this is what's so tough with this new point system. You know, you're like, hey, do we stay and get these eliminations, or do we prioritize zone and try to get the win? And, you know, Execute decided to go for zone. I think that's the right decision. But Dauntless, gonna be looking at Phoenix.
Dauntless is playing aggressive tonight. I like what I'm seeing from them so far.
They heard something. Oh, Terrence. Going down. Rushy. Got to be able to hit a shot here up front. Otherwise, they are done for.
Man, he hung himself out to dry, too. Rushy should have capitalized on that. Tehran and some of the other players from Dauntless, I mean, honestly, not a whole lot of gunplay involved here. They're just running around with grenades out.
I mean, one of the players' name is Banger. Can he hit it? Yes, he can. Yes, he can, PB. Alf, the lonely person trying to survive here. Here comes Banger with another. A little too far. A little too overcooked. Feeling himself a little too much, Banger.
Confirm one there.
Oh, Alf is done. He's getting trapped. Here he goes, over the hill. Do you see him?
Where could he be?
Oh. Nice lay down. Gotta do it. Going for the toes. And that one goes out.
Great plays. Good angles here from Dauntless. They're going to get this fight done just before the zone comes in. Klaus is going to have to get out and heal. He might be dang near close to getting knocked.
By the skin of his teeth. I think he's going to... Oh, nope.
Yep.
The play
He
zone.
is going to go down.
Do you think they try to grab
They should
him?
still be good to revive, though.
Okay. Does not... Yeah,
Yep.
doesn't have the torque to get up that hill. Turn it around.
Got to get those super slicks off there, Banger.
That's what it is. Need that 4x4. That tread.
This zone. This was an interesting one because it started on the west and it's just moving to the east with each circle.
Oh my gosh.
So as we see up north, C4 and Execute indeed getting into it. Shots fired, both teams in their vehicles, choosing to try to get to zone here. We take a peek at that on the main broadcast now. This is an interesting one. Both teams really don't want this fight.
No, they don't. They want to get into that zone. And C4, just like PB said, we're out of here, you know, and that's the right decision. Avoid this one, find the zone, and try to get some more points. I mean, you already have 5 eliminations, so this is a great start for C4. And I'm already seeing them make really good IQ plays. So, I mean,
absolutely, it's the right decision to move on. If the zone stays there, you know, if it doesn't shift to the east like it just did, maybe you take this fight. But unfortunately, it's kind of hard shifted away from them, and both teams are going to be at a disadvantage if they don't choose to disengage, and they both do. So here we go. We're going to take it to zone. Teams having pretty big difficulties with this particular vehicle, this coupe.
Oh my gosh, can't get
Traction
started.
has been an issue.
It is. It's slipping. It's sliding. Maybe one of their, a couple of their tires are popped out of there. That's exactly what's happening. And unfortunately,
I love it.
Not able to make it on in. Dauntless is having a great game so far. 6 eliminations with 3 players up. K19 trying to sneak their way in up the top of the zone, while Nova is barely holding this edge of Rozhawk. This is going to be a tough area to hold because they're going to have to deal with that open field, and they're going to get gate hit for sure. So they got to get some eliminations early.
Yeah, that compound that's just down the hill from Nova. I believe it looks like the Chosen's already there. I got to think that that's probably the optimal position to be in so far in this circle. Or in the houses just to the east. But I mean, this is a tough spot to be in. This gas station is especially brutal, especially when you look at Execute and C4 trying to come across this bridge.
Oh, Fisherman slipping and sliding in both directions because was just completely trapped. Here comes Cobra in the CQC. Can he take down Fishy from Umavi? He really needs to. He's got the Honey Badger. And Honey Badger don't play. Honey Badger don't play.
I'm kind of giggling, man. Where are all the DBSs tonight?
We saw one player have it and just go down, and Cobra, the Honey Badger himself, could not make it happen. Fishy eliminates them. So there goes Ultimate Gaming. Still 11 teams are remaining here, though. And C4 is on top in eliminations, PB.
You love to see it, man. And this is the beauty of the Titan series is, you know, if you make a name for yourself in Challenger Division, you're going to get the opportunity to come play in Premier. And if you really think that you belong, you have an opportunity to prove it right on the battlegrounds. And that's exactly what's going on right here, right now. But it's a long evening ahead of us. We're still in the first game, but this is exactly how they would want to start things off. And so we'll keep an eye on C4 as the night goes on. But they have really come out strong here, putting together 7 elims, which would be a great in-game total, honestly. That's something every team would probably strive for. And they've already collected that here halfway through the map.
Absolutely. So I'm surprised Nova was able to push up here for free. I was hoping to see that team that was on the hill and make sure they covered their backs a little earlier. But Golden Eagles are just trying to prioritize zone. And that kind of opened up Nova to be able to make this push into this next circle. So, yeah, Golden Eagles are really, really pinched here. That's going to be tough to make it in as the Young Kings are now got their eyes on Umavi.
The zone, again, has kind of had a nasty shift down south here. I really like this position that Young Kings is playing. Not a lot of angles, especially from their backside, because the circle has been closing from the east so far. So they've got a nice little defended dip to take advantage of. The problem is they got to move because the zone is no longer in their favor. And moving out of it might be a bit difficult without taking care of business first. We'll keep an eye on the Young Kings. But it's about to get real nasty up in this forest here. Whoever gets to that compound and is able to hold it is going to be in a really nice spot to be able to move in from that west side of the circle.
Yes, sir, indeed.
Currently undefended.
I think every team thinks it's wide open or it's already taken, so that's probably why they're really scared to go and take it at this point. But look at this. In the water, Stellar from the Chosen and Dauntless Terran are just eating up the water right now. As K19 now have that under bridge position. Are they going to spot them out? That's the question.
Very cheeky spots here from K19. They got here
Super
early.
safe.
I like to see that. But really, unless somebody gets directly under them and somehow avoids their fire, they're going to be in this for the long haul. Only question is if that zone, that circle works further east, they're going to have to hop into the water here. Really interesting circle for the first game, Hot Jukes. Not sure what to make of it myself.
This is always a tough one. Every time you have this little river, I mean, you have to make a bet on which side of it's going to go. Obviously, it went onto this school area position. But man, so many teams, there's just not a lot of coverage here. You got to be able to make a play. Look at Terran. Look at Terran. He sees K19. Oh, but gets clipped from the side from Nova. Easy point for Nova. But dang, that's going to be the end of Dauntless.
Dauntless out of here.
Oh, wait,
one
no,
more
Banger.
left, actually. Well, Banger's up. Banger's up.
Classic Banger. Took the other side of the
Banger
bridge.
indeed. 8 points. 8 points for Dauntless. So they're doing all right, regardless of when they go out at this point. A good, solid first game for them. I think they'll take it. And C4 also sitting with 7. Like, really? After full team still up. 1 knocked at the moment, 2 knocked. They are in a bit of trouble. And you got to expect this. There is nowhere to hide right now. The only hiding spots are already taken.
Yup. Looks like they full sent it on in, and they just getting beat up by Nova. The Chosen as well is picking up some of their players. Banger's now getting picked up. But here goes Coops. Coops still alive with pain. Coops Jr. trying to become Coops Sr. here with the laydowns. Can he hit these shots?
This is where Jukes, the experience of teams like Nova and the Young Kings really comes into play. You can see both of them with 4 players up and kind of, staying fairly quiet, not super aggressive so far, just trying to get those positions in the zone. It's really paid off for them so far. They're starting to chip away at the elim totals. You can see them both with 4 at this point, but 4 players up for both of them. And that's obviously going to be huge going into this final couple of circles. I would imagine this is going to be one of the quicker Erangel games we've seen, just because there quite literally is nowhere to hide. There's a bunch of teams at full strength. And the second that this circle closes, it's just going to get nasty. And look at the hard shift of the safe circle, dude. It's gone to the bridge.
My gosh. Big. That is so huge for Nova and going to be tough. There's a lot of these other teams. K19 are going to have another little bit of a time to live here. But you know what? That's so right. When it comes to the Young Kings and when it comes to Nova, all these squads, they know the natural covers to hold, rocks, things like that, but they haven't learned what those teams have. And that's to use your gun skill, baby. Use your guns. That's all the cover you need. Trick.
Oh, huge.
Holding it down. Gets to confirm.
Smart play.
Oh, but run over, baby. Woo! All right, that's how you get revenge. If you're going to do it, that's how you do it right there, in style.
Hey, I got to tip my cap, though, to Mizexis there, picking up the elim and then the thirst. I mean, that thirst put a point up on the board for them, one that they would not have had otherwise. Instead of just getting that knock and going out with a run over, he was able to put a point on the board. So tip the cap to him.
Yep, and every elimination point is so huge, especially with this point system. So I love what Young Kings is doing right now, setting up a little smoke wall, trying to get to that rock and then find out where they're going to go next. But one of their players just sends it deep and does secure that position. So it looks like they're going to create a little car smoke wall and just make something happen. There's Joey, best player in the game.
Yeah, if anybody you want up, it's going to be Joey. And unfortunately for Dope Esports here, they're sitting in between Chiffon and in between Joey. That's not a spot that's a great part of the sandwich you want to be in here. Nades in from Chiffon, going to land one here on Yasua. Maybe? Never saw it explode.
Oh.
Maybe it was a smoke.
Maybe it came up a little too close, but yeah, look at
That
this.
looks like it might be on target.
And Chiffon doesn't have any vision at all with the smoke. So he's just throwing nades blind. Little does he know that player is gone.
Look at the position though from K19. They got blessed by the zone. They got all 4 players up in safety. No elims really to speak of, but they're gonna have a full squad to push out of here as soon as this circle moves.
So huge. Coops is still alive for C4, laying down on top of that other side of the hill. So he has a great spot as well. And look at Young Kings. They didn't get blessed at all. And they are just getting it done with the guns on their back, just applying so much pressure. And these smokes are just placed perfectly.
I'm so impressed.
Oh, look at the zone.
Did you ever give your pick for this game?
I said it was Nova.
And I went with Young Kings, right?
That's
yeah,
right,
okay.
you
I was
did.
just making sure. I was like, dude, in my head, I know I thought it, but I was like, did I actually say it out loud? I feel like it's kind of cheating at this point, but I remember making my rhymes, using all the team names. So yeah, it is Young Kings. We'll see. 10 points. You got to be pretty thrilled with that, regardless of what happens with the rank finish here. Still 7 teams on the Battlegrounds. So we're not even into the good ranking points just yet. Teams still picking up just 1 point right now. If they finish at this point in time in the game. K19 sitting pretty, though. Look at this protection they have. They will have to move out, though, however, from under this bridge as the zone shifts to the middle of what is this circle, dude? This has been toxic for the last 3 zones.
Ridiculous. Dead wide in the open. 0 coverage. It's going to be a bloodbath here in the next few seconds. Dauntless and the Chosen still alive in the water. Umavi as well. And then here comes Nova coming across on that smoke. Stellar, oh my gosh, trying to pull some vehicle shenanigans. Oh, but it does explode.
Are Dauntless and the Chosen in the same vehicle?
Yeah, it looks like
were.
the Chosen player got knocked, and Banger from Dauntless survives to live another day. Coops goes out to the blue.
Down to 4 teams here. 8 player total remaining. K19 with 4 up, but they are going to be getting ganged up on here, I think. We'll see if they can.
The Young Kings took so much advantage of that battle, and they just took all the position in the world. And look at 24K with the DBS.
Look at this.
Young Kings are looking so good right now.
They are phenomenal.
Wow.
All their I'm trying to see who is not in the water currently that can oppose them. I don't think anybody's still hanging around. Maybe one player up on the other side of the circle.
It was Poppy Sour right there, and now it's done. It's just these last remaining teams. That's it.
Young Kings. Holy goodness. They're going to take it and take it in a big way. 16 elims so far. That's a massive game. It's not over just yet, though, because Ander can pop out and get some shots off here. Yeah, Wumavi, Wumavi, Dauntless, and K19 just trying to do anything. Who can go out first? They're playing for rank points, essentially, in the water here.
The Young Kings going fishing right now. Ander did, I think, get touched by that fire, and they have to breathe a little bit. So here they go, playing a big game of peekaboo. And Ander is going to go out to drowning. 2 more players. I think Joey might go in the water to spot out for his teammate.
I don't know if this is the play.
Oh, so close.
Okay. Now they got him.
Yeah, now they got him. Umavi.
It's like shooting fish in the barrel, Jukes.
Literally. You know, I said the Young Kings, I told you that they had that advantage when it comes to gun skill, but just how they move positionally was questionable before, but not anymore, PB. There's no question after game 1.
There absolutely is not. It's gonna be Young Kings, baby. I'm riding these boys all the way to the end of time here. It is Young Kings on top. Winner chicken dinner, and in a big way. They're gonna finish with some huge elims, and Jukes, that's coupled with 8 bonus points to start the day off. So they're gonna be sitting good and looking at that prize pool, something fierce after this first game, man. What'd you think of the first map's action?
Man, take that money to the bank. I mean, Young Kings were not blessed at all in that zone. They had to work, for it. Yeah, and they did it. You know, and that's the one thing they have an advantage of than some of these other teams is that even though when they don't have cover, they use their guns as cover. They put so much suppressive fire that teams are forced to hide behind the natural cover that they have. And they just push little by little with those smokes. I mean, man, Young Kings just absolutely annihilated everybody on that battlefield.
That was an incredible push from them. They rotated through Dope. They rotated through Mizexis. They rotated through Nova, through Dauntless, through K19, pushed all the way up to that rock overlooking the bridge. And once they got there, they could use that ridge and that little bit of cover that they had with the rock to bust out the DBS. We mentioned it earlier in the episode here. Where's the DBS? Well, Joey brought the DBS to the party, and it was on after that. So Young Kings getting some big momentum started here in game number 1. Let's bring over some other talent to the broadcast here because we got to hear from him. Dave, gonna go to you first, man. Thoughts on game number 1? It wasn't the Golden Eagles, my friend.
It wasn't, but it was close enough. You know, it was my second pick. Of course, Young Kings Global popping off right there. And you made a great point. Those bonus points, I believe they had 8 bonus points coming into game number 1, coupled with their points acquired from the insane amount of elims they got and the winner wearing chicken dinner. They're going to be sitting at the top, baby, and by a pretty nice lead. But yeah, what a game. Hey, C4 esports. Shout out to, I think Juke said, we're calling him regular Juke or regular Coops now, or still
Coops,
Coops?
he's still Coops Jr.
Coops Jr. for now, but definitely looking to claim the title of Coops here tonight.
How quickly you all forget. This is ridiculous. I won't have any of this blasphemy on my broadcast. There's no Coops senior nonsense. Come on, Coops. I got you, boy. Anyway, Neptura, gotta ask your thoughts. Game number 1, absolute banger of an exciting match.
Oh, absolutely.
How did it go down for you?
It went down fantastically. I love those kinds of zones. Interesting with the river and everything. It's so much into play, but honestly, I was looking at Nova specifically because of the control. They still managed to, in that tiny space. You know, we saw YKG up into the top of those hillsides in that little foresty area. We saw them have a really great spread out, which really helped them kind of control the zone and give them that pathway into zone when they had to move forward. I mean, Trick tried his best, but wasn't quite there for YKG. But for Nova, they had a teeny tiny little corner. They were grouped together. Those smokes and those nades and everything, they still managed to keep a lot of that control. So honestly, GG's to Nova for staying in control as long as they did and came a squad under that. I mean, not the best spot to really control from and get further than they kind of did, but really, really good stuff from all these teams because really just toxic, baby.
It was toxic. This zone was absolutely ruthless for like the last 4 circles. I mean, it was out in the middle of nowhere. Really, the only cover to speak of was that bridge. We end in the water. You can see here with a bunch of swimmers. And just like that, Steve-O making the intelligent play to go out to pop a blue, not wanting to give the point over to the Young Kings because clearly they don't need the points. You can see here on top of the match, the Young Kings finishing with 27 points and the chicken dinner in our game number 1. Wumadi with a nice second place finish. Steve-O somehow, someway continues to make it onto this here broadcast. He will shine his face once again for 9 points. And on down the leaderboards we go to the second page. Got Mazexis here, a surprising number 9, but also picking up 4 elims. They're gonna love that. Really looking at the Golden Eagles here, Dave. It was close enough, I might add, but they got a ways to go, my friend.
Yeah.
So we'll keep a peek here on all of these teams, but let's look at the overall standings. Hot Jukes, it's a YKG festival at the moment, man. We've got the first game and already doubling up the number 2 team.
Jeez Louise, that's 18 points, bro. 18-point lead on first place. I mean, they are looking to count those dollar bills early. Now, there's still a lot of games left, you know, but I mean, for a start, what more could you ask for? I mean, we may not even see that many eliminations and a chicken dinner for the rest of the day. It's possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Got to give props to UG getting on the board early in Milta there, getting that first one on the board. I got to give props to C4 coming out and actually putting on a heck of a show for their first game. They definitely showed that, hey, we can hang. We shake off those first game jitters. We're getting back to it. We saw the Chosen there towards the end of the lobby hanging out with An Ying. Gajia getting taken out a bit early. I don't know what was going on with them early, but they were able to hang around until late, so props to them. And then obviously the Golden Eagles looking to do better this time around, but did pick up 4 elims here in that first game. So loving what I'm seeing from the challenger teams coming up. Very excited. I'm looking forward to this next map. Would love to see the maps as we go on because I can't remember if Sandhawk is 3rd or 4th tonight. So before we go there though, we want to throw it over to Neptura. Hey, did you have some thoughts here specifically looking at this first game? What did you see? Break it down for us.
All right. Well, I saw things. I saw one thing in particular, and I know I've always been a big fan of Phoenix in this tournament so far. They've been so great. But Dauntless with this one, honestly, disappointing. Just a little bit. I hate to be that person. But when Dauntless comes up here, you hear that. That buggy is loud. And Phoenix do nothing here. They do absolutely nothing. But can we pause that just very quickly right there? Yes. Look at this. They're just sitting. Turin's already got a nade out, and they're just sitting there doing anything. I know they're just a duo here, that there's somebody else somewhere. But, alright, so if we could play that, then you can just see they do nothing here. Look at their positioning. They kind of come up over that, but by that point, it's way too late. They needed that initial defense immediately. They needed to go, no, nades over that top straight to where they were hearing that buggy sound. They could not listen that angle, that ridge at all if they wanted to survive that, but they were just so passive about it. I'm frustrated because they don't need to. They kind of aggressive. They could have switched that momentum up and pushed it back at Dauntless, but no, they just took it. It's a bit of a shame there.
Interesting point for sure. I mean, they definitely gave up ground, played super passively here. You got to wonder if that's just due to feeling like, man, we only got 3 players. We got to kind of keep it chill, not, push too hard, playing a little bit off character, I think maybe the Phoenix Esports here doing. But I will say, we looked at Mazexis, I believe, or it was Golden Eagles, actually. I keep getting those two confused because they're colors. But the Golden Eagles in the Challenger Finals also brought 3 players to that first battle, but we didn't see that level of timidness. We saw aggression, we saw smart rotations, we saw timely positions being taken up, and that actually put them in the final circle and a second place finish. And so we're hoping that Phoenix, despite having that lack of a 4th member, you still can't let it change up your play style and you get bullied around like that. So great points there on that first map. I will say, when Dauntless is rolling around with that grenade cocked, like, you gotta punish people for that, man. You can have them finish themselves with the drop pin and everything. So overall, really nice breakdown here of the first map. Would love to throw it to the maps and see kind of what we have coming up. Got Miramar here for game 2, I know that. And it looks like Sandhawk, then Vikendi tonight. And then we'll finish up with Miramar and Erangel to wrap things out. Our next map coming up in just over 3 minutes. Mustache Dave, my friend. Talk to me. Who's got to turn things around after first game? Who did not look like they're ready to go tonight? Let me know who needs to pick things up a notch.
Yeah, good question. I mean, that zone was really challenging for most of the team, so I'm not going to be too critical on them. Of course, just a rough zone. But coming on Miramar, I'm definitely looking at the Chosen. The Chosen are going to be down there after just one map, and I'm pointing them out in particular because I heard from the players that they actually changed up their sleep schedule to compete in the Titan series here, because remember, they are not from NA, they're from China, so they change up the sleep schedule. They've been training here just for this lobby, so you gotta love a team that is that dedicated. So I hope nothing but the best for them coming into this Miramar map. Hopefully this can be their bounce back to kind of start their tournament here today.
That's incredible. I'm gonna root for them from now on. So there's that. No, I appreciate that out of them. One thing that I'm seeing here, I'm pulling up the stats for game 1. You guys can find all of those at the titanseries.gg. It's crazy. The Young Kings Global obviously laid down the law in the first game. I thought they might, but they did it in a big way. It's the first team this season I've seen crack 3,000 damage between them. Second place was Nova with 1,800, but 3,003 damage from the Young Kings Global to go along with 17 eliminations. Absolutely bonkers play from them. And Young Kings, man, they're looking like every bit the machine, the juggernaut that I feared they might. And, if this is any indication of how it's going to be tonight, Nova's got their work cut out for them if they want to keep up with YKG.
I agree. I just hope that they don't let it get to their heads. You know what I'm saying? I hope they don't just say, hey, you know what? We got it done. We're just big chilling. Let's just go ahead and start adding some stuff to the cart right now and take this money to the bank. No, they still got 5 games left. Joey, look at me, Joey. Start Joeying some more, okay? Don't think you've already Joeyed. Now it's still time to Joey, okay? He knows what
we
I
got to
mean.
keep it locked in. You know what I'm saying,
in.
Jukes? We got to keep it locked in.
in.
We saw this in the qualifiers. Young Kings actually jumped out to an early lead. We're absolutely fragging out of their minds, going crazy. We saw in that last week, Nova just chipping away, picking up 3 chicken dinners and 2 with a second place finish as well. I mean, they just, too much, too late, too often for the Young Kings and far surpass them in the standings. I'm hoping only 5 more games tonight that these guys can stay focused and stay on it. I would love to see the Young Kings top the leaderboard tonight. I'm a big fan of the squad, and obviously having helped with the logo, I'm biased now. I consider them a team of my own. So there you go. Anyway, let's see here. I want to go with some predictions for map number 2. It's Miramar. I don't know if we have any standouts per se on the map, kind of scanning the teams here. I haven't noticed anybody just absolutely going nuts on Miramar. But let's start with Hot Jukes. Who do you pick for this next map? Like any favorites?
I mean, obviously my favorites are going to be coming with, just Young Kings just after that heat that we just saw. I think Nova's gonna come a little extra heavy after that last one, just because of how the points are. But if I were to guess to just say one team wild card out of the blue that I think that could take it all, I think it's gonna be Mizexis. Okay. I think it is. I just think that after Miramar, after we've seen where their drop location is, I think they could come in hot and steal this one away if other teams are paying attention.
I think you might be right. The last time you called Mizexis, they indeed won. So some good calls today going on for sure. Ajus takes Mizexis for Miramar game number 2. Mustache Dave, might I ask, who do you choose for the winner chicken dinner for game number 2?
Yeah. Everyone expects me to say Golden Eagles. I'm not saying the Golden Eagles. Relax. I have to go the Chosen as those points that I mentioned just a couple moments ago. And also, if you recall, the Chosen, they're the team that when they're doing good, they bring that BM also. They shoot the boxes. They start dancing out in the open. So they put on a show while they're at it. And they also promised me that they will do that if they are doing good here tonight. So the Chosen, man, I want to see it.
Well, I like the pick. Here. I'm gonna go with you, Neptura. Give me your pick for game number 2.
This is a fun. There's so many really good teams just coming into that Erangel, even with a difficult zone like that. Historically, it's probably going to be Nova. They've been really dominating Miramar, but honestly, I like the Chosen as well. The Chosen, Dave backed me on Erangel. I'm gonna go this one.
Oh my gosh, she's going with the same pick as Dave again. It's conspiring. Now we're on the Chosen's payroll. What's going on over here? I have no idea what's going on with you two. But Neptura, thank you. We'll see you next game. Hot Jukes, we'll see you next game as well. Dave and I are going to take it away in just a moment here. But before we hop into this Miramar map, I've got to give my pick. And, normally I'd be looking at a squad like Bope to say, hey, y'all are aggressive, getting it done, good gun skills. But I just think the fights in Picado early are a bit much. I think there's going to be some potential unnecessary loss of players. So I'm not going to go with them. You thought I was, but I'm not. What instead I'm going to do is I'm going to go with Execute to take this one. They need to come out in a big way. They need to make a statement. They got to start stringing things together if they want to have a shot to climb up these leaderboards. As much as I'd love to say the Young Kings are going to go back to back, I think this one is Execute's match to lose. That is my pick. We'll take it to Miramar as the plane is on its way in. We take a look at the cinematic overview of my personal favorite map in PUBG Mobile. Mustache Dave, are you excited for this one? Where's your favorite toxic circle? Where's it gonna be?
I am. I'm looking at the plane path, so I'm hoping that we have some water in circle number 1, just to make it even more toxic, just to take away some of that early game real estate from these players. But really solid pick and good points, by the way, because we did see in the Challenger finals, some teams did hot drop here on Miramar. And it didn't work out for them. It cost them the lobby, in my opinion, and they didn't qualify because of said hot drop. So I'm very curious to see if teams here tonight will opt to go for that same strategy with trying to get their desired loot spots early on, or if they know for a fact the team's going to be dropping there with them, they might back off. Play it a little safer here, play the long game.
I agree, man. I feel like the safe game, the long game, is one that many of these teams kind of overlook sometimes. They choose to go for the ego play or the rivalry over playing it safe and trying to make sure that all of their players are alive going into the final circle. They'd much prefer to shoot some boxes early on, and hopefully, through repeated failures, it will drive it home that is not the way to compete at the highest level here. And we'll see what happens as Picado looks to be pretty full once again. The interesting thing with Picado is Wall Street Bets is one of the teams that typically drops there, and they are no longer in the field for this time. So it might be a bit more of an open loot session in Picado, and it looks to be that if you check the map, Bope actually all alone in Picado. So I like their chances a lot more if they don't have a partner dropping with them in Picado that they have to fight for it with.
Yeah, for sure. And we even saw, I believe in the Premier League, 3 teams kind of fighting for Picado. You have those 2 squads inside of Picado, and then there was always that third team on the outskirts trying to third party them. So very interesting to see the drops and how they developed here. But talking about drops, Mazexis is going to be Hot Jukes' squad up against K19. K19 had a pretty solid game number 1. So I'm Hot Jukes right now. I'm going to be stressing just a little bit. Trick, though. Going to be spotted with the Uzi on the roof. Had to go in for a nice little spray down, but in return, which comes down to about 50% HP in Legend. Little Uzi on Uzi action over here, PB.
All right, I'm blaming Jukes for this one. This is caster curse, 100%. He's got bloody Mazexis just bleeding everywhere all over Los
Blood's
Leones
on you.
here.
Well, looks like Ulysses is going to try to get out of here. Or not.
I think he should be a hero and go for the revive.
I think so. The trick is crawling towards him here. And I don't know. P19, they do know they knocked Trick, but it doesn't seem like they're devoting all their resources to getting that confirmed right now.
Oh, they got it. They wiped him off the board. So Trick eliminated. K19 picking up too early. And here's the replay. Uzi peek and not the right one because no armor on that man. Perhaps the move would have been, there's a level 3 helmet right there. Could have stepped just another step into the room, maybe pick that up. I don't know.
You know what else? New update. Who it is? The monster truck on Miramar now.
Oh
the
my
monster
gosh.
truck. We just saw it right there on that initial crash here. I was very curious to see how that vehicle plays on Miramar. Like what role will it have in comp here. Personally, I love it. I am guilty of just looking for that truck and just ride around all game trying to go for runovers. I don't think the pro players will do this, but I am curious to see how that truck plays here in comp, PB.
That's a pretty incredible point, Dave. Not gonna lie, I love me some monster truck tires on Miramar. There's a lot of like sketchy cliff sides and hills and ridges that I think actually become more scalable, right? With the monster truck in hand, and it might make for some interesting angles vertically that we don't always see on Miramar. So I'm excited to see that in play as well.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Couple of questions. Young Kings Global, the logo. What's the lore with that? I wanted to ask you. You mentioned it on the pre-show. We might have a little bit of a slow moment here. What's the lore?
The lore, it was, I believe, Young Kings. Late name change. We're like one day away from announcing the Titan series and the Premier Division. And we've done, 1,000 iterations of like the website and the graphics and the production and all this stuff. And we're just trying to lock it in. We're trying to be good to go. We had them all dialed in. They're like, oh, by the way, we're the Young Kings now. Young Kings Global. We're like, okay, it's cool. Send us your logo. It's like, oh, we don't have one. We got a guy. He's working on it. And I'm like, I know how this goes. We're going to hear from you guys in 2 weeks, and it's going to be a clip art like freaking Doge, And I'm like, let me just make something real quick. Okay. So we have it for the broadcast tomorrow. And we put it on there. So here it is, Young Kings. We got them driving the monster truck as requested, right on cue. You love to see it. And so anyways, I literally spent like 30 seconds. I grabbed a crown, threw the YKG on there. We sent it over like, hey, can we use this for tomorrow? And they're like, yeah, we'll keep it. Forget it. Get this guy doing our logo.
Damn.
So that's the lore.
That's a 30-second logo, and it looks that good. I mean, I can only imagine what 60 seconds. I love it. I think it's one of the best logos in game. I didn't know that lore, honestly, before. So I mean, I'm impressed. And honestly, sometimes teams they need like that logo to kind of look good as well, because it gives them that confidence in the game, because they're like, yeah, look at us, we got the crown. So not saying the logo is contributing to their first place spot, but then at the same time, maybe I am saying that, PB. So second question, by the way, I know Naptero's not here, but that green screen, maybe we can get the answer on the next segment. Is the couch, is that green screen? Like, was I tricked this whole time? I was super confused, but we'll see.
Maybe. I don't have the answer to that, but I'm sure we can go to her, you know, between games. I wouldn't have known it was a green screen. I would have thought there were some, you know, stylish curtains, you know, just in honor of St. Patrick's Day.
Ooh.
Happy day to everyone tomorrow. I mean, that's all. I wouldn't have even said a thing.
You know what else is tomorrow? Just saying, you know, just saying.
It's the Titan Series Premier Division Parade for the champion.
True. And my birthday, so if you want to get me a gift, feel free.
Oh, that minor note.
Coops taken out. Maybe the parade is for my birthday, but Coops taken out here on their own. Very interesting, especially after game 1. We really did see C4 like
Coops
really
Jr. is out of here.
Yeah, they're really tight. They're tight.
I'm gonna drop the Coops and just call him Junior from now on, Dave.
Shoot. Oh man, not what you want to see here for a team that they fought tooth and nail in that last lobby, and they did so well. Very consistent with gathering points all evening long. So hopefully with Coops getting taken out this early on, it's not going to set them back too far with the plan here on Miramar.
Absolutely. Dave, can you tell me the lore about why on your birthday people are marching with like shamrocks and green beads and, you know, green beer and all that kind of stuff? Like, what is it about your birthday that makes people want to do that?
Yeah. The last time I went into the lore here, though, and just saying, with the clown fiesta, we came back to your camera, and I don't know, mixed reactions. So I don't know. The lore for my birthday, I'm going to save it for another day, PB. I'm going to save it for another day. I am. Because that needs to get approved by the board of directors, honestly, at the end of the day. So I'll send in the email. But over here, C4 looking like they're getting shot on their rotate. Might lose another one.
This is not a recipe for success, homie. You got to pull that sucker over. Take some cover. Bope's on a mission. They aren't going to be denied. They came out of Picado with a furious fervor for a frenzy. I don't know. I was thinking of another F word, and there was one that came to mind. And I'm not going to say it on the broadcast, but they got out of Picado with all of their loot, and I'm excited for them because Bope, I have a feeling they can just avoid the early game shenanigans inside of Picado. They're going to be a team to be reckoned with here.
Yeah, and looks like they got a little 3-1 split going on as well. No Hacks is going to be up here by themselves looking for that new position in the zone, but the 3 other teammates not too far behind them. C4, though, they are just getting picked apart. No luck here on this Miramar game, so they need to definitely improve on their rotations when it comes to the next Miramar. They got a leapfrog. That's what Dukes would
gross,
say,
dude. Look at this circle. Dave, what are we doing? We've gone 2 circles deep so far, and we are halfway out into the Bay of... I don't know if it has a name. I was just about to name it something.
Bay of Los Higos.
Los Higos Bay.
Yes.
Love it.
And the island.
Love it.
All in, by the way. That was something that we talked about, I believe, in the Premier League. We had this zone one time, and the island was just touching it, but then it shifted to the north. So we might have a nice opportunity here to see an island end zone, which would be pretty spicy here, as we're going to be tuning in with Nova. All of them in their vehicles, looking for a spot right now to call home.
Great scouting here from QZ.
Yeah, this is going to be a cluster, though, down here in the south. There's about 4 teams. I see Golden Eagles, see UG, so they need to be careful with
You see what they're doing, though? They got QZ out front scouting, and he hears everything popping off. He sees the teams driving by, and you can see how Nova's keeping their distance and not overcommitting to any particular position. They don't want to get picked off by the likes of like Rise and Golden Eagles here, or Dauntless that's just chilling, just waiting.
Yeah.
So great job from Nova to make sure of where they are going before they actually go there. And speaking of phantom, you know, kind of circles that we never see, like we talk about this island finish here in Miramar, which is a rarity. We were doing some tech checks yesterday after the recent PUBG Mobile update. We saw a Zarky circle. Like, we've been
Ooh.
waiting for one of those forever, and we got it when nobody was on the actual map. So that was kind of fun.
Yeah, you know, sometimes with these new updates, they also kind of tweak the zones as well, right? So I'm almost curious if with the new update, they did do just that, because now we have some water in play of this game. Like you said, the Zarky. I've never seen that, honestly, in my lifetime. So very curious to see what ends up happening here tonight. Things are so far looking pretty solid. Dauntless getting really close to Nova. But like you said, Nova doing such a nice job at scouting, making sure not to overextend. And also, one thing you gotta know with Nova, their experience, they're making sure their vehicles are safe as well. Not just them, but their vehicles. They understand the importance of having that utility here on Miramar.
I love their split too. You can see how they have like a 2-1-1 there. They're actually look on the map. You can see on the mini map, they've got a nice little line drawn, and they've got compounds, they've got ridges, really looking strong here as Dauntless chooses to engage. But I don't know if Dauntless is aware of the contingent of Nova players south of them. That'll be interesting to see if they're able to get pinched here or what's going to happen. But Dauntless looking to potentially make a move and push. And again, just to point out that these teams do not know who they are fighting against. So when there's a knock, it just says anonymous, like team 6 player 4. And that's all they know. They don't know that they're fighting Nova. So Dauntless might be biting off more than they can chew here, and they'll know soon enough.
Yeah, I believe the whole team has to get wiped out, and then you know. So very, very good point. And then also the Panthers are going to be right behind them on that east side. So Nova might be caught in a sandwich here, but looks like Dauntless looking to make the crash, the pull-up right here. QZZ cooking a grenade, going to be tossing it. Getting a nice little health. Got a claws right here, but now we got the shotgun, the 1v1. Are you even surprised here at this point? I'm not, but Dauntless, they are committing to this here, PB.
Hey, they're going to trade, pick one up successfully here. And the drop shot finish here from GK. Doesn't quite get the finish, but should be enough to get it done. KK Love picking one on the outside. Terran goes down, and as predicted, Dauntless biting off a bit more than they could chew. They didn't know what they were walking into there. Nova had that kind of pegged. Unfortunately, they lose a couple in the process. Ultimately, they will live to fight another day here. Dauntless having to back off just a bit.
Yeah, this is a really good spot to fight over too with this new circle, because this compound is right there in the south. They have a lot of terrain between them and everybody else, so a huge buffer. So definitely a lot of time to breathe after that fight. It looks like both teams are going to be pulling off as Dauntless down to just one. But over here, Young Kings getting involved with C4. Remember, C4 only have a duo.
Execute into it up with Phoenix on the top of the ridge as well. We got 2 fights happening simultaneously here. Keeping an eye on both of them with this angle. Looks like Phoenix getting absolutely decimated up there. Execute picking up the pace right now. You love to see it. Again, predicting them for the victory. They got to come out and show what's up. I'm going to go 2 for 2 tonight.
Yeah, they still have 4 up, so we'll keep tabs on that, as Fear is going to be the last one alive, actually, for the Young Kings in a little 1v2 action. Looks like Fear is trying to get that opening knock with a grenade or a molly to kind of level the playing field here. It does have a UMP in hand, level 3 helmet and vest. Now here comes the cross push from both sides. Recognizes it. Fear is going to be taking some shots with that UMP, chunking them down. Now here comes the other side, the collapse. 2v1.
Excellently played.
Yeah, just too strong, though, at the end of the day. 2v1. The communication from C4 right there was on point, though, PB.
That was a fantastic play from C4. They timed that perfectly. You could see Fears. He played that marvelously as well. I mean, he covered both angles. He tried to bait them in with like longer sprays to get them to come in to thinking he was going to be reloading. He did not, and he literally played that as well as he possibly could have. C4 did not take the bait, and they hit from both sides simultaneously, closed the distance, made it to where Fears could not make a play, and ultimately that's going to clear him off the map. Execute, though, finishing off Phoenix. Phoenix is out first, and Young Kings also down as well. They follow up their winner chicken dinner massive performance with a goose egg, and that's going to open the door for these other teams looking to close that gap.
It sure is. As we have 14 teams to go. Mizexus down to just that solo. Bope down to a solo. And Dauntless. So 3 solos just trying to survive here. But placement points definitely going to be a challenge here when it comes to the overall leaderboards. Next zone did go up once again. Golden Eagles sitting in a prime position up there at the top. We'll check back into them because this is that fight you were looking for. Execute. the defense, the kings of the hill right here.
Well played here from Execute. Just pushing through Phoenix again. Phoenix playing fairly passively, waiting for the fight to come to them. And boy, did it. Execute delivering the death blow here, sending Phoenix back to the lobby early. And now we have Ultimate Gaming going up against Golden Eagles, two of the Challenger Finals teams squaring off. It looks like this will be a fight to the finish.
Yeah, looks like Baby Tang looking to make some type of play from the outskirts over here. That off angle, maybe catch him by surprise. But Rise in the dumpster, talking about a surprise right there. Rise getting a nice trade, but now Cobra fully aware of Rise's position. Rise looking for that.
I'm so impressed with Rise. This is such a good player.
Been, a highlight player indeed for the Golden Eagles.
He only played one map granted, he's on fire in a dumpster right now. It's probably not the best metaphor for his life, but at the same time, this man subbed in for one game for the Golden Eagles. They really needed a top performance, and Rise threw down 12 elims by himself, led the Eagles to a win, and somehow, some way, he misses the nade there. Cobra throws it over the dumpster, and that was a free one. Rise escapes with his life, and now Cobra's going to have to pay for that.
Yeah, now here comes Baby Tang with the collapse to provide that support to Rise. There it is. I'm surprised Rise threw that last grenade right there, honestly, but it did apply pressure, I guess, for Cobra to push up. But look at this. The Panthers trying to third party this one here. But they're not the only ones with this idea. Dauntless, I believe, in the area, or...
There's a few teams. They got Mazexus on the outside.
Yeah.
There's the Panthers. They've got Dope, it looks like, up there. It's a party, Mustache Dave. For your birthday, everyone's here. They're wearing party hats.
Oh, what a spot to be stuck in. Oh, not done yet, though. Trying to get that heal off.
This is a good spot. I don't know that I've ever seen this played.
Oh, okay. The only thing is you can't really get out of that spot unless you win every single gunfight right there.
That's okay.
I don't believe Zuku got the confirms either. That's one of the big takeaways for me.
Oof.
Good spot,
GK.
though.
Yeah, GK still hanging in, man. Nova, they got 3 elims so far. 2 of them up. We're going to take a peek at the map. I feel a little shortchanged, Dave. I thought we were getting a Southern Island finish, and now the island's not even on the screen. It's gone north like 3 or 4 times in a row. And I feel like we're all witnessing what could have been.
You know what, PB? You know what? Execute's still 4 alive, and they're at the top. So the PB blessing here, definitely going their way. They got that west side all to themselves, too. Nova.
Got the Chosen still up and looking strong as well, though. Dope Esports in a bad way right now, trying to get back into the fight. Who is going to third party them? Is Wumavi going to make their way up the hill? Steve-O's on his way in. He's sniffing blood. We'll see. Just absolute mayhem, though, in the replay. There was just all kinds of teams coming in. Zuko stuffing himself between the trash cans. I liked the play. I mean, he got it done, but he didn't get any finishes here is the problem. No points scored for the Panthers.
Yeah, I'm almost curious. They did have a Molly, maybe toss that Molly on one of the sides to kind of block any push potential. Might have helped, but I mean, it's just a risky position altogether, especially when you have the whole squad knowing exactly where you are. But looking over here, the Chosen up at the top, 7 elims. Execute right beneath them with 6, but the whole team still up and at them. The Chosen looking to make a push over here. The blue zone is going to start to close in here very shortly, and I believe they're recognizing that. They got their points, and now they're backing off, playing the zone. I love this play from them.
Nova just eliminated. Wumavi did push their way up the hill. Fishy taking him down from behind. Fishy's been a finisher for Wumavi tonight. I'm going to keep my eye on him as he's been one to continually remove the remaining member of a squad from the lobby. And Wumavi has been quiet for the entire duration of the Premier Division, but consistently sneaking into the top half of the standings. They're currently setting 2nd overall coming into this one. So, we'll keep our eyes on them. I definitely wouldn't want to shortchange them. Team, the Chosen here, in trouble, though. Suppic going to try to get it done.
Yeah. Fishy the finisher. I like that nickname, by the way. And Poppy, but the Mini trying to secure a knock from the rooftops. K19, this is another consistent game for them when it comes to showing up in the late game with the whole team alive. Now it's just a matter of trying to close out a game here. They have some really nice sight lines. They're in the zone right now, up in the north, and it looks like they got a little split going on, actually. Looks like the Chosen were able to get some pickups in the reset over here. All K19 just over here hunting for some more elims. And Jason's foot might have been spotted out there down ways from Execute. Fate, though.
K19's got an interesting position right now. They got the shack, and they're on the roof.
And a monster
at
truck.
the compound here. Great sight lines, but like I don't know how they're gonna play this one. This is gonna be interesting. They started off, pretty strong here too. Got some early fights, got some early points on the board. They've been able to get a bunch of knocks here late game, especially with Poppy Sour on the roof with the mini, but ultimately no finishes as everyone seemingly having cover. You see the Chosen got back up and in at sub pick, indeed able to clutch the revives there, getting to Stellar just before he gets out of the game. So the Chosen has reset, and they're coming back at it with 3 currently on top of the leaderboard.
Ooh, yeah, Fishy the finisher looking to get some grenades within those shacks of the Chosen as well, but missing the mark. We'll see, though, because Umave, they're stuck in a 2-way fight between the Chosen and it looks like the tail end of the Golden Eagles. As Baby Tang, last one alive right now, being hunted down. Oh.
Ooh.
Not safe. That's Execute taking shots on Fishy.
Poppy Sour just popping off, man. He is sitting on the top of that roof with the mini, just picking teams apart. He can see basically the whole map from up there. It's all about when do they need to move? That's the question that I have for K19, and it looks as though they may have gotten blessed.
Yeah, zone went to them, so Poppy could just stay up there with the eagle eye in the sky and just
you got to think that you got to think K19's got to be the favorite now to win this. Look at the circle in the mini map up top there. Wow. They are sitting in it. But the Chosen has an opportunity to play spoiler here.
That they do, but they need to watch out for Umave right behind them as well to make sure they don't backstab them. So the Chosen stuck in a very difficult situation, but Stellar does have a nice angle up at the top, going to be dropping down and maybe relocating their vehicles. There's now Umave pushing into the zone.
If anything, Wumavi's been consistent today. Bringing a full team into this final circle.
Scourge is out there in the smokes. Zed knows there's somebody down there. They see the smokes, but they're so focused on repositioning in this trench right now. Another 2-2 split. There goes Skur. Umave, pretty impressive here. I love their rotations here in this late game.
They're looking good, man. They went south to the island and worked their way up, so they've been edging in essentially this whole time, staying on the southern tip of the zone. I've liked their play so far, and Fishy, to me, is really standing out as a player to watch as we narrow it down to 4 teams here in the lobby, all of them relatively full strength, only a couple members down from 4 full squads. Looks like the Chosen and Execute slightly short-handed here, but all of these teams picking up a substantial amount of points thus far with elims. To match C4, who also picked up 6. Golden ended up with 6 points. DPS with 6 points. So some points getting spread around here. So no one's going to close the gap in a major way on Young Kings, but a bunch of teams going to be chipping away for sure.
Yeah, pretty stacked end game right here. And I love what we saw from Casper right there, leaning out the vehicle, trying to get some additional sight lines. That's what you love to see. But over here, the monster truck from K19 showing up there. Steve-O going to be spotting that thing out, taking some shots long range. Because now everyone just kind of playing the edge. And ooh,
that's the key knock.
Yeah, that's a huge knock for K19.
I was just going to mention Poppy Sour has been having his way with literally every team on the battlegrounds, just taking that mini and putting it into action, and just now finally able to get popped and removed from his position. Poppy Sour having to come down for the revive. That's going to eliminate that high ground position, allow teams like Execute, who were on the fringe, on that outside working their way in, gives them the opportunity to move up a little bit more uncontested, and it's up to Ander now to hold that front line while his team revives.
Yeah, and Ander has been pretty focused on keeping that monster truck alive here this game. I feel like you just got to let it be at this point. As Execute got a 2-1 split on the edge. They have a lot of room to work with. Ander's toe is going to be spotted behind the hay bale. Yeah, that monster truck kind of giving away their position over here. Ander is going to be trying to crawl back. Might be able to get over this ledge.
Quick smokes there from K19. That was really nicely done by them to try to preserve their team. But here comes the push from Execute. They rotate their way in 3v2. They take down Zed with the run over. Huge push here from Execute. Really nicely done.
Yeah, Execute opting to push down south over here and take this hay bale for cover, knowing that K19 are up there in the north. I love it. Looks like they're trying to blow up that bus too to get some splash damage. They do need to be cautious though of the Chosen.
Yeah, there's still
right
one
over the
player that
hill.
was jumping around right in the middle of him, wasn't there?
Yeah, really close to him.
Incoming nade. This is going to be huge from Necro. Stellar gets removed. That's a finish. Or no, he was back up. He's knocked again. So it looks like oh, there's the finish. You follow it up. And now we have a 4v3 v2. Anying goes down and finished. And so just like that, the Chosen removed. And it's come down to this, a 3v4 Execute versus K19. Can I go back to back with the predictions? Come on, Execute. Let's go.
Hey, yeah, the Chosen taking out right there was a big come up for both squads, because that was like the team that was the thorn in their side. Now they can concentrate on each other. They both know where each other are. K19 though, with the numbers advantage, they were able to get the pickups and the resets because Execute were focused on the Chosen.
Look at this vantage point, Dave. They're sitting in a monster truck. Not only is it great cover and obviously you can drive up hills, but you get to sit 18 feet in the air and point out exactly.
Your head's also
great opening
18
knock,
feet in the air.
That's huge. And a second one. It's 3v2 now. 2v2.
Huge grenade right there. The trades are coming back and forth.
It's
right
2v1,
here.
Dave. Execute can finish this.
Juancho.
Juancho barely survives.
Juancho knows where Adder is. Swap into the yump. Ooh, really
he connects
low.
with the headshot coming in from behind. And just like that, Execute finishes. Gets the winner chicken dinner. And I'm feeling good tonight, Dave. I'm feeling real good.
That was 2 for 2 for you on picks. That's
2 for
actually
2.
wild. That's actually wild. Well, Execute, they did a phenomenal job just staying alive, keeping those numbers until the late game, playing that west side. And I feel like the game-winning play for them was they knew where K19 was up in the north, right next to them. They knew they were there. They had them pinned down. What they really didn't know was how many members were down south. And that's when they got that knockdown there, made that push, and got the elims, but also the cover. The cover was so crucial because of the terrain and how it ended there at the end. So very heads up play from Execute right there. That was the game winning play for me. That push down south.
There was a number of like game breaking plays for sure. But I'd love to bring the other talent back on to chat with them. We got Hot Juice, we got Nepturo rejoining the desk here. And I would love to see what you guys thought of that game. That was a wild Miramar finish there. Hot Juice, I'll go to you first. What'd you think of the action in the desert, my friend?
K19 did great. That's what I really think. They did not
Excellent.
have that one. They weren't blessed the whole game. They had to fight their way through, and they just got a tough break at the end.
They did.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they were blessed long enough though. Hot Jukes. They had a big compound out in the middle of nowhere.
They don't feel blessed, PB.
It was way.
They don't
south.
feel blessed
They don't
right
feel
now.
blessed. They didn't bring it, man. They had the numbers. They had the position. They had homie in a monster truck, and they all let it slip away.
Yeah.
Let's go to the replays. Check out what exactly went down. Game number 2, Neptura. Tell us what you saw.
Oh, I saw a lot, honestly. I saw really great pushes, some really great plays from a lot of great teams. That top 3 played that super duper. K19 had great control over that. It's just, they had that, y'all were talking about the vantage point from the monster truck, right? And it was looking super good until they got that knock is what started the end for them. So I honestly, over back here, I was doing a little dance for X. No, I didn't predict them, but I've been watching Cute for a while now, and really nice to see them get a win over here and get a good that was a really win. Yeah, on this just look at this. This is really nice from the Golden Eagles. Very good. Very dominant looking in here. And the Panthers, I agree with you, PB. I like this from Zuko. This was cool.
I was gonna say, what did you think of the trash can hiding spot?
That was awesome.
Clutch. You just couldn't quite get any finishes from here, but I like this. Reminded me of like some hide and seek when I played when I was like 7 years old. But Zuko not able to to get out of a sticky spot here, but close. Almost made it out.
Yes, in
Mustache Dave. We saw Nova here. Had a strong game 1. An okay game 2. Do you think they're feeling it? Dave's not here, but I'm going to throw it to Hot Jukes.
I'm here. Hold up.
Oh, he's back, baby.
You
I've been
guys
here
sold
the
down the
whole time.
river. Production's like, Dave died. You're going to have to continue on without him. So,
On his birthday?
yeah,
my
his birthday. He's out of here.
Dang.
Something like that was in my ear. Anyway, Dave, the question was, Nova,
question?
decent performance game number 1. Yeah, okay in game number 2. Got split up a little bit, pieced up a little bit by the push from Dauntless. But ultimately, how do you think they're feeling at this point? You think they're feeling some pressure?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they had a okay point lead coming into this map, but then again, if you want to be number 1, Young Kings were just way ahead, so far ahead that you were gonna have to double time it, right? If you are Nova Esports. And what I mean by double time it is not only play the zones kind of like they did here in game number 2, but also try to get as many elims as possible. You know, get involved throughout the entirety of the map to try to close that gap that the Young Kings have right now on not only Nova, but the lobby as a whole after game number 1.
Absolutely. Well, we've got ourselves a little breakdown coming from Neptura here in just a moment. I am so excited, though, to see these standings here in just a moment, because what I saw was I saw a Young Kings team go out in 15th. So literally, it could be anybody's game at this point. Massive lead from Young Kings earlier on after the first map. But now, unfortunately, they put up a goose in this game. And we saw Execute putting up, I think it was 24 that game. So it's got to be close towards the top of these standings. It could have been a runaway, but we should have those here to report in just a moment as well. We'll stay on top of that in just a moment. But man, after 2 games of play, we've got Sandhawk coming up in just a moment. And the interesting thing is we've seen Shifan suit up now from Nova. He's going to be joining us at the desk and hanging out with us for a little pro player sit-in. And I'm excited for that. We're going to have a chance to bounce some like ideas off him here in the next game. So we'll bring him on shortly. But we do have our analyst segment here ready. We're going to throw it to you, Neptura, to break down our second game of the day of these Premier Finals.
Cool. Right. So just a very like quick little thing I did notice is the go back to K19 very, very quickly, and that initial push coming into the center of the circle, right? I saw the 2 split they were trying to do. It looked really good. The only issue, to be honest, with the K19 push there was it came out a little too far, right? It came out just too far. There was a nice play they could have used like right here, right? That truck, they moved that to the tree, and it was just a little far, and that's what kind of made it a bit more difficult. You see the Chosen there, they've got a nice little ridge. Execute have a great ridge across this way. That monster truck did allow them to have more coverage of that zone. I think a little too pushed out a little far. You know, a few meters back would have really helped them a little bit more, I think.
Well, thank you, Neptura. She's reporting in from the moon. And
yeah, I'm
got
sorry.
the breakdown. No, it's all good. We appreciate you joining us from all the way on the other side of the pond. But no, awesome breakdown. I agree that it's a double-edged sword, right? With that monster truck,
is.
you get that visibility. You can see over smoke walls. You can see, people snaking in the distance. The downfall is as well. They can see you too, and
They can see
Execute
you.
proved
Yeah.
it. And knocked him
PB.
right on out of the vehicle. What's up, Dave?
My question is just PB, right? I know I'm Dave and all. I know it's my birthday.
Hold on. He said Dave.
Oh,
He said
sorry.
Dave.
Go ahead,
My
go ahead,
question
Dave.
is that couch green screened in that wall? That's
It is not. This is a real chair that I'm on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is all real. No fakery
You heard
here.
it here first. It is a real couch. All right, Hot Jigs,
is.
coming to you. What you
All
got?
right. My question is, do you think that Young Kings would have needed that monster truck? Period.
No, dude. They got Joey, best player in the game. Guys, we're going to throw it to a quick break. We're coming right back with more Premier Division Finals here shortly. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back. We do not have Hot Jukes or Neptura here. This is an entirely different looking person. This is Shifan. Welcome to the broadcast, Shifan, of Nova Esports. Tell us, man. I expected you to be here to talk with us tonight. We had this set up. I didn't realize you'd be suiting up and playing in the matches tonight as well. How has it been going for Nova so far?
So far it's bad. It's bad. The first game was rough. The second game was even rough. Like is even more rough. Hopefully they can bounce back in the upcoming 4 games. Mm-hmm.
I liked the fight that you guys had with Dauntless. You had a bit of a split there on Miramar. Ended up with a couple in the house. I mean, you guys were able to win that engagement, but ultimately lost a couple of people in the process, kind of limiting your strength for later on in the fight. Tell us a little bit about, like, I guess your strategy with regards to kind of rotating through the map. I mean, it's been interesting to see you guys control so much of the battlegrounds with players on the flank. It looked like QZ was doing kind of like the lead scout jobs, basically seeing if he could cut a path through all of these teams that were rotating. How do you guys typically set things up? I mean, if it's top secret, feel free to dodge the question, my friend. But what are you guys doing when you're trying to move into those circles as the zones are collapsing?
well, it's not top secrets or anything. It's just in this upcoming split, we did a lot of changes. We have new players coming in, and we brought QZ back. As most of the viewers may know, like QZ is one of the top fragger in PMP Americas. He showed his greatest strength, and in terms of strategies, so in this split, we're doing like two IGLs, like both Ren and QZ. They both are going to be the IGL for the team. It's kind of like taking burdens for like from each other's shoulder, and yeah, because they were like more towards like fragger role, and now they're like slowly transitioning to the IGL. And yeah, like in this split, we like players are confident with their gun skills, and they're more than happy to take fights early on, because as we consider like ourselves as one of the best, we're one of the best gun skill. We have the like one of the best gun skills like in NA. Yeah,
I fully agree with that.
Start.
I want to ask you one more question before I throw it to Dave here. I'm sure he's got some stuff lined up for you as well. But you mentioned kind of Ran and QZ kind of splitting like the IGL duties. Talk about what that looks like on a team where, you know, a lot of teams play with one IGL, one person calling the shots. What does it look like to have two, especially if they're in the lineup at the same time? How does that dynamic kind of play out?
Well, definitely they just practice a lot, and they have to like their brain, we have to like sync their brain together so that they don't like, you know, doing completely different thing on the battleground. Basically just practice and sync their brain together. So basically that's how it works.
Love it. Dave, all you, my man.
So the Matrix, confirmed. We got it. Nova out here with the Matrix strats. Meanwhile, everybody else playing, 2020 PUBG Mobile. So let's get into Sandhawk here. Chiefon, we did see you playing game number 1, though. I wanted to ask, what's like the feel of this lobby here in Titan Series tonight? Like from the ground, in game, what were the vibes like?
It's just like it's giving me back the PMPL back when I was playing, like mostly giving me the PMPL vibes. Yeah, teams are trying hard, they're pulling serious, and yeah, it feels great.
That's awesome. Well, I'm super happy to have you riding along with us on Sandhawk, especially because this is known as like Nova's map. So really grateful that you're riding along with us. You know, maybe shed some insights on how you guys are kind of playing it. Obviously, looting up the south, saw me, the whole peninsula down there now near Bontai, etc. Really like the splits early on. You guys really have made a statement on this particular map. Before we go into kind of some of that and watch some of these teams play, I gotta ask Dave, man. We didn't do predictions. I'm gonna start off early on this one. I've gone last every time. I'm gonna go first. I'm gonna say Nova Esports takes it here on Sandhawk.
You took it because that was my pick too. I have to go with Nova because we got Chiefon with us, and I think it's their game.
Amazing. Let's go straight to the hard hitting question. Chiefon, are you guys gonna clutch it up and win here? What's the deal?
For me right now, I'm more concerned about there's one K19 members landing with us. I'm not sure if the teams know. I'm not sure if the player's disconnected or something, but he's like the player is landing right like in the middle of our team. So I'm kind of like worried about that.
Do you think they're doing it on purpose to try to mess with you guys a little bit?
Potentially, yeah. Because we fight with each other a lot in sprint. They could be one of their strategies coming to the finals.
Well, hopefully it doesn't end up like Nate here shooting some boxes. The Panthers getting off early against C4, and just like that, C4 Esports out of the lobby. One of the teams that finished on the top of the Challenger Division, winning the finals earlier this week, making an early exit here on Sandhawk as the Panthers really have been impressive on this the past 2 weeks. Nate, in specifics, just clutching it up like crazy last week, and still kind of in that zone here at Paradise Resort. Did you happen to catch any of those clips last week from the broadcast, Chiefon?
Yeah, I mostly watched all of it. I watched all of it. Yeah.
I knew you've been, kind of tuned in and obviously paying attention to what we're doing with the Titan series, but wasn't sure, obviously, with your playing duties and how much time you're spending actually, playing. And are you coaching the team, or like what kind of role do you play when you're not suiting up?
We have a coach that's like coaching the team mostly. So for me, I'm more like managing the team.
Cool.
Because more into like doing more like managing stuff and administrative stuff for the organization as well, not just for the team.
That's great. No, that's really cool, man. It's awesome to learn more about you and the role that you play. And obviously, for those of you guys watching in the chat, if you guys didn't know, Shifon's a YouTuber as well, making great content, specifics to helping players learn how to play the game better from a pro perspective. And who better to learn from than a pro player from one of the best teams in the land in Nova Esports? You guys can check him out at Shifon on YouTube. Is there anywhere else that you would like people to follow you, dude?
No, that's fine. YouTube is fine. Thank you, PB, for the shout out.
Of course. Love to see you continuing to grow and make great content, and obviously always rooting on Nova, and hopefully you guys do well. It looks like Neptura said, dang, I was going to go Nova as well. I asked a couple of our other casters for their predictions just so we could keep a tally. She said she was going to go Nova. She'll go K19, trying to, pick on the scab here, this rivalry brewing down south. Would love to keep an eye on that, but we do have a fight brewing right now. Ultimate Gaming. Fisherman seems to keep getting caught solo today. He's won one of those and not so lucky this time around or last map, but Mazexis seems to have his number at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like Trick is going to be receiving some shots in the back line here, but Ulysses is going to be pushing Fisherman 69. So Fisherman just pinned down, 3v1 situation. It's pretty much going to be done, but thanks in advance, Shifon, by the way. If I ask a lot of questions here, we got you. I'm going to be picking your brain here all game long. Thanks for taking the time. I wanted to ask a follow-up question as we watch Fisherman pop out. Oh, okay, with the shotgun, though. Taking down, taking down Ulysses. Oh, and
my
Peralta.
goodness.
So Fisherman, shotgun. Trick is just back there watching this. Shifon, tell me, like, the shotgun meta, are we in it right now, and why, I guess?
I think it's just so OP in CQC where you can just one-shot players. Like, if you're trying to go pro, you have the shotgun, getting used to playing with shotgun instead of like UMP. I think that's a way to go for CQC in comp.
Wow. I gotta say, Mazexis went from a position of strength to getting bullied very quickly here. Trick, the last member alive at this point, and Ultimate Gaming, while they are down a member, they pick up a couple of elims early on in this one, and that's off of the back of, again, strong DBS shotgun play here. We saw the same thing in Milta in game number 1 from them. A little bit risky of fight. Like, this is not a fight that I don't think they wanted to take. They got cornered, and ultimately, the DBF just proves to be too strong. But they'll take it. They're picking up some points.
That they are. What a scrappy fight here. And kind of going back to your point with Nova Esports, because we got you here. You said games 1 and 2, not the best. Like, how do players, from your perspective and your experience, like, how do you not tilt, if that makes sense? How do you focus up and come to that next match trying to get that winner chicken dinner without letting the past performances kind of get in the way of that, Shifon?
Well, for my players, I don't think any of them would tilt because they would be playing comp for, like, most of them playing more than a year, some maybe 2 or 3 years. But for new players coming in, it's just something you have to get used to it, because you have to think a way that if you're tilted, right, you're gonna perform worse. So you better not to do that. you have to adapt to it with time. Yeah.
Does Nova have a as we look at the lineups, oftentimes you see different players kind of popping in and out. And like the Titan series, you might be trying to feel out different rosters, different chemistry. Do you guys typically prefer to run with a set starting 4? Or do you have specialists that come in for a particular map that may be better at it historically than another player? How do you guys typically prefer to operate?
Oh, well, for that, for this split, so right now, what are we seeing right now? Kindness, GK first, QZ, and Erin. They will be the main 4 competing in the upcoming PMPL. And we don't really have, I don't think that really works. Like, for example, you use different starters for different maps. All players pro players should be, like, they should be aware of all the maps, not just, we assign some players to, you go study Vikendi, you go study Sandhawk, and you will be playing those maps. That doesn't really work. It will, like, kind of ruin the team's momentum, and also you need time, especially in comp. The very first few games, you don't really have the feeling. You are not feeling yourself. Sometimes you need a little bit of time to warm up. Yeah. So
I appreciate the answer. So trying to stick with the, a consistent starting four, build that chemistry, regardless of the map. And you can see Phoenix here getting run off. Ultimate Gaming finally able to peek out and fire some shots back to gain back this position. They're still trying to get out of this compound. They've been locked down here for 5 minutes or so, and Phoenix not letting them get away easily.
Yeah, Fisherman actually unlocking that next level after that 2v1, essentially over here. Still going to be racking up some points as they got Phoenix right ahead of them. We did see the mini map though a couple moments ago, and one thing that I did notice that did stand out to me: the only team that was still deep in the blue. G-Fine, I think you know where I'm going with this. Your team, Nova Esports, all the way in the blue here. What's the strat with that? Well, why is the team, I guess, doing that here this game?
Well, because we're like the zone is always so far from us, so we better just take our time and loot up and be prepared for the upcoming circles. So basically, yeah, that's what it is. It's not like we're mass dreading because the new PMPL formats, the zones hurts a lot. You guys won't be able to see Dr. Koi or Dr. Shifan healing in the blue. Yeah.
I do love the predictability of some of those. As Young Kings and the Chosen getting into it, and this one, Joey not able to help. He's got to heal instead, prioritizing getting back into this fight. Chosen looking strong right now, really taking the fight to Young Kings as they're down to just one member left.
The Chosen is playing super well today.
They turned it around this week, man. The last 3 weeks, it was really, it hurt to watch them. And then this week in the Challenger division, to play in the finals, it looked like a completely different team. They've been really strong. So really liking the turnaround from them.
Yeah, I
think you're winning. Sorry, Dave,
go for it.
No, I was just saying the Chosen probably got a confident boost after winning the Challengers, right? Challenger series.
They got second. They were 1 point out of first place, but still, I mean, they moved on. So they certainly won as far as getting back here to play today.
Yeah, okay. And I think you were playing game number 1, but talking to them, they also mentioned that they changed up their sleeping schedule to play in the Titan series. So I believe, in the Premier League, their sleeping schedules might have been a little off. So they are definitely coming to play here today.
That's true. Yeah, I know they have at least 1 or 2 Chinese players, and the time difference can be a little bit trouble for those players. Especially have to wake super early, like 5 a.m. in the morning, and to play. Some people, some players just can't adapt to it quickly.
That's tough. I know I would struggle with that if I had to wake up early and perform. Like, sure, I can make it out of bed, but my brain's not necessarily firing sharply just yet. As far as you mentioned the Chosen as a team that you kind of were impressed with their turnaround this last week. Who of the remainder of these teams do you kind of have some respect for and feel like they could, challenge you guys in this particular lobby? Are there any teams that stand out to you?
Oh, definitely YKG. YKG is probably another team that's almost they are equally good. They have equally good gun skills as Nova. I think they're one of the best team in the lobby as well. YKG would be a strong opponent for Nova in this upcoming split.
Do you see a rivalry developing there? How do you approach when you go to PMPL and you play for the region? Obviously, you're in it for yourself, but are you hoping that others from the region perform well, or are you hoping that you're coming out on top? How do you guys view that as far as competition from the same lobbies?
Yeah, we're definitely trying to get the first place. We were trying to get the first place in every split, but we always came in second, always. So that's rough. But it took me a lot of time to put the team together, to get the right players and build up their chemistry. Hopefully, they can secure the first place in the upcoming split.
Interesting.
Well, best of luck to you guys. Definitely, we'll be watching.
The 2 IGLs will help contribute to that then? That goal? Is that what the team needed to kind of take it to that next level to get that first place possibly?
Yeah, definitely.
Nice.
Oh, I do see Nova lost 1 players. GK first kind
Yeah,
of
Panthers. Look at them. They got three players down right now. I'm not sure who they're fighting. I kind of missed it, but it looks like GK just got knocked out and eliminated as well.
So how does that change up the game plan then, Sheaf, on like end game when you have the full squad up, right? And then you're doing the scouting, you lose one. Does that change up the strats at all? Does the team kind of pump the brakes a little more?
Definitely, like you always have the full strength when you play with a full squad. It's super important in those competitive play. Lose some players early on, that would just hurt the original team's plan. They have to like change it according to that. You see, like Nova right now, they're like playing on the edge. If their GK was not got killed by Team X, they were probably taking a more they would be more spread out and trying to get more control on the zone.
Makes a lot of sense. Panthers able to avoid disaster early in this one already with 8 elims down to 1 member.
Oh,
they're able to get
reset.
those revives.
That's nice.
Got the full reset. So good for them.
Yeah, I think coming into this match, they were hovering around that 10th or 11th place position, if I'm not mistaken, and they really haven't been moving too much. So this could be their game to really turn things around here. As Shivon mentioned, losing one early on definitely changed up the game plan a little bit, as Kindness going to be taking some shots with the M4 down range. Nova Esports right there on the edge, hoping the next circle hard shifts to them. It does not. But they do have some vehicles, and I already see all of them in their vehicles already rotating early on here.
Execute coming off a big win last game. They're obviously looking forward to keeping the momentum going full strength right now, and I believe they were the squad to pick one off of Nova there. I think it was them to take down GK from distance. And now we got Dauntless into it with K19. So we'll see what happens with the DBS here. That is such a scary sounding weapon in close range. I mean, how does that make you feel as a player when you're like pushing somebody and you hear that DBS go off? It's like, oh no, it could be it for us.
Oh, you definitely change the way you want to handle those CQC situations.
Yeah, like that right there. You hear that gun go off, and it's just like, if that bullet lands, you're out. It's over.
So I think PUBG Mobile is like more like PUBG PC now. They're like if you're pushing with a guy with a shotgun, you better use your throwables. Trying to either flash the opponent or use your like molly instead of like just blindly rushed in and again not contested.
It's a great point. That's one of the things, in my own personal play, not that I'm a pro or anything by any means, but I don't use stuns as much as I probably should in those CQB situations, just because, they don't do a ton. But yeah, I think if you could make somebody miss by just a little bit with those DBSs, that's everything, because you make a miss, you likely get the elim. If you don't, they win for sure.
The Chosen and Dope at it right here. Sup Pig
Ajay just got inside just barely, Dave. Did you see that?
Yeah, and Sup Pig's bleeding out across the way too. I almost feel like this is the moment for Dope to make the push here, but they are somewhat hesitant. Like Gaji did get picked up.
Their Overwatch cannot. Yeah, that's probably the why they're hesitate.
Nesquik out there in the distance. Good call out. Look at the shotgun.
How did that connect?
Through the window.
Man.
Jeez.
That gun is so nasty.
Just too strong. Yeah. Is this a 1v1 now?
Throw it off the post. Come on, Stellar. You want to do it. Throw it off the post.
And they confirms.
No.
Oh, the Panthers revive in the area too. Might be third party in this.
Oh.
This is a ridiculous fight. It's just all DPSs.
Oh, the Panthers with a third party. Stellar swapping.
They're both 1 HP. Look at this. And the blue zone is going to get them both. Oh, no.
He's dead.
Oh, no. Stellar, not like this. I feel so bad for him to go out like that. Like, they were both at like 2 HP. Then all of a sudden, you see the zone just come up out of nowhere. That is really, really funny.
Panthers swooping in at the perfect moment. Next circle does pop, and they're right there on the edge up in the north. Joey, the only player right now in the actual zone, is solo from the Young Kings. Is all they need, as some would say.
YKG can probably secure top 3 with that compound.
Execute still 4 up though, late game, and once again they're gonna be playing the west side of the zone here.
It's an interesting point, Shifan. You think they can get top 3 just Joey?
Yeah, I think so, because teams don't really go to that compound because that was like all the mountains are surrounding that. Teams would rather secure those mountains near it instead of like sending people into the compound.
Now, is the play for Joey to be noisy at that compound, or does he want to hide?
He just want to hide, honestly. And I think nobody will be out here.
Ooh.
And Nova does go out. Unfortunate. My pick is out in 8th.
All of our picks are out at 8 right there. As the Panthers still up at the top. Dauntless though, looking to save a teammate. Picking him up.
This is clutch. He's going to get him into the zone.
And we get it. Oh, but Execute. Oh, I don't know about taking these shots, though. Execute is not going to be looking in this direction.
All right. We need to give Royce the Medal of Honor. He just picked up a teammate.
Oh, Joey done. What? Okay, what's up with this game?
Come on.
Yeah, this game, every single team is like shooting the crates. What's up with that, Shifan?
I have no idea. I have no idea what kind of beef they got in scrims. They probably fight a lot. And shoot out each other's crate.
I feel like those bullets, I mean, I know I would probably want to keep them for shooting at the enemies, but, the ones that are still alive. I don't know. Wancho, though, seems to know what he's doing. He finished the last match on top of all players in damage. He had 1,227 damage in game number 2, followed by Casper from Execute, 1,221 damage. So 2 players over 1,200 damage on the same team. Execute flying pretty high right now. Again, another top 3 finish. Looking strong here for a second game in a row.
Oh, man. How important, I always talk about this, Shifan, how important is momentum in the game like PUBG Mobile? Say you win a game with a bunch of kills. How does that impact the squad rolling into that next match?
I think that's a huge part. If you you got a lot of kills in those first few games, especially in a format like this where only 6 games final, momentum becomes like really important. I think it's even more important than consistency.
Oh, that's a good take. Appreciate that.
Panthers out, and that's a marvelous performance from them. They pick up 18 points this game. That's going to be huge for them in the overall leaderboards. Still 3 games to play for them after this one, but now the attention turns to Dauntless and Execute, each with 9 eliminations going into this final circle. Roy's, again, winning the Medal of Honor, pulling his teammate into the circle, all for naught as he ends up solo against 3 very hungry Execute players here, and they are on the push. They smell that blood in the water. A bunch of sharks are circling here.
Oh, they're done.
Oh,
that'll be that.
Execute back-to-back. I do not believe, PB, we've had back-to-back wins here in the Titan series yet. I might be wrong, but back-to-back wins. I am correct. First time ever.
You are not correct, fools. Challenge your division. XQS, baby. We're gonna throw that in y'all's face. Production somewhere. You're correct. No, but Premier Division though, that's the first time we've seen it back to back. Thoughts, Shifan? What did you think of the game? First off, just general perspective. Then we'll go into Nova here shortly. But what were you thinking here with Sandhawk? We saw Execute finish with back to back. Is this a team you guys have got to look out for at this point? Seems like the momentum might be starting to roll a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Team X, they definitely performing in the 2 games. For Sandhawk, I think the zone, like whichever team winning the Sandhawk match is more like zone. It's more like zone based. You can't really like the Sandhawk hard shift is just very nasty. Like you just have to fight your way through, and especially like and X was holding their ground, and they shoot Nova away and they killed one from the Nova player, and they got the zone, like they just shoot everyone and get the chicken dinner there.
So as far as Nova goes, we saw them drop early. K19 kind of got into the mix of things just a little bit and maybe disrupted the at least the speed of rotation or whatever, and then ultimately got picked by Execute, eventually won the game. What did you see from your team? We didn't have them a lot on camera, but from what you did pick up contextually, what are you hoping to improve on as the night goes on?
Well, definitely, I feel like they just need to be aware of where other teams are at, especially like Team X, because they lose really like near us, and we need to be aware of their rotations, and especially during like scouting, and you just need to have someone cover you, and so that you don't get knocked and thirsted. Yeah, those like detailed things. Like I think Nova team can definitely improve on that.
Amazing, man. Well, Shifan, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you get your insights, pick your brain a little bit, and hear a little bit about what you guys have going on at Nova. I wish you the absolute best of luck, not only here in the Titan series as we finish up the Premier Division Finals, but also in PMPL and whatever comes next professionally for you guys as a squad. Thank you for being here. And for those of you guys watching, go follow Shifan. That's Xifan on YouTube, and get those strats, baby. Dial it in like Nova. But Shifan, any final words from you?
Thank you, PB and Dave, inviting me here, and thank you everyone who's supporting Nova. We have a quiet announcement coming up, so stay tuned.
Ooh. Amazing. I think I have a hint. I'm not going to dig too deep into that one because I know you can't talk about it just yet. But again, best of luck with the announcements and with your spot at PMPL. We'll keep an eye on Nova moving forward. Again, thank you so much for being here. From this point, we'll bring back on Hot Juice. We'll bring on Neptura and figure out exactly how they felt game number 3 went down. Hot Juice, what's up, dude? We got you back. Neptura's lost on the moon. All good, but we got Jukesy back. Let's talk. What'd you see on Sandhawk, dude? Execute coming away with his second chicken dinner in a row. Are they unstoppable? What's the deal?
Off back to back. I mean, they did it in a tough way, just like they did in that Miramar match. So, I mean, it was great to see them. It was, of course, always good, to hear Shifan's commentary over the gameplay. Shifan, have my babies, Other than that, Nate finally got his revenge in Sandhawk, PB. Look at that.
Woo-wee. Nate is happen. He's singing, loving what's going on here. Nate just getting the shaft last week, and this week he's not having any of it. He's going to go out on top. Yeah, the Panthers, 18 points, I think, this week we saw during the game, and they didn't finish even on the top of the leaderboard, so they got to like their performance here in game number 1.
I've been waiting for it, man. I've been waiting for it. I've been calling for the Panthers since the start of this whole tournament, and finally we see them come up big. The DBS action in Sandhawk is becoming more insane every single day.
It really is. Dave, do you like the DBS meta? Like, what are your thoughts here? Do you wish you would be back for like submachine guns, or you liking the shotguns?
Nah, shotguns all day, man. You just hit one of these slugs to the dome, you're done. And we heard it from Shifan. Like, if you want to be a pro player, or you're even thinking about being a pro player, you need to be able and comfortable rocking a shotgun, at least as a secondary. You heard it from the pro himself.
Oh, that play from Stellar was so sick. In the
last so second. Bad for him on this one, like he wins the fight, gets it done, and after all that, he's rewarded with a blue zone death. It's just like, what do you do?
Yeah, but take it to the bank, right? 1 more point's better than none. So, I mean, he definitely fought for it, and he got it at the end of the day here. Dauntless has been a sneaky team. I think teams really need to keep an eye on Dauntless because they've been finishing pretty high so far in the first 3 matches, and they've been getting a lot of points.
I agree with you. Dauntless is a team that I kind of had as my dark horse pick early on. I was looking at Young Kings to kind of, do their thing and take it to the lobby here. But obviously, Execute, one of the favorites as well. I would say Execute's like just a small smidgen tier below like YKG and Nova, but still incredibly talented and obviously played together for a bit, and they're bringing it so far. Here is the match rankings though from our 3rd match on Sandhawk, and as you can see, Execute finishing on top of that leaderboard once again. Winner chicken dinner, bagging 20 points and ultimately respect. They're putting some respect on that name. Dave, any surprises here looking at this leaderboard first page?
Yeah, I think the Panthers are definitely a standout squad for me, and it just goes to show you how important it is to third-party other squads on a map like Sandhawk. We see them with 13 elims here and not a lot of placement points, so that's definitely going to help them on the overalls. Another thing that is kind of hurting me at my core here today, in my soul,
Golden Eagles?
they've been laying eggs, they've been laying eggs all night long. And I love, baby eagles and all, but at the end of the day, there's only one team that's going to be in first place at the end of the night here.
And it's not going to be the Golden Eagles, Dave.
Oh man,
I'm sorry to say it, man.
Whoa.
Laying eggs is part of what eagles do. That's in their nature. It's in their
They do
blood.
lay
And
eggs.
we take a leak at the overall standings here. Execute. Oh man, they're looking
Hello.
good. 2 chicken dinners already, and pretty commanding lead here. One thing I wanted to point out on those match rankings was the gap between 4th and everyone else. Last game after Ultimate Gaming, it was just nothing as far as points are concerned. But as we see after 3 games, we have looks like several teams here, probably 7, that are starting to compete here for that that what do you call the top of the standings?
Top of the standings. Top of the
ridiculous.
standings. Do we have the prize graphic as well, just to kind of remind people what we were fighting for here today? Here it is. First place, second place, and third place is where you want to be here at the end of the night. And Execute at the top, already getting such a lead as they are. And one thing that Shifan mentioned that really stood out to me that I actually really did enjoy hearing, momentum is almost more important than consistency in these short tournaments. So that really stuck out to me. And if there was a team with that momentum today, Execute. It has to be the team with 2 back-to-back chicken dinners here.
You'll love to see it. Neptura, we're going to bring her back in, coming in from the moon station. Here we are.
Hello.
We've got her.
I am back.
You had an opportunity to watch that 3rd game on Sandhawk. Picked K19 after their drop onto Nova. It didn't work out.
I know.
I believe went out at 9th, 10th, somewhere in that range. But tell
Somewhere.
us what you saw. Sandhawk, Jungle. How did it shape up for you game 3?
Execute taking that win. Love to see that from them. I'm super excited to see them top of that leaderboard because they've been super consistent the entire qualifiers, but they've been so quiet and so nice to see them really aching for that win and grabbing it. And I made a comment in chat as well I love what the consistency. If you look at them in that final phase, final circle, Sandhawk versus Miramar, same side of zone, same sort of split. Sandhawk, they did a little bit of a 2-2 rather than sticking a bit more together and doing more even split, but it's still the same sort of split that we saw from them in Miramar. It was the same strategy the entire time. So those comparisons, you can see how consistent they really, really are, and that's what's getting them those wins. Super, super well done from Execute. Love to see how they're starting to really just meld together as a team. And shout out to some of those other teams as well. That DBS fight. DBS, shout out to DBS, but I hate it. Nerf it immediately. There's no way that range should be like that. Just none at all. It shouldn't be that way, but GG's.
I hate to play the contrarian Neptura, but I think they should buff it.
Buff
I think
it.
they should add to the range.
Why not?
I want to
No.
see
Why
200
not?
meter snipes with the DBS. That's what I want to see.
Put it 8 times
Can
on
you
it.
imagine an 8 times on a DBS?
100%. I certainly can. Back in the early days of PUBG Mobile, I used to rock an 8 times on my Scar. So I can certainly imagine one
absolutely.
on the DBS. I would love to see it. So anyway, trolling a little bit here.
Yeah.
The DBS awfully strong. But what I will say about Execute, you made the point that they have been, pretty consistent, finishing on top of the leaderboards, picking up those chicken dinners. They're not just doing it with the rank, right? 20 rank points so far for them, but also leading all teams in eliminations. They're doing it on both ends of the spectrum here, picking up those eliminations, being aggressive, taking fights where they can, but also getting that great position late game, and then ultimately picking up clutch plays like Wancho and the gang, man. They're delivering in a big way right now. Execute has all of the momentum going into game 4. So as we take a peek at what's coming up, we have Vikendi going to the winter snow here to have some fun on the ice. Vikendi I would love to understand who you guys think is going to be pulling out the dub on this one. Hot Jukes, hit it to me first. Let's go with predictions for Vikendi. Who you picking?
Bro, you know what, dude? I think momentum creates consistency, right? Why don't we go execute with the 3P, maybe? You know what I'm saying? Pulling out the turkey
love it.
in Vikendi, what more could you want? I think they got it. Man. They're on fire. This has been the awakening for Execute that everybody's been waiting for. I've been hoping to see the Panthers wake up. They did, but it's a little too late, I think. But I mean, if they go crazy and pull, a 15 elimination chicken dinner, they could get in the running as well. I think the team that everybody needs to really watch for, though, is Dauntless. Dauntless has been sneaking up. We haven't been talking about them a lot, but if they just start getting the consistency that they've been doing, they could take this tournament.
I think that's a good call. Klaus and company over there at Dauntless really packing some punch. I'm not going to give my prediction just yet, although I'm on the screen, on the spot right now. The spotlight on me. I'm going to call on you, Dave. Who are you thinking here for game number 4, Vikendi? Who we picking?
Yeah, no problem. And feel free to keep the spotlight on PB here as I give my take, if it is a birthday gift and all. But yeah, I think great question. I thought I was going to say on. Has to be do or die. Now is the time to shine. Now is the time to have that baby egg hatch into something beautiful here. And it has to be a chicken dinner for the Golden Eagles, if that makes sense. This is their game, because if they can't get some type of point, some type of foothold here in this match, I believe they had like 9 elims all day, maybe 1 placement point. If they can't get a foothold now, it's not going to happen later, right? I mean, that's just being real here. So I think Vikendi, Eagles, 1+1, 2. This is their game.
It's fantastic arithmetic there, Dave. Appreciate the prediction. Natura, before we send you off, hook us up with who your pick is for Vikendi. Who's winning in the snow?
All right, there's 2. I always have 2. It's just how it is. But both of these teams, I think, will want a reset coming into this, and with a kind of a different map than the regular ones we're used to seeing. I think Nova gonna want to reset with this one. I think they're gonna be going big or going home for this. They want a good game going into the second half of the finals, so it could be them. The other one I am looking at, though, is C4. Again, they started off really strong, and then they've kind of tapered off a little bit. They've fallen short just a bit. I mean, with that squad wipe in Paradise, really not a great game for them to leave on that. So again, with that reset, I think coming through, Vikendi's going to be a great game for that. So I think either one of those have a really good shot here mentally of really wanting to grab those wins.
Now, I appreciate the hedge on this, but now that we've made it through the first round of this bracketed tournament of Neptura's picks, let's go to the finals. When we pit C4 against Nova in the final circles, who's winning that fight? Come on, make a choice. We got to hold you to it here. We got to put the feet to the fire a little bit.
For goodness sake. C4 have been looking stronger today, but Nova are looking really good overall. So I'm going to go with Nova on this one. Nova.
Locking it in. Nova. Final answer. Thank you, Neptura. We'll see you after game number 4 for the breakdown. Now for my pick. We're going back to the Young Kings. They've had a couple of disappointing performances, couple games in a row. Joey ain't going to let it slide, man. They're going to figure it out. They're 24. I mean, it's all over. 24K is coming back with that DBS, and it's on. That's what's up. Young Kings coming back. They're going to take this game number 4. No doubt in my mind. But I got to put a couple of teams on notice here. We were a little hard on Wall Street Bets on Tuesday. I'm looking at Team Mobility. I'm looking at Team Phoenix. And I'm looking at Bope. 4, 5, and 6 points, fellas. Single digits after 3 games. That's not going to fly. We need you to turn it around. I'm putting you on notice. If you don't pull through here, you've lost my vote of confidence. So we're going to get to it. Dave, Hot Jukes, taking it away for game number 4. I'm going to take a little breather. I'll be back with you guys after this one.
Yes, sir. Take that breather. Take a deep breath, buddy, because this tournament's almost over. Only this one and 2 more left to go, Dave. Happy birthday to the big mustache, Dave. Make sure you guys go show him some love on the Twitter, on the Instagram as well.
Yeah. So for my birthday, I know you're going to ask this next. What I want.
This is what I was going to ask, yeah.
This is what I want. Chicken dinner for the Golden Eagles this game.
Wow.
That's it. That's not much. It's doable, right?
You mean this game or this week?
This maybe like in 3 days from now. It's okay. It's okay.
All right.
But I think this game would be preferable you know.
Yeah, otherwise it'll be belated. We don't want that.
Who wants to, you know, by then, who knows? But Golden Eagles already going to be dropping by themselves. It looks like they have a lot of room to work with in circle number 1 here. What is circle, by the way? I mean, it's just right there, smack in the middle. And I think the Golden Eagles should have priority when it comes to center zone here. Which
I thought they were going to drop
thing,
to Villa, but it looks like they decided to pass it. Hopefully they realize that, hey, this is clear soul right now. Let's go ahead and head towards there.
Little U-turn.
Yeah. Full loot, dead center of the map. What more could you ask for if you're Golden Eagles and if you're Mustache Dave? That's what I'm saying.
Seriously. I did like that you said momentum is what did you say? Momentum breeds consistency. I like that. That was the cherry on top of G-Fon's insights. But talking about the insights,
and headshots create knocks.
Headshots create, just like 1 + 1 = 2. Yeah, the Chosen have been a completely different team here tonight. Now that they have proper rest, I have to say.
Oh yes, they do. They've got their good naps in. They are wide awake and ready, looking to make some of that cheddar. Oh, what a shot there from Gaji with the Tommy gun from long range on the roof. That is 2 knocks. They should be full sending it right now.
Yeah, the Chosen, most of their points here this evening have been in elims. So I wouldn't be surprised if they opt to just full send it here.
Ultimate Gaming is in big trouble. They are done for. If they need to run, just run, buddy. You don't need no loot. Just run. Because the Chosen, they're coming for you. Here comes Anying. Uh-oh, wait, do I see a DBS in hand on Cobra? Ready
DBS
to strike.
Versus Tommy gun. That's a good one.
DBS all day long in the building. I'll tell you that right
Especially
now.
in the stairs, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but what about
Anying 360 nade?
Yeah.
Does not hit.
All right. He could 1v3.
He could 1v3. Oh, he pulled a nade.
That's
risky.
What is going
Oh, that could have been a huge play. Did he get it? Oh. He gets one. Gets two. Wow. Cobra. Is he going to get the finish? Yep, he gets the finish on 1.
6 more bullets.
Oh, the jump shot. How did you not see that coming, Cobra? You had to know it was coming, but Gaji couldn't get it done fast enough to save his whole team. But man, he was lucky to find that DBS on the way over. Cobra. I'm surprised Cobra didn't go for those hard finishes too on both.
Did get 1, I believe.
Yeah, he did take 1 down. That was scary. That was way too scary for the Chosen.
When in doubt, shotgun it out. That's the new thing. Honestly, I feel like the DBS, it takes that solo kind of play, being like back against the wall, and it almost changes the tides almost, you know. It makes that solo kind of a buff, you know. Like
it is
buff solo.
The shotgun. It is the shotgun. Back in the day,
like, you become Rambo or the Terminator at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too consistent. It's got great range. Obviously, you know, one shot consistently. You know, the S12K and the pump shotgun have let me down too many times, you know? It's just not reliable.
Questionable, though. I understand the grenade to maybe get something going on, but it was just too risky. Popping your whole body out right there to toss it?
Ugh. Yeah, you know, I would have liked to see him just kind of like, just toss it straight in, like to the hallway, like without even peeking.
Yeah, the whole body peek.
Just to kind of, but what it did do is it separated the team.
Okay.
The timing that he did, right? So he threw it in the middle, and it forced one player to go forward and the other 2 to back up, which bought him a little bit of time. So surprisingly, it did work out, right? I do agree that I do not think it was optimal, you know, by any means necessary. But for how it played out, I think it did work. I wish he would have gotten a little bit more hyper aggressive though. Like after he got those 2 knocks, just push, dude. Just go and try to get that lucky 3rd hit. But at the same time, you're making that bet, right? Your whole team's pretty much gone. You're like, hey, do I get these confirmed points before I go out? I mean, that's little hesitation.
Yeah, I think you're already feeling it at that point. You already got 2 knocks, and your teammates are probably just telling you you're just better. You know, that's the only explanation. You just full push with those 6 more slugs, right? To really
go ham.
Go ham. I think you go ham in that situation compared to slowing it down a little bit there.
Yeah. Speaking of
Because
him,
it's a lot better looking for you, and it feels a lot better when you get a squad wipe compared to confirming one elim. Like, let's just be real. You know
That's
what
true.
I'm saying? So they do still have one alive, I do believe, as we see them on the leaderboard. But yeah, these shotguns, man, definitely interesting kind of storyline that's been developing here in the Titan series.
bro, I mean, it is here to stay. You know, until they change that DPS, it's gonna be the meta in the CQC. It's just too strong to pass up. There ain't no gun in the game that's a one-shot knockout like the way it was. I mean, we saw that one time in the Premier qualifiers. I think it was the Chosen and Sandhawk, right? Guy was going up the ladder, almost full HP against somebody that was literally dead, you know, like half an HP, and just got that half HP person just shotgun that full HP person 100-0, you know?
No health, no problem.
No health, no problem, man.
No health, no
is,
problem.
It is the gun to have. Well, you know what? You were talking about, you know, you got to go ham.
Mm-hmm.
You know what goes really good with ham, Dave?
Cheese.
Eggs.
Eggs.
So are we going to see the Golden Eagles
I was close.
drop an egg here, right? Or are they going to get that cheese?
They wanna
Are they
hatch.
going to get that cheddar?
No. We don't want them to drop an egg anymore. We got enough eggs, man. We want them to hatch. This is their moment to hatch. They've been underneath the heat lamp for about 3 matches. You know, it's
Incubating.
time. It's ready to go.
Mm.
And remember, they had
gotta get
zone
cracked.
priority when it comes to being in the center with that Villa drop, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, that's all good and dandy, but they're so far on the overall leaderboards that you gotta be proactive. You know, you can't just hang out in
I agree.
Villa drinking the margaritas. Like, you gotta be proactive. You gotta look for these fights. You gotta look to third party and get these elims here tonight.
They're going to need them. They're going to need them big time. I mean, they are way too far behind on the leaderboards in order to try and get some of that money, some of that cheddar. You were talking
Money.
about that cheese, right? It's up there. It's up there, but it's only for the top 3 teams. So
Yeah.
right now, the Chosen have 3 eliminations. They did lose 1 player, but they're feeling really good. So we start things off. You know, one team that I've been saying that we have to really keep a close eye on is Dauntless. Those are always the scariest teams. The teams that nobody really expected to kind of just go crazy. I'm not talking about Dauntless anymore. I'm sorry. Not Dauntless, right?
Keep going. Keep
Not
going.
Dauntless at all. You know what? We don't got to keep an
Dauntless.
eye about Dauntless. Dauntless is nothing to worry about. You know, they're not going to win this. I'm trying to all the
Dude.
reverse psychology right now.
Yeah. Hey, great smoke though, right there. Great smoke. So even your dog is barking.
He's like,
Keep an
wow,
eye
what
on
a
Dauntless.
smoke.
Yeah, keep an eye on Dauntless.
Yeah.
And okay, so what's the point of tossing the smoke and just saying see ya later? Like, just totally just
It's
giving up.
it's to make him feel better. You know what I'm
Hey, we
saying?
tried to get you up.
We
but
tried.
We just couldn't.
We
just
tried,
couldn't.
bro.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
Very true.
But it's Nova. It's
Yeah.
Nova, man. You know,
The smoke is the trying.
dude. Nova's on the
factor.
hunt though. They're coming for him.
Yeah, that's what they need, right? As Sheepon was kind of talking about 2 bad games, but you know what? That doesn't get to the team. You know, they are experienced, so bad games don't tilt them. And I feel like we're seeing that right here because if they were tilted, I feel like they would have been a little more hesitant in trying to go for this hunt down. But instead, it's completely opposite here.
Yeah, it's completely the opposite. Now they're just kind of driving around trying to catch someone slipping. But I do like the fact that they are being active, right? They're looking for players. They're looking to get those points. And Kindness is driving around, just taking a little
Uh-oh.
look-see.
Here's the Dauntless members up there. GK First might be spotting them.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Did they find him? Oh, I think they
Rematch.
did.
Yep.
Dude,
Ooh.
and
Uh-oh.
GK First is hurting. Oh, has to spin out. Does he survive, though? Looks like he
Dauntless
does.
are still
Cough.
running.
Yeah.
Are Dauntless still trying to... Oh, they're just protecting the vehicles. Okay, they're setting up for a defense here.
Beautiful defense. Beautiful defense. As Nova, this is Nova's biggest problem. They focus on way too much. You know what I'm saying?
2
That's the-
IGLs.
That's the biggest struggle I think Nova has. It's like they'll look at one team and they'll decide like, okay, this is a play, and then they'll look at another and then they start kind of second guessing themselves on which way to go. I
Yeah.
just think that if they're able to kind of just commit to being like, hey, you know, unless something really crazy happens over here, we're just gonna stick to this one squad and we're gonna be good. You know,
Yeah.
it's really hard to operate splits. 2 players covering a whole squad. Like right now, like let me give you an example. QZ. What's his plan right here?
Ooh.
What was his plan with those
Not
shots?
for that. Not for that to happen.
Okay, well, even if let's just play a
get a
fairy
knock.
tale
Yeah,
world,
you get a
he gets a
knock.
knock. What is he gonna do? Are they gonna push
Most likely
that?
not a flush. Most likely not a flush.
Are they gonna push it?
Probably not. Because they're
Exactly.
so split right now.
Yeah, unless he thinks that that's dauntless. You know, if he has it in his head that was dauntless, then he would have probably team would have pushed it. So I'll take back what I said. You know, and just say, hey, you know what? Maybe he thought it was dauntless as a couple players and try to get another knock to go for a full push. That's what I'll say.
I mean, you bring up a good point. Like, do you think having 2 IGLs is kind of why we see them taking on a little too much?
You know what? Having 2 IGLs is great, especially if they have a very similar brain and play style. You know, because it's really difficult to make decisions on the fly with only one person's POV. So if you have 2 IGLs that are dedicated, but I think what's really strong is you set up scenarios of communication where you decide to have that one IGL become the prioritizing IGL and the other one secondary. You know, so for example, you know, you have somebody who when you're in long range fights and rotations, they're the IGL, and then you have somebody who's in up close fights, they're the IGL, you know?
Yeah, very smart.
And you want to have that to be able to swap back and forth, because if you do have somebody just 2 IGLs in general, you're going to get caught up just, you know, second guessing your decisions, especially if you have, you know, 2 different ideas.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Like 2 IGLs specializing in different forms of combat. That's actually like next level. And I think that's what Shifan was kind of alluding to. Like they're trying to take the team to that next level here this year because they always get that second place, you know, but they're looking for that first place here this year around. So maybe that's exactly what they're trying to accomplish here. Love to see it.
Shifon's OP, man. Shifon's OP. Hit him with him at the helm. You know, any team that is underneath him is gonna do well. You know, they're always looking to, you know, innovate and figure out different ways to get better. Like he even said earlier, his team don't even get tilted at all.
Nope.
You know, and they can't allow themselves to. So take a look here at the map. C4 took Villa, completed it themselves. So the Golden Eagles didn't even want to touch Villa. Dave, how does that make you feel?
You know, maybe they touched it to get some loot, though. You know, maybe they touched it just a little bit, but not going to be holding it down. See, I would be all for it if they were being proactive, though, like in vehicles trying to pick fights, but instead they're just chilling. Yeah, they even got a solo, not that they know, but Peralta from his Exis kind of scouting near them as well. But still, just I feel like the Eagles are still kind of tucked away in their nest here this game.
This is that planning stage. Right now, every single one of these teams should be talking to each other, just figuring out, hey, you know what? This is where we're going to go if the zone goes here. If the zone goes there, we're going this way. That's what they should be doing. They shouldn't just be waiting for a team to push up on them, because the odds of that right now are 0. No one's moving until this next zone shifts. So,
What do you think about Nate? Nate last game.
Legend,
Popping
Big Nate.
off. Yeah. Popping off. Good for them.
Big
Here's
Nate.
the Golden Eagles. So, I mean, we're just pretty much hoping somebody pushes us at this point. You know what I'm saying? With our shotguns.
But like, I guess you're trying to hunt down like a spot, like a cheeky spot where you're going to go. But right now you should be doing nothing but getting vision. Like, honestly, Baby Tang inside of this house, I don't even know what he's doing, to be honest. I would be more out and about trying to get vision and know where to go, where the next zone is. They're just holding, waiting to get pushed. And they're not even in great positions if they do get pushed. That's the problem. Like right now, like if someone pushes on the Beowulf, right? Where is his team going to come and support him?
Yeah, you're in the wide open too. You pop your head up.
But like if a squad car comes and he's going to be able to have like 3 seconds from the time the audio hits to let his team know that a car's coming. So that car's going to crash and the other team is going to be out of position to help. And if you notice the top teams in the world, when it comes to these kind of situations, they're always in a spot to where wherever someone's going to get crashed, those other 3 are ready.
Yeah, always looking at each other's backs.
Dauntless.
So we'll keep tabs on that as we do move forward here. Vikendi, pretty slow early game. Ulysses trying to get the pickup, trying to avoid these bullets. They're going to be tossing out that smoke. The I tried smoke.
Yeah, I tried smoke.
Dauntless over here also going to be getting the reset. 3 vehicles are burnt out though, so that utility is going to be taken away. And Mazexis are pushing ? And actually look for that wraparound here.
Here comes Peralta up front. Oh, Klaus with the DBS. He's saying, don't come in this room. Oh, Amali, though, forces him out. Gets the shot, but gets popped in the back. In the meantime, he needs his team. Beautiful angle there from Terran G to help out right on time.
The shotgun DBS Amali. I love the use of the Amali right there. Flush them out, make them come towards you, and you got two guns kind of just pointing at the doorway right there.
And here comes C4. I'm surprised. I don't know if Roy's had a smoke. If he didn't, if he did have one, he threw by not throwing one out a little earlier. But man, look at that. All those eliminations that Dauntless had, gone. C4 stole him.
So if you're C4 right now, being where you are on the leaderboards, 9th place, do you opt to push that though?
Yeah, heck yeah. If you're C4 right now, you're telling all players should be on his side right now, because it doesn't make sense like trying to contain all of Villa. Like, it just doesn't. Maybe you have one in the back, just kind of like as a. Even then, that's a little sketchy, you know.
Too much. You're trying to hold down too much. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh,
okay. Hey, he's letting Sub Pig know that, hey, you better get off your butt, boy.
What is going on?
You better get off your butt and start getting some eliminations. We need them.
Yeah. Okay.
I like that. I like that motivation, Dave.
Surprised things are like just as quick as they start to ramp up. They slow down, just as quick.
That's Vikendi.
Ends.
Yeah, that's Vikendi. There's so much cover in Vikendi. So it's just so easy to just like, even though you're so close together, there's so much cover that things can slow down so quickly. Again, C4 getting that intel, those eyes. I mean, great job from Gould to steal those eliminations, but they have the man advantage, and they should be kind of hunting down and getting ready for a third party if they're set up for it. But I don't know. I don't think they want to give up their position.
Maybe sent 3, commit 3 and keep one in the back to kind of play that oversight role, but also try to hold down your spot in Villa too, almost, kind of Navy SEAL it, get in, get out type of deal. But the next circle does go up. Villa still in play, know.
They're not leaving it. They're gonna just stay there. They're just gonna sit there for as long as it needs be. That's their, just by how they played the Dauntless play, I know that's what they're thinking. 100%. Yeah. It's just too good of a spot to just give up. But the problem again is just you kind of get in your head that you can cover every area of such a big spot. You can't, you really, really can't. Just spread out as far as you can to where you can cover each other if you get pushed from one side, and then just stay there.
So things might be getting spicy here. Looks like Phoenix and Golden Eagles are going to be pushing towards the west side of Villa, but over here down in the south, looks like Nova looking for a rotate, trying to thread the needle, I guess you could say, between both Dope and Execute, trying to find a spot here. Looks like one of their teammates are going to be down, but they should be able to get that pickup here.
Ooh, Casper on top of the roof, edge of zone, so they do not have the circle, so they're just getting some vision. And here he goes. Decided to find a new spot for the team. He's like, you know what? Let's be smart. Let's not go that way. Where the players are. Let's just go back around and jump out the vehicle.
Yeah, I am a little concerned with Golden Eagles. What I was seeing, because they had the priority to get into the zone first, but instead they allowed Phoenix Esports to leapfrog them, and now Phoenix Esports are in the position to gatekeep the Golden Eagles. The Golden Eagles are just playing this game so slow. We'll get back to that, because it looks like Umave, trying to push the Villa.
Well, they tried, but then they realized that there's a team here, so they just full sent it away. But now Umavi is trying to do some vehicle shenanigans, and they realize that the mistake that they did make. But they may catch, C4 slipping, because C4, again, biting off more than they could chew. They got to realize that Villa's too big to keep by yourself. You're going to have to share it.
And I do believe they did tighten up a little bit on the west side of Villa.
What?
Going to be neighbors for the time being. And in the kill feed, the Phoenix Esports versus Golden Eagles. Looks like they're going to be clashing. So we're going to have a couple fights here erupting on both sides of the map right now. As the next circle goes up, Hot Jukes, and once again, Villa going to be in play here. So C4 could be neighbors for a hot minute with the remainder of Umave. But the kill feed not looking too good for the Golden Eagles.
Nope, not at all. They are getting beat up by Phoenix. Like you said, they were too stagnant and let themselves get leapfrog. And Dave,
Yeah.
another egg gets dropped.
That hurts. Yeah.
First team out egg too. That's a big egg.
Yeah.
Oh,
3
geez,
elims, though,
Dave.
you know, so, I mean, the egg, you know,
It's got a couple cracks in it, maybe?
Yeah,
a tiny crack?
couple cracks.
But they're not
I guess
cracked
it
yet.
needs some more time in the incubator. The thing is, there's only 2 more games left, Jukes. 2 more games left.
It's going to stay in the incubator, Dave. It's going to stay.
Yeah.
Hate to see it. You hate to
Well,
see it. On your
It is
birthday,
what it
too.
is. Yeah. The Panthers, dead center. Just pointing that out. The Panthers
go.
have been having a really good night when it comes to gathering elims. They haven't been scared here tonight. Kind of what we expected from them here in the Premier League. They didn't really show up, but now they're showing up in the finals. And that's where it counts here, Hot Jukes.
That's where it is. It does. That's where all the money is gained. So the Panthers really need a monster game here. So hopefully with their position, they're looking to really get some heavy eliminations and get it done. Unfortunately for Execute having, 2 chicken dinners in a row, this game, they are getting just the bad end of the stick when it comes to rotations and zones. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Both.
with a 2-2 split, though. I am not really feeling this right now. They have a lot of oversight on a couple teams, but they really can't pull the gun, because if they do, they're going to be immediately fired upon here.
Oh, GK first. Is he going to spot that? Oh, he does. Big shots. Oh, not able to pop him out the vehicle, but a ton of pressure. Trying to get him. Oh, and QZ from downtown. Crazy shots. There goes Umavi out. All right, now we're starting to see teams drop like flies. Things are starting to heat up.
Looks like both are going to be trying to group up.
There goes
up
K19.
here on the side, as Nova are going to be taking some shots at Dope.
Well, let's see what Nova can do here. Nova does still have their whole squad up. Now they need to do exactly what QZ is doing. Yeah, QZ realizes you got to focus on that backside before you go in, because those teams are going to be coming.
Yeah, and they don't have to worry about team mobility. They're in the trenches, in the ravine right beneath them here. So they're going to be looking uphill, as it does look like the squad is going to be also kind of focusing on Nova. A little long-range battle action happening right now. Oh, they're just wide
great
open. What an
angle.
angle.
Pop. Does he gonna get that
might
headshot?
try
Oh, he has
pop
to
some
reload.
tires here too.
Nova needs to move now.
Oh,
Yeah.
There's one vehicle.
They're leaving him.
Wow.
But they did make it into the zone here. But this is going to be a terrible position. That smoke saved their lives. That smoke was thrown out of the vehicle while driving, and it could not have been more clutch. What a play. Honestly, it's little micro plays like that that literally keeps your team alive. No hacks? Nade?
Now they're in the zone too. So we'll see what happens with them, as no hacks from above. Team mobility taken out. It's going to be some nice loot, some much needed loot in these crates, when it looks like some heals, maybe some bullets as well, and a vehicle, fresh vehicle. So Nova, they're going to have to be cautious here, Hot Juke, because they're going to have their head on a swivel, because there's not one but 2 teams in their area right now.
This is what they need to focus on, though. Focus on their backs. They made it into the zone. It's time to just focus completely on that zone coming in. Let Papa Blue do the work for you. Here come the Young Kings, though, against the Panthers. The Panthers on the defense. Can they hold on for a little bit longer against one of the top teams in the lobby? They got them DBSs ready. Could be dangerous.
24K looking to get the opening knock with these grenades, going fishing over here.
Time to share.
nade over the roof here. I do love how they're working together. They're moving as a unit, all 3 of them, looking to clear the outskirts of the compounds.
This is one of those moments where you kind of want to work with that team that's next to you. You kind of want to be like, hey guys, like, you guys focus on this side of the circle, we'll focus on that side, and if the zone goes away from us, we'll fight then. And
it's working. Look at this. The Panthers are already 2 down right here. Here comes
Never
the
mind.
smokes. Here comes a push from Joey, swapping on over to the shotgun, ready.
Oh, what a play.
Smart move right there. The jump shots shotgun play.
Oh,
through
Joey.
the window
To the wall.
to the
So
floor.
Joey's gonna make him fall.
Oh
Oh,
man, Nate's on the run here. Tommy gun vaulting, shot in the back right there. Help, like you said, from Phoenix. Shotguns just too strong here. Young Kings,
Joey,
6
don't be
elims.
neighbors.
C4, 6 elims. Phoenix, 6 as well. Phoenix on the ball here tonight in this Candy map.
C4 have been holding this spot down from Villa the whole game. They've got 6 eliminations, so they did pick up some, which is really good for them, but it's the Chosen. The Chosen are dead center of the zone. It's time for them to get hyper aggressive. Don't let any team move for free at all.
Trip, throwing a grenade, cooking it, tossing it. Is going to be in the smoke.
Ugh.
Getting some nice shots with the M4.
Oh, no.
Swapping on over to the shotgun. Getting nice and close within range. We see how much damage that thing does. One more
Bop.
in the toes. Bop goes Bope right there. 9 elims so far. And before this fight happened, while we were watching the Young Kings, I believe Nova Esports were also taken out on this edge, on this east side of the
Here
zone.
they come. C4 still up. Still up. Gonna have to move into the open. Do they have any smokes to their names? I don't looks like it's so. Joey finding the edge of the zone. I don't know if that vehicle's inside, but he's gonna have to stay behind it for a little bit longer, as the rest of the Young Kings do not really have a great spot to come in. He's gonna have to be up front throwing them smokes. He has 5. That is enough to make one heck of a smoke wall. So the
Yeah.
Young Kings trying to hold this position down.
They might have a good opportunity to push here as Phoenix
a beautiful
and
rock.
C4 are going to be clashing on the opposite side here. Yeah, perfect opportunity, recognizing it, pushing behind the boulders in the new circle here, Hot Jukes.
Nice shots from the Young Kings. They're spreading out. They're holding beautiful rocks all across this side of the zone. So they are just creating just a absolute wall of shots that no team could really handle. And look at this. Even though they don't have much cover, no team can really even peek this side of the wall. They can't.
Nope. Only team with 4 up as well. And the elevation.
They're winning this game. Young Kings don't lose
And the
this.
elevation.
Young Kings
T4?
is not going to lose this.
Best case, try to take out the Chosen. The duo is still alive. Get 2 more elim points in the
on.
bank here.
Can Ghoul do it? Can Ghoul do it? He's going to have to take out the Chosen. He has a UMP. That is not a DBS.
No, it's not.
Do you
I don't
have
know.
a Molotov? Do you have anything? You have
No
a
molly.
grenade. Are
One
you not
grenade.
throwing it in there? Oh, he's
Ooh,
like,
now
they
we're
know where I
stuck.
am.
Yeah, now we're stuck, at least for the moment. As they make the push, they see him through the window. They know exactly
Oh,
where
that's a
he
great
is.
shot.
UMP spray down
Full
is
of
going to get
angles.
1, is going to
He
get
got
2. Subpig, last one alive. Subpig,
They're
take it
gone.
out.
C4 with the cheekiest angles take out the Chosen, and here come Young Kings.
Yeah,
Looking
they're
to
like,
wipe up and clean the lobby, baby, with a chicken
Exactly.
dinner on top.
They're
There's
like, nah,
one.
We're not gonna let this one slide.
Dude, yeah,
Immediately
even my
push them
dog
while they're
knows that Young Kings is winning this.
hurting. Oops. Taken out from the side angle right there. Didn't even expect that solo from Bope.
Joey too good. I'm telling you. Yeah, Young Kings, when they're in this kind of position, they're just unstoppable. No one is beating them. Not even...
Ooh, grenade
Bope.
action over here. Immediately
Oh my
spotted.
gosh. He peeked for half a second, and it was
Yeah.
done.
Young Kings, man. Best team NA. I don't know.
Look at
That's
that
a cute-
logo.
That is. And listen, Hot Jukes, I heard that's a 30-second logo, too. Imagine what
Dude.
1 minute. 60.
Unbelievable.
Double the seconds. Woo, baby. Listen, the 30-second one I'm hanging on my wall, confirmed. It already looks pretty good.
Yeah.
But Young Kings execute. Going back and forth here tonight. I love that we're starting to see this rival develop here on the overall leaderboards. The only surprise for me, Nova Esports. I feel like they should be up at the top 2, kind of fighting for that first place spot here tonight.
Yeah. You know, Nova, I think we're still waiting to see that just monstrous game from them. I just think it takes the right position. You know, hopefully in this next game, they get that right zone. Just everything just starts clicking to where, hey, you know what? The plays are obvious. There's no better situation as an IGL where the zone just goes this direction, players are there, and just every teammate knows this is the play. There's no other one, and if that happens, I think Nova should be able to take this no problem. But hey, you know what? It's the Young Kings getting the big dub. Why don't we get the big blesser himself? The logo blesser, the team blesser. Let's bring back Papa PB and Neptura. How you feeling?
Who wants some of this love? Who wants
some? What's
that?
Some of that?
That's the third pick of the night, baby. I'm feeling good. The predictions are rolling.
Man.
Woo! Let's go. We're gonna have a montage of this later. I just feel it. I have a feeling that there's someone that can pull the strings that can immortalize this forever. Check out the replays here of the game. TC starting early. Hey, TC's look pretty good today, guys. Not gonna lie. They've shown up in a big way, and again, from the cellar dwellers of the qualifiers, they're sniffing like maybe top 3 on the leaderboard right now. They've been pretty good.
Yeah, they have. The Chosen have woken up and they are rising, right? But can they finish, BB? Can they earn the clutch badge? There's still more games to be played. Anybody can get it.
Absolutely, man. Interesting game. Another little cheeky stat. We've played 4 games now. We've got 2 to go. You guys mentioned Nova hasn't been able to get it going just yet. Well, there's still 2 games left to win. And as it sits, there are only 2 chicken dinner winners tonight. Execute's 1-2, and Young Kings have 1-2. So really, if Nova goes back-to-back here, they're right in it. It just comes down to elims. So it's an interesting little conundrum we have on our hands.
Super conundrum, dude. Look at Joey, though. That
was impressive.
Man, such a stud. So good at this game.
Couple of things stood out to me this game as far as just skill. Joey's plays with the shotgun there, the angles that he was getting, just decisively going to the windows to get angles, chasing people. Just a monster when it comes to the CQB play. And then the other thing was Nova smoking themselves in that really treacherous position. Ultimately it didn't pan out. But I mean, a lesser team would have gotten wiped on the way in, and they were able to shore off an area there, and that was really impressive to me.
Oh my gosh, and then this finish right here. Ghoul just trying to make something happen. And they do take out the Chosen, but hey, when Young Kings comes knocking, just run away.
Nowhere to run. Blue zone towards your back right here, but I totally agree. Almost every single highlight too we've seen this match. I want to say 70% was with the shotgun. The DBS just too strong here on Vikendi. Young Kings, global, baby. Not regional, but global. 11 elims this game. Bope.
It's your local Young Kings, everyone. They are topping the leaderboards once again here. 21 points for them in this one. Picking up the chicken dinner. It's their second of the evening, and they're not going to let Execute run away with this one. Execute pulling out 2 chicken dinners in a row with massive points. Young Kings says absolutely not. We are here to compete for that prize pool. If we take a look at the bottom of the leaderboard here, only 3 teams picking up points here. Nova Esports among them. And notably, the Golden Eagles sitting there going out in 16th. Dave, I feel for you, man. But I said there's a few teams, that I'm going to be ruling out here. And Golden Eagles, I'm not looking too hot on. But here are your overall rankings after 4 games. And we have a new leader. It is the Young Kings have stepped up, have made their way back to the top. And just like this, they are 6 points ahead now. One thing that's interesting is while they do lead the elimination total for the evening, those bonus points coming in pretty clutch as well. You can see they've got 3 additional on top of Execute here, and that is further padding their league. So that consistency throughout the qualifiers coming into play, a big effect here.
Yep.
Team Chosen, though, they made it to 3rd place. Jukes, what do you think about that, man?
Ooh, I think that's great. I think it's insane. I think that the Chosen, when they really start firing on all cylinders, they are a deadly team. So it really just comes down to how that position really comes down to, but, and at the end of the day, my question for you, PB, is that, since it is Young Kings Global, okay, does that make Joey Mr. Worldwide?
It does. It's official. Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305, whatever you want to call him. Joey, I hope you live in Miami, dude.
Wow.
Loving the performance so far. I got to ask Dave, though. I'm certainly not going to ask you about Dauntless, Jukes. We know what happens when you speak about them. Dave, Dauntless sitting in 4th place right now. Pretty solid performance from them. Do you think they have what it takes to sneak out a win here on any of these remaining maps? We got Miramar Erangel coming up next, and Erangel has been a strength for Dauntless over the past few weeks. You think they got what it takes to maybe make a surprise run at the top here?
I definitely feel like we've seen a way better Dauntless here tonight than in previous games, but I think they started really strong and they're just kind of going down from here. We kind of saw them all over the place last game. really hesitant, and I honestly don't see that slowing up anytime soon. So Dauntless, I predict, will be overtaking this next game by C4 Esports, if I had to take a guess. See, that's the thing. Dauntless, they're ramping down. C4 Esports are ramping up. So that's the issue here for Dauntless.
You hit on my next point, actually. I wanted to throw this one to Nepturi. You've been high on C4 Esports all night long. They're sitting in 5th right now, and they're 2 points out of 3rd place. So 33 points for C4's side at this point. They started with no bonus points tonight. So all of those 33 points have been gathered from today's action. And they're sitting about 25 points right now out of 1st place. That's one strong chicken dinner away from the top of the leaderboard. What do you think about C4's chances to crack into that top spot here as these last 2 games wrap?
I think they're looking very good. Remember that first Erangel of the night, they were looking really, really nice. I think they just got zone cursed a little bit there. Maybe a little caster cursed. I don't know, because there was 2 out of 4 of us that were saying, they're going to win this. But, I think coming into the Erangel, I think they're going to be looking really, really good, and especially coming off of the 3rd place on Vikendi. I think if the Young Kings weren't as strong as they are, or if C4 had a better position than they did, I think they could have very easily won that. So I think they're looking really, really nice coming into this Erangel. Miramar, not so sure. We'll have to see. The first Miramar wasn't as good as the Erangel. We'll take it one game at a time, but for this one, certainly very well within their rights to do that.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for all of your thoughts. We've got 2 final games coming up. For those of you guys in the chat hanging out, thank you for being here with us. You can follow the Titan Series everywhere on social media at Titan Series GG. Make sure you do that. But we got 2 more games. We are going to be coming back here in just a moment with those. So sit tight, stay tuned, and we'll be back with you briefly. And we're back. Welcome. We've got two teams right now that have shown their prowess on the battlegrounds, picking up 2 chicken dinners apiece. That's the Young Kings Global and Execute. Hot Jukes, are we expecting a three-peat here on Miramar, or will someone else step up to the plate?
That would be absolutely insane. I doubt it. I don't know why. Miramar's coming up. This is every single team is now going to feel the pressure, okay? They are feeling that, you know what, it's do or die. We got to show up right now. And I think that is going to change the entire landscape of how this game has been played. So I think we're bound to see a different team come here now.
100%. Before we go to the game, we're just about to hop in. Can we bring up the overall standings once again? Because I want to play out some scenarios going through the last couple of games here. As we mentioned, 2 teams right now have won all of the games. And essentially everyone else in the lobby is looking at one of them. And if one of them wins this game, it's over. It's curtains. No one else is going to be able to catch and overtake them, with the exception of potentially Executor YKG, whoever doesn't win this game. So someone else has to win this game if you're another team in this lobby. That's what's got to happen. But you got to look at like the Chosen, Dauntless, C4, all of those teams within striking distance right now, all in the mid-30s with their points. So the Chosen, Dauntless, C4 is kind of who I'm looking at this game. I'm going to go predictions, Hot Jukes.
Okay.
First and foremost, Hot Jukes and Neptura are off right now, but I grabbed their thoughts before we came back from break.
I'm gone.
Guess what?
What?
They're both picking the same team yet again. They're both
Wow.
going C4. So C4 is the choice for Neptura. C4 is the choice for Dave. Who are you going with, Hot Jukes, before we officially launch Game 5?
You know what? I got to go with the one squad who had one of the players up on here talking for an entire match. It's Nova, okay? All right? I got to give them some love. I have to pick them at least one time here, and it's going to be here because, you know, it's really interesting when we looked at the leaderboards, okay? Nova, I know them, right? I know they're their type of team that, like, if they get second place, they're the most pissed off team out of everybody. You know, they want to win first. So, like, if you're Nova and you have that mentality, okay, you have to take out Young Kings Global early, and you have to go ahead and make sure that you get a win. So I think that's going to come into play, and that is why I'm picking them.
It's a fair pick. I've gone with Nova once before tonight, and that was one of the games I did not predict correctly, so I'm not going to circle back with that one here. I'm going to go with the Chosen for this match. I feel like they've been consistently performing all night long. They're third place right now overall, and all I know is I'm just really happy to see how well they're doing compared to the qualifiers. I don't know if it's the extra rest, if it's the preparation, if it's just starting to take it a bit more seriously, but they're clearly a different team at this point, and they're performing how I thought they would when we started this league, 4 weeks ago. So the Chosen is my pick here for game number 5. We'll see if we can pop in another correct prediction. If so, I will be celebrating, I forewarn you. But here we are, game number 5 live, and Poppy Sour, is he really running? Oh, this is interesting. So we've got a rescue mission underway.
Did he actually find a gun? They did. Yeah, I think they thought he didn't have anything, but somehow he found a Thompson. All right, so now Poppy Sour is getting shot from Fate all the way up top.
Fate from up. Yeah.
That's who it was.
What in the world? This is
swear I
not
heard a
how they
Thompson.
hope to start. I thought I did too. But it's like, where would he have gotten a weapon from?
I don't know, man.
Blessed in the desert? A bandit? If you will.
A bandit? I don't know, man. Maybe he dug and found some buried treasure. That's what I was thinking at that point. But hey, you know what? Crazier things have happened. But you know what? Execute getting an early point. Gotta feel good.
They need it. They're 6 behind right now, and they're chipping away. Now it's just 5. So Execute trying to close the distance on Young Kings. Both of those teams will have to be eyeing each other on the Scar. Easy there, Tiger.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. Impressive. Remember that soundbite?
I do, right? Oh, wait, no, the PB. That's a great job.
Oh, my gosh.
Dude.
That's a great job.
No, that's not how you said it. I remember. I have that voice back still to this day. Right? That's a great job.
Love that. Well, I will say, not the start that K19 was hoping for here.
Oh, no.
They're still in the running. All the teams tonight, I will say, are in it. K19 sitting 7th overall right now, 25 points. I mean, with two teams only soaking up all of the chicken dinner so far, that really opens it up for any other team who wins this game that's kind of in the mid-tier right now. They're going to be challenging for taking over that top spot in that sixth and final game. So this game is really, really important to the overall standings. And, Young Kings and Execute have got to be the focal points here for pretty much everyone in the lobby.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, especially for those squads like I was talking about that are right below them and want to still get first place. That's a really huge thing because mentality is big. Because there's going to be some IGLs and some teams who are like, we want first and we want nothing else. So we got to take them out now, and they're thinking about every plan and strategy to get that. But if they have that mentality of, first and second are done, let's just get third, then that whole plan changes the entire game.
Absolutely. You can see Bope here loving the freedom that they have without Wall Street bets in the lobby. They're not having to fight and expend so much energy early on. They're able to freely loot the entirety of Picado and rotate out safely, which is so huge because everyone's going to be leaving pretty kitted up. And that's got to be good for their confidence kind of rotating in. And it's just a matter of getting to somewhere safely, kind of getting entrenched somewhere, finding that good position in the next circle. But ultimately, that's where Bope has been going wrong in previous weeks, is just fighting so hard, so early, ultimately losing, a player or two inside of the city and really never having a chance to win.
Yeah, I'm all about, going and taking those early fights, but you have to do it a smart way, What really kills me about Bope is it's not just about taking those early fights, it's their positioning. They put themselves in spots where they can't really cover or support each other. Just super separate, and then they end up just getting picked apart 3v1'd until they're done with. And I hate to see that. I don't like it, PB.
I don't like it either, Jukes.
Let me ask you this, though.
I just don't like.
Let me ask you this, right? If you were in this game, right? You're PB, you got the PB IGL hat on, okay? And if you're a squad like Dauntless, C4, Nova, A19, even Bope, right, who would need to go crazy, right? Are you thinking about going for first or for third?
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
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 We just got some unfortunate news.
The plot has thickened.
The plot has thickened. We have no stats coming in from the observers, so we are gonna go ahead and reset the lobby before anything crazy pops off here. No real, huge damage happening any which way at this point. So we're gonna reset game number 5 so we can actually report on scores, because I feel like that's important for scoring the overall tournament. You know what I'm saying? So with that, we'll be back to gameplay in just a moment. But let's keep going with the questions, Jukes, while we have a few minutes to kill here. You were asking me what now before we got this?
Let me ask you this.
This bit of a change of plans.
Okay, since if everybody out there, get your drinks, maybe even get a burrito. You know what I'm saying? And nom on that while you wait. But let me ask you this question. Is if you were right now one of those teams, Dauntless, C4, Nova, who need to have a monster game, and are you thinking, do we go for first place or do we go for third? Right? What would you be telling your team?
I would be going for first at this point. I think it's still anyone's game at this point. A couple of the big dogs have shown up, but I think if you can gain some momentum early, especially start to build some elims early on in game 5, I like where, the situation is right now for those teams. They're only 20 and change out of first place at this point. That is one chicken dinner, right? Yep. With a solid performance. I mean, you look at like what Young Kings did in game 1, they picked up 27, Execute in game 2, picked up 24. If any of these teams, are able to pull that off and Young Kings or Execute goes out early, it's a tie ball game at that point. So I like still shooting for first place, especially since they have 2 games to do it. But obviously as things kind of wrap on map 5, why don't we go ahead and take it to a quick break while we reset the lobby, get these players dusted off, eat some burritos, whatever we got to do. We'll be back in a quick second. Speaking of burritos, and it's almost like Jukes did this on purpose just so he could have a snack. So anyways, chat, we'll see you in a moment. Bear with us, and we'll be back in just a second with the remainder of the Titan series. I'm just going to keep it on Jukes tight while we... Thank you for bearing with us. We are back. Juke's just finishing his burrito, getting that dinner down, baby. We are good to go. So we're getting back into it, guys. Thanks for bearing with us. We're getting that lobby loaded up. These things do happen. The game update was just yesterday, so we're still bearing with some of the fluctuations that are happening with the spectator client. But that being said, I got to throw some props to PUBG with the new spectator clients looking fresh. We got some nice new textures, looking high quality, and excited to see, obviously, a lot of the new game updates that are happening in the game. So big props to them. Loving the tournament action that's going on. Speaking of tournament action, I want to throw it to the overall rankings. I want to look at this scoreboard here and really look at, spots 3 through 5 and maybe 6. Let's say down to Nova, because we know that Nova can pop off. We know that they had the capability of going back to back. They actually did that in week 3. They almost tripled up in week 3, getting 2 chicken dinners in a row, and then almost a third one, got second place. So if any team can, they can. So of those teams, Team Chosen, we've got Dauntless, we've got C4 and Nova. Any of these stick out to you as a team to kind of watch out for, to actually win this thing? I'm going to go to you first, Jukes.
Man, I think I think you said it perfect. You hit the nail on the head, right? If anybody could do it, it's Nova. The only thing though is that Nova, I don't know what they would think, because there is a pretty big gap, and you have to think that Young Kings are going to get some points. So if you're Nova, I think that if I were them, and I'm like, hey, we're going for first place, we need to kind of hunt down Young Kings, take them out early, and get some big points on the board here and now. Okay. If not, then hey, let's just get a monster game in. Try to get another chicken dinner, and then just see what happens in the late game there. But honestly, I think that would have to be their strategy.
That's an interesting one for sure. Dave, do you agree? I mean, is this a situation where at this point, are we hunting other teams? Are we trying to take down a competitor? Or is this something where we feel like we're just going to play it straight up and hopefully it kind of falls into place?
I think it's still too close for a team like the Young Kings to feel comfortable to hunt down another team. I think right now, if I'm the Young Kings, I'm concentrating on being number 1 in the lobby, so I could say I won Titan Series, and of course I can get that cash prize. You kind of have to put your pride to the side if you do want to hunt down someone else. Put that to the side. Focus on the bigger picture here. Of course, it would feel good to go on twitter.com and be like, hey, yeah, we took out Nova, LOL. But at the end of the day, I think it feels better saying, hey, we're number 1 in Titan Series. We were forged in fire. Here it is.
But that's interesting. And I want to throw it to Neptura for a second. I mean, we're looking at the top of the leaderboard, right? We still have Young King sitting in first place, 58 points. We got Execute now, a close second at 52. The interesting thing about Miramar is if you look at these teams' drop locations, you've got Execute that typically drops in Chumacera, kind of in the southern part of the map, and you've got El Pozo, which is where YKG typically drops. Now, YKG, everyone kind of respects their drop spot, and no one typically goes near. Wumavi might be the only team kind of maybe a little bit south of that. But one thing that I see that kind of separates these is a team in Phoenix Esports, which I look at as kind of a weaker team in the lobby. They've been really tentative today. They haven't really pushed the gas. With the zone going north or central, Phoenix has to rotate right into Execute, and that could be a situation for some free points. Do you look at either of these teams like drop locations as, something that could help them or hurt them, or make one of these on this particular map more likely to kind of pop off?
Well, I think Neptura.
I think
yes.
I think we can hear, but just in case we can't, what do you think, Jukes?
Well, I think so. I think so without a doubt. I mean, I think drop locations are just so ridiculously important. I gotta agree with what Dave said as far as Young Kings, they got no reason to be hunting down anybody. But I think Nova has all the incentive in the world to hunt down Young Kings. And if they know that Young Kings drop in El Pozo's so big that you can share that area, okay? But they have a 33-point gap away from Young Kings. So if you're going to go and try and get first place, you got to shut them down. You really have to. Because if they go and put, 5-8 points on the board, that may be enough. That may be too much to pass them. So I think that you have to hunt them down now.
I think you're on the mark there, Jukes. For me, it's obviously a two-step plan. First is game 5. We got to do what we can do.
Yeah.
But I think at some point you've got to ensure. I mean, if it were me, I'm not leaving it up to chance, right? Like maybe it's not the spot that I drop. Maybe I hit, Montenuevo or somewhere nearby, and rotate into them or try to catch them on their way out. Like try to catch a quick loot and get them on their rotation. Maybe catch them a little off guard. I don't know if, again, I'm just, hypothesizing here on what might happen. But you can't, leave it up to chance that a team that, as good as Execute, as good as Young Kings, one of these two teams is gonna go crazy in the next 2 games, almost assuredly. If you can take a hand in, shutting one of them down, I feel like that's probably the way to go. If you're eyeing that first place, if you care about that. But if you're just looking at this as some practice and let's play this straight up and, do the best we can, that's a different story as well. And I don't know what the strategy is or how teams will approach it. So now that we got Neptura back, give us some thoughts on kind of how these two teams will approach this map. YKG, Execute, like what does the drop spots look like for them and how that might shake out?
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of looking not so much at them to be kind of battling each other, though I do see what you're saying kind of with the third party situations. We could absolutely see a quick blue and then trying rotation. You could see YKG kind of down a little bit to the south, try and get some third parties, kind of knowing where they are and kind of maybe targeting some party opportunities. I don't know, but I'm really actually looking at some of those teams lower down. 5 out of 6 to go now. We're almost there. Those lower teams have nothing to lose. I'd see them trying to make playing some big spoilers.
Well, thank you so much for the thoughts. We do have our game ready to go. Hopefully we got it all working this time. I'm excited. We're going to get back into it. Thankfully, we caught it quickly.
Wow.
Wow. Good
Already?
predictions. Wow. If Young Kings wins this game,
dude,
we just reset it. We're gonna flash the winner. Has the script been written? Scripted. What's going on here?
Scripted, 100%. Oh my goodness, absolute craziness. I gotta ask you a question, PB. When it comes to Young Kings, all right, if you are going into this game and now you've had an extra few minutes to think, just to ponder what the possibilities are, do you still want to drop in the same location that you've been dropping?
I think if you're Young Kings, and it ain't broke, don't fix it. You got to continue to do your thing. I like just kind of continuing to do what they do, and ultimately, if this is their drop spot, they should own it. But the interesting thing is, look at this circle, right? Young Kings are going to be the furthest team away when this is all said and done. If you look at mobility, though, are they dropping Power Grid here, or are they playing Spoiler?
Oh, they might just be. They might be playing Spoiler. And look at this. We got one of the Panthers Chronics about to eat. Yeah, he was bowing down. He was bowing down.
Did you see that the outline of that player? It looked like they were on crutches, running up like, la, 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 and then that's that. I don't know.
Something like that. He was screaming something.
I was like, did they put crutches in the update? Like this line? Is that like a new melee weapon? Or
imagine just beating somebody with your crutches.
Well, I will say, Ultimate Gaming on the board again first tonight. That's the 3rd game where they've pulled off the first elim. They just haven't been able to put it together long term. But hey, they're chipping away, putting some points on the board. Respectable. You gotta love it.
You know what? And this is always one of those times, that interesting times that that I really like to analyze is, when you have the end of the tournament where teams that are so low, they just know that there's no chance of getting in the money, right? They start getting confident. Because they got nothing to lose at this point. All that anxiety is gone. It's just like, hey, let's just have fun. Let's play our game. And then all of a sudden they start popping off. And they're like, dude, why didn't we just play like this from the get-go? And I think that's a great, this is a great place to do that. But still, it could be a possibility.
Always easy to ask that question in hindsight, Unfortunately for the Panthers, they lose a man early. Not what they were hoping for here, but K19 appreciating the restart for sure. They are able to stay all intact out of the plane.
Nice.
So we'll see them get those shotguns, get looted up. And I'm keeping an eye on that Phoenix rotation out of the south here because they have to rotate. And I'm curious to see if Execute goes south to that road that runs along the bottom of the island, or if they're going to rotate over land, kind of mid-zone through Los Leones. It'll be interesting to see. We take a peek here over at somebody. It's like TP with 3.
They got 3 up. You know what's so interesting though is like, the great thing I love about this way this is set up, right? It's like Ultimate Gaming, they get a chicken dinner here. They're in the running for 3rd place, at least, and that's in the money there. So, I mean, they got to be realizing that, hey, we can win a chicken dinner right now. I mean, heck, even Golden Eagles all the way down in 14th place. Maybe even Mazexis in 15th with only 11 points. You get a 20-point chicken dinner here. You were absolutely in the running for getting 3rd place and getting some cash.
I mean, heck, even TMGG at 4 points.
So mobility, hey,
3rd place.
A dream, baby.
It would be helpful if they brought 4 players to battle for the finals, but I understand there could be something going on that weather, whatever it is,
Burrito,
a burrito break. They might be hitting it with the best of them.
Is what it is, bro.
Having
Perhaps a burger.
Clown fiesta.
Clown fiesta. We heard the recipe before, so for all you guys that
I
don't
forgot
know
it already.
I did too. But
It's a lot.
You know what? It was a lot. I saw your face. I do remember your face though hearing it. That's for sure. You guys gotta go watch that back. That was good.
I wonder if Dave's doing a fiesta for his birthday tomorrow.
Oh, he's got the mustache for it.
For sure. I like that.
Yeah, perhaps a 15.
Maybe. Yeah.
He
Love
can
it.
dance. He can dance. I've seen it. He can bailar with the best of them, So
Absolutely.
you should hear his grito as well. He gets loud. But man, you know what? I'm hoping to see one of these teams scream at the top of their lungs a scream of victory as Nova puts one on to the Panthers.
Panthers struggling this game. They're getting picked apart. Nova, though, is starting like they need to. Again,
man.
Nova sitting right now in 6th place overall. And again, they're in striking distance, but they got a bit to go. They've got to put together 2 strong games in order to have a shot at taking over top of this leaderboard. But if anyone can do it, like I said before, it is Nova. And
Yeah.
Jukes, you got them predicted to win this game. Is that right?
I do. I got them predicted because I know that this is what they need to do, okay? Because Nova's a team that's not just going to be satisfied with getting 3rd. If there's a chance, even if it's a slim one, at getting 1st, they're going to do whatever it takes to get there. That's what I believe. So, like you said, I think it is a multiple step plan. Like however you want to do it, if you want to, either drop on somebody or drop near them, or if you just want to just get a ton of points and soak them up. However it's done, you still need 2 games in a row in order to make it happen.
Absolutely. Take a look at a few vehicles floating and
bro.
doing tricks.
Wow. Crazy, literally.
I can't get enough. This is enthralling.
Wow.
There we go.
Literally burning rubber. Oh, as Asen drives right into a
Come on,
player.
Asen. Please don't let this be Mobility's one highlight.
Oh man, no, he's does not.
It's gonna be. It's gonna be.
Juicy.
Gall darn it, Jukes.
Ruthless, bro. Ruthless. They need points. Nova needs points. So if you go and Blinky cannot spin out this buggy. If he does,
Is he gonna
into a palm tree.
Yeah, I was like, this is not the smoothest section to be driving.
He's so
But hey, you got to do it sometimes. Bope on the board as well. Trip picking up a finish on Peralta. Not what Mazexis is hoping. Mazexis has struggled today. I'm not going to lie. I was expecting big things from them. Maybe like top 3 even. And they've been near the bottom all day. Just been getting pieced up left and right. Like just losing 1, losing 2. Getting kind of finished all day long. And that's unfortunate for them. Hopefully they'll come back stronger next season. I mean, they've been pretty good in our inaugural season 0. But just not having the finals they would have hoped for.
Yeah, Mizex is just not having a good day today. That's just really what it is. And, we heard it earlier. I still believe, that momentum creates consistency. And, does Mazexis have that experience to not get tilted? I do not think so.
What the hell are we watching?
Look at Blinky go. We're watching Blinky go, baby. Blinky is gone.
Man.
Oh, you made it up the
Blinky
craze.
is just zooming around. the map. I'm giggling so hard watching this.
Survive.
He's on it, bro.
And he parks it.
Zoom.
Into the building. Into the corner. Which corner will he choose?
Man.
No way they're just looting this up and dipping.
Dude, we're watching TMGG at their finest, zooming around.
Oh my
grabbing
gosh.
some loot.
Execute. And the Phoenix. Nova. Catching C4 as well. Nova's soaking up points early. They are on the hunt, PB. Oh no. Scared Pain. C4 is beating up Nova right now.
Big names in the fights
Big
right now.
names. Well, you know what? Will Blinky survive? That's my question, PB.
I don't know. We're gonna keep it right here as we watch the fight through the lens of Blinky.
The
off in
lens
the
of
distance.
Blinky. Blinky's keeping an eye on
He's
it.
looking down. He's scoped in on the action. It's like, look at that off in the distance. Those guys look tough.
Oh!
I'm gonna shoot one.
Yeah, I
Let's
got
go,
scared.
Blinky.
No, Blinky. One more bullet. Oh, you had to hit that, Blinky. And then
Blinky.
check on my vehicle. Into the buggy. No way they're sending it. They're sending it on that team? Let's go, Blinky. Get into the action, baby. Nope. The other direction.
Listen, we're down a member. Three.
Oh,
No.
No, baby, no.
No. Okay. Whew. Okay. We're gonna come back to us for just a second. I was like, oh no, don't do it again, Jules. Don't do it again. I'm just crying over here watching Blinky drive around the map. We'll be back to the action in just a moment. But first, we're gonna take this quick break to really break down the moves from Blinky there,
my
Juice.
gosh,
I mean, the
dude.
way he was driving around, hitting those jumps, getting stuck in the palm trees, and then you hear these fights popping up, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to take a look. I'm going to look down my scope and I'm going to watch C4. And then after a while, he's like, I'm going to get into it. What'd you think about all that, Jukesy?
Oh man, it was so good. It was enthralling action. You can only imagine just being in Blinky's seat, right? The adrenaline that he had to be feeling, scoping down across the field, looking at C4. And then finally just saying, you know what? I've had enough.
Just getting on it, leaning into it, putting that lead down range.
And then missing, and then being like, you know what? We're out. They're coming for us.
3 hit markers, baby. We're sending it. We got 2v4. That man's weak. We got to go. We're out of here.
We're got to go.
So we've broken down Blinky the best we can, I think. But we saw some action there in the kill feed. What did you see? I saw a GK in the action. I think I saw some execute in the action. Was there any YKG that we've seen at this point? I was kind of giggling at Blinky, but two of the names that we're looking for, Nova and Execute, popping up in that kill feed. What'd you see?
Oh yeah, so I saw C4. I saw Nova getting into it really, really heavy. I don't know how many players Nova lost in that situation, but I mean, the fact that we saw Nova coming out the rip, gunning, they had 3 eliminations to start things off. That just goes to show that they are executing at least one plan, right? And that is get eliminations. But let's take a look here. It looks like they did lose 2 people, but here comes Joey. And it's onto your favorite player.
Bro, where's Blinky?
I want to see more Blinky. Oh, he's gone. Blinky's gone.
Oh no,
Blinky's
TMGG's
gone.
out of here, dude. We missed a lot. All right, well, hey, the good news is, Blinky, I don't know, must have hung a left when he should have went right.
Yep.
But the big update here, C4 out at this point, picking up 2 elims. It's not helpful for their position of 5th place. They're gonna have to hang tough and see what they can do in game number 6. But that probably, pending results here, is going to keep them out of winning this whole thing. So we'll have to see what shapes up. But here comes the rotation I was talking about. Phoenix down south, Execute down south. And look at this, YKG cutting off Execute on the rotation.
Oh.
They came all the way down from El Pozo. Better play from YKG here. Watch, see where they post up.
Yeah, this is why I was saying Nova should have done something to try and shut this team down early, because once they get going and how they've been playing today, they're going to put up points, and they're going to put some big points up on the board. So I think that was a little bit of a misplay. Nova did get 6 elims, but they lost 2 players in the process, PB. So it's got to look pretty grim for them here.
Yeah, it's a big loss, but maybe Nova can pull something out. I'd like to see who they still have up. I want to know if it's QZ. If we're still looking at
It's Kindness. I know that.
Is it in game? Oh, it is Kindness.
Yeah, Kindness is definitely up. I saw him on the map a little earlier. So Kindness is up.
Okay.
His partner in crime, that's still the question. Dauntless, though, we haven't talked about him a lot, but Dauntless still has 4 up. They don't have any eliminations here, but a chicken dinner at the end, if they can pull it out, they could definitely be in the running for first place. Unless Young Kings just go ham, then it's over.
Yeah, unless they're not,
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Big ol' what ifs, baby.
Looking at the teams right now, there's only 5 teams full strength at this moment. Dauntless, Ultimate Gaming, YKG, Dope, and Golden Eagles. Dave will be happy to see Golden Eagles not laying eggs just yet.
They need to get cracked. That's what they need to do. They need to crack the eggs, and they gotta start cooking. Let them cook. Let them cook, BB. Let them cook. Is Stranger the new Blinky?
Maybe we might be watching some high level play here from Golden Eagles. This is courtesy of Dave.
I love it. I love
Backstage, just like we're gonna watch the Eagles, baby. We're gonna watch them.
This is something I don't like. I don't like how some players just get too they just start moving way too much. Like what is Stranger doing? Is he really getting good vision, or is he just kind of just anxiety moving around? Just trying to cover some space. I think that as a certain player, you have to decide to stick on one area, like Fate, keeping an eye on this one spot and catching a Wumabi player on the move. That's Execute putting some point. Run.
YKG's
run.
On the move.
Run. Here, yep. He smelled Joey. And he said, "I'm out."
YKG's hunting elims. I mean, they're pushing that edge of the circle. They heard that fight pop off. They have cut off Execute from the circle. Execute's going to play the dip. They're hunting right now. And what the heck?
Gets ran over by YKG. Disgusting. The angles.
I feel like that wasn't on purpose.
Oh, it was. He knocked Fears, and that vehicle came straight in his direction. Juancho has to hit this nade. Has to.
Man.
Has to. He didn't.
It's
Joey
too
on
bad.
the off angle. It's over. Execute. It's only a matter of time. I'm sorry, Juancho. Sorry.
And
get in the vehicle.
Not
run.
only that, but they're giving points to, and they don't know who they're giving points to just yet.
I think they do after losing Fate. After losing Fate, now they know. And here comes.
Is it on a solo? Is it on a finish?
Yeah, it's
or
on
is
a finish.
it on a full team?
Oh no! The McLaren got stuck.
Oh.
The worst.
I love Miramar.
The worst.
Bro, you know how to get that out, right? You got to snake and kind of push it. We did this once.
We did that. We did it. You got to push. You gotta push. And now
there's
Jason.
a tutorial video online. You guys can check it out.
At Powerbank Gaming, dude, you gotta watch that video. We gave a step-by-step
Execute out of here,
guide.
man. Execute out of here. That's not what they were hoping for. Young Kings will extend their lead on Execute. They're even right now on points, but Young Kings 4 up.
Wow.
And rolling.
Wow. And that is on the team that could possibly steal the first place away from you. So Young Kings is just, at this point, they're just having fun. 5 eliminations. This is what I was saying. You had to hunt them down. You had to. If you wanted first place, you had to take this team out early.
Just letting the chat know that they're watching Blinky drive at the moment. So
oh yeah, that's great. Dedicated
letting
Blinky
them know
cam.
that it's a.
Bell's loving it.
They're like, what is happening? We're
know
basically
what?
the same reaction as
I think it's a
had.
part of Blinky's contract. He has to get so many hours of, or so many minutes of.
He's guaranteed like 15 minutes of stream time.
That's what it is. Yeah, he got guaranteed cam time, so we had to get that in because unfortunately, TMG's been going out a little early, so we had to do it somehow.
Man, and like the best part is it's a person we get stuck on with a name like Blinky. Like, I don't know, it's just funny to me.
It's so great. It is. It just adds on to the sweetness, Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Do you think what are you doing if you're Dauntless right here, right? Like, do you stay, or you've been seeing the feed? You know that Nova and YKG are popping off. Like, do you start?
You know that half the players are out of the lobby at this point. They
Oh
gotta
my
get busy,
gosh! Fears on the Golden Eagles now. Not the Golden Eagles. Caca.
That's all good. No worries. YKG going hard. Golden Eagles is down a man. We'll see if they can get back in the fight. 10 teams left in this one, Jukes. 32 players left. Half the lobby cleared at this point.
Wow. Everybody
looks
went
like Chico
crazy.
on the receiving end of that SLR.
Here,
They're getting third-partied from somewhere. Ooh, nice nade. I don't know how that missed. That blew up right over him.
That was so close.
That one connected.
Now here comes Fears. Going ham.
Fears has got no fears, bro.
Yeah, he does. He just strikes
he just saw him. What the heck? He was going for the teammate.
Maybe he was hoping that he would strafe or something.
Rise is clutch, though. Don't underestimate this guy.
That's true. That's true. He goes with one. But Fears been super clutch. Clutch senior. He's got to watch out, though. He does not have the priority. Rise does. Rise can totally see him before Fears does. Yeah, and Fears realizes it. He doesn't want to just peek this recklessly. Very smart.
Really good movement from Rise, too. Just, like, positioning his body. Like, Fears had the jump on him. Rise didn't know he was there. And the way he was moving, he was able to bait out those shots, unknowingly even, before he was able to catch on to Fears. And once he knew he was there, now it's, we got a gunfight on our hands. We got a little Western duel here.
I love it because, Fears is so smart. He realized that with that particular angle, that once he peeked out, if they fought each other, Rise was going to see his whole body before he could even see the tip of his head. So Rise said, you know what? I do not want to take this 1v1 right here. It's just I'm in a bad spot and have a high chance of losing this. So smart. So smart. And he's getting naded. Oof. I mean, bad. I can't be giving compliments to teams. That does not work out.
No, it doesn't, Jukes. It really doesn't. It's interesting because I'm noticing Young Kings, every time we cut to one of their players' points of view, they're moving in a way where they're catching angles. Like they're seeing players like just a shoulder before they disappear, or just a foot or something. And it's like, so they know where these players are at. And so it informs their nades, like where they can throw, because they know where these players could be at this point. It's not like it's, hey, there's some mysterious person on the other side of this ridge. It's like they're actually seeing body parts, before they engage, which is really, really huge.
Is Joey going to get spotted out here by Beowulf? Yep. With the MG3 from downtown. But look at what I'm talking about. The teammates always in a place to cover each other. Joey went up front. Wow.
That's a 200-meter cover, too. Like, that was a ways away. And still able to, lay down the law. Chico with great cover there. I mean, look at the shots here. Now Suffolk's pinned.
Oh, Suffolk's going down. Yep. Oh,
third party.
Never mind.
Nova. Never
mind. And down go the Young Kings. Just like that. You should not have peeked the pig.
No, man. Apparently, Pig allied or partnered with like multiple other teams, because the second he got fired upon, shots come in from all angles from 3 different squads, and just like that, YKG eliminated. But the good news for them, they finish on top of Execute and add to their padding. So it's going to come down to the 6th and final game for them. But hey, they picked up some points and put further distance between them and the rest of the lobby. But Nova still in this one, collecting points and playing aggressively still with 2. It's Kindness and QZ still up for Nova.
Goodness gracious. Can Nova pull off a Christmas miracle and just sneak away a win here? That would be huge. But hey, you know what? It's not just Nova, PB. We're also got to talk about the Chosen and Dauntless. And sorry, not Dauntless. They're gone, right?
I blessed the Chosen. They're going to win this, dude.
You did. If they go and they put up a big game here, it's going to get magical. Dope is fighting for 3rd place. If Dope wins this game, they'll be in the run for 3rd. Bope is... Oh, yeah, Bope is going to be a team that... Wow. Actually, Bope is dangerous right now. They have 22 points. And they already have 8 eliminations. Bope can go ham.
Woof. Look at Anying. That man's got some nice recoil control.
Crazy, dude. I mean, these guys are laser beams from so far. Put that 6x down to a 3x, and it's just like rap. Oh, Stellar wants those back. Stellar wants those shots back so bad.
Ooh. Come
Stellar.
on. Poppy Sours had an interesting day. He's had a lot of action, been in a lot of precarious positions, but ultimately it's been clutch for his team. He's going to need to be clutch here for K19. They're down to 2 members. They've got work to do on those leaderboards. They've got a ways to go to crawl up them. Again, currently sitting in 7th place overall. They want to make some moves here before the 6th and final game.
Yes, they do. The Chosen and Kindness.
Ying down.
Still alive. Putting in that work. Can Stellar.
Can they get the revive here?
Ooh.
I don't know. Yeah, they can. Supig's up there picking them up. So I was going to say, Anying was on the top of the cliffs. I believe he had cover.
What a name.
Stellar.
Poppy Sour!
Oh!
The laydown! So clutch!
Oh.
What
Poppy
a laydown!
Sour. Impressive play there.
Oh, from the side!
The
Chosen.
revenge, dude. Chosen ain't having it.
Oh my gosh, Poppy Sour. Just
All right,
getting
Zone's gonna
Steve-O'd
push here.
in the ear.
Are they safe up there? It looks like they are. Where will the circle go? It's closing right now. Chosen have a nice little spot that they're barricaded in. No one can really get to them except for Dope downstairs with maybe some grenades. And the circle goes to the center here. All teams outside of it at the moment.
Every single one of these teams need these points desperately. Desperately. For not just, just for hunting down one of the top positions, getting in the money. Each one of these teams can do it. But they really
Absolutely.
need to wipe all the other eliminations. They need to soak up all these elims and win.
Absolutely. Bope currently sitting in 8th place. Nova currently sitting in 6th place. Dope Esports, Dope Slayers, whatever the heck they're going by. They're in 11th. And then obviously the Chosen sitting in 3rd overall. So this is a big, big moment here. Anying knocked again. I don't know what that was. He just kind of hung himself out there and Nova took the easy one.
Oh my gosh. Nope. Just freaking Nova trying to do something against the Bopa-Dope squads here. And still staying alive. I mean, honestly, if you want 2 players alive, QZ and Kindness, that's a deadly, deadly combo.
Absolutely. Team starting to rotate towards that center zone. I think the Chosen needs to chill out on the suppressive fire for a moment and let Nova and these lower teams engage.
That was such a great nade from Bope, and Fuego takes down Kindness. Now it's just QZ up. Shimmies?
Ooh.
Oh, too much.
One more bullet and he's done. That's it. Nova's gone.
The Chosen soaked that point up. It's the Bopa-Dope.
Taking it up. Ooh, here it is. Ooh, do they have any utility left? He's got a molly. He knows exactly where they're at. I wouldn't be surprised we see that utility come out now that Nova's out of the game.
Dude, the Chosen can win this. The Chosen could absolutely win this. They are really
They gotta
on
go
the
down
edge
where
of the
Bope's
stone.
at.
Yeah, they do. But if they play it and time it just perfectly, could be it. Bope, screwed. Gonna have to move.
Anying's got an angle.
Will the pig come? Help? Yep, he just got the intel from his teammate. He's gonna go hunt down that angle now as well. Yeah, Bope is forced to come out from their cover, and they are just getting beamed by the Chosen. Oh, no hacks!
Ooh.
Peeks for just a second to take out one of the players from Dope.
Oh, gotta land those. Come on, Anying.
Anying!
Oh, he's
no!
on the ground.
Bop!
You got him.
him.
Oh, big grenade. Big grenade. That might be good.
Oh,
Fuego
hit him.
with the clutch throw here.
Cooking it. Let him cook. Let him cook,
I hear
PB.
nothing. He threw it to the moon.
To the moon! How much you want to bet I could throw a nade over the mountains?
Back in high school, out of one state.
Oh, man. If he didn't throw it
Got
at his shoulder.
Soaking up in a hot tub with my soulmate.
Hate to see it.
Look at this. Hyro's got a bridge built just for him.
An arm like a rocket.
It's the calm before the storm, Jukes. Teams have got to be low on utility at this point. Oh, look at this. Supig getting the knock on Nesquik. Anying down.
I cannot believe. Hyro wiped the both! Oh my gosh!
I am shocked he didn't go for the revive there.
OP! Absolutely insane. The Bope. A dope. 2 too strong. Hyro's insane. Hyro's cracked. He's untouchable. Untouchable.
Oh my gosh.
It's Bope, baby. It's
What
Bope.
a clutch performance. What a clutch performance. Hot Jukes, Bope coming from the depths to get that one done. And we have a new contender. You saw them put 24 points there. Bope needed that 8th place to who knows what. But I can't imagine it's going to be lower than 3rd, potentially. Maybe 4th, depending on the Chosen, because they made it pretty far, too. Impressive game all the way around. We took a winding road to get to the finish of that one, but we made it. And Bope at the top of the leaderboard here for our 5th game on Miramar. Jukes, give me a reaction.
Dude, shout out to Blinky first off. Other than that, Bope just going ham, just literally did whatever it took to get it done. Young Kings put up some points on the board as well, so that gave them that nice little buffer against Execute going into the final match, so that's going to feel great. But at the end of the day, you got to give it for those teams fighting to the end, trying to get that clutch badge and earn some of that big cheddar.
Man, I will say that Miramar, Bope, called it early, having Picado to themselves, being able to rotate out uncontested, being able to get the loot uncontested. It meant big things for them. They're able to pick up their first chicken dinner in quite some time, which is really, really cool to see. So props to them. That's exactly what needed to happen here to threaten one of these top 2 teams. Let's go ahead and bring Dave and Natura back on to have a quick discussion about that last game. Dave, what did you think of game number 5?
I'm happy I picked Bope to win the winner chicken dinner. Talk about having just the foresight right there. Bope, huge dub right there. And Blinky, bring back the Blinky cam. Honestly, I saw a lot of requests in the chat. Maybe game 6, Blinky cam making the comeback. But all in all, Bope needed this game, and now they're up there in the top, baby. They're in the running for the last match of the evening. Whoa! Oh, watch out!
Oh, wow, that was crazy.
Watch out for that.
That was really cool, Neptura. It was a wild and wacky game. I don't know if Blinky will ever see the light of day on this broadcast again. I think he may have run his course here on the Titan series. We'll see.
Indeed.
But if you had any takeaways from game 5, what were you seeing out there?
Well, first of all, you mentioned that nade going to the moon, and I can confirm I did feel it all the way up here. So, yeah, it did. That was a thing. That was a thing. But yeah, really, I loved that end game so much from Bope there. Getting that early 1-1 split coming in, getting all that. It was very dangerous, honestly, because there were so many angles. But once the Chosen were out and done and dusted, they were good to go. They had that in the bag. So fantastic forethought, really, to really get that play in order. Very well done there. Yeah, just fantastic. You can really feel the want coming from a lot of these teams. All of them, as you said, needed those points, and they all got quite a few. So, only one can win, but that was a decent game from a lot of these teams.
Really was. Bo picking up some much needed points here. We'll have to see in a moment what that does to their spot on the overall leaderboard. Focusing on this replay, though, I was heartbroken to see Suppic here peak this instead of going for the revive. Maybe the zone was going to push him and they didn't have the time. Hard to say. But man, the Chosen putting down some huge fire up there. I was hopeful that they were going to hit those shots on Hyro, because that would have shaped up to be an entirely different game at the end. Let's be real. I was just trying to get my my 4th prediction of the night correct. So can't win them all. Here's the rankings for the match. 24 points for Bope. And the big news, though, for me is Young Kings picking up 8. That stretches their lead for sure, and it makes the ground that Bope's covering less substantial. So overall, though, Bope, Dope, the Chosen, Nova, K19 wrapping up the top 5 here. Quite a crazy end game there. All kinds of levels and mountains and cliffs and, little nooks and crannies to hide into. Made a very difficult fight for many of these teams. And we can check the second page here, seeing most notably Execute finishing in 12th place. They do pick up 4, but ultimately that's not what they were hoping here to have happen. And let's check the overall standings.
Oh, baby! Wow. Bope and the Chosen.
We got a barn burner, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, YKG 66, X 56, TC 46, Bope 46, Nova 36. Wow. 10s and 10s and 10s apart here. So you see exactly how this is shaping up. We got 2 teams tied for 3rd place. Nova is probably out of the running for first. They might still be able to grab a top 2 if they can really go ham in this last game. So YKG,
my gosh.
it's theirs to win at this point, but we've got probably 5 teams here that are still sniffing that podium, maybe 6 here. So we are looking up at our last match on Erangel coming up here in 4 minutes. What are your guys' reactions to that overall standing? Start with you, Neptura.
That's my reaction. Just what is gonna be happening? I mean, I'm seeing so much like really close points, because even C4 all the way down to like 8th place, there's only 6 points between Nova and 8th place. Those kind of 4 teams going back and forth there, very close. So even they could still do it. I think, yeah, number 1 spot is a little far-fetched for most of those teams down there. Kind of past 3rd or 4th is not really going to be where it's going to be at today. But certainly the top 3, there is a battle for 3rd. There is a battle even for 2nd at this point. So execute the Chosen. They got to be very careful. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm thinking here.
Absolutely. Well, hey, love to see that. We'll break down game number 5 here as we get to our replay package. But while we're waiting for that, Dave, what are you thinking here? Game number 6. I need one pick, man. Who's going to win this game?
I thought you would never ask, PB. I appreciate you giving me this opportunity right now to really just lay it down, let the people know. If you can recall, it was do or die. It was the Challenger Finals. Everything was on the line. There was one team that showed up in game number 6. So you know who that was? The eggs hatched. The Phoenix arose. The Golden Eagles came from above. They soared down. They got the chicken dinner with like 20 elims to go with it. And they qualified for this event. So if there was ever a game to put all my UC into the pot,
I'll take that bet.
all of it. And I'm talking, it's been accumulating for months.
I'm going to go
This
all
is
in
the
here.
game. All in.
I'm gonna go ahead and see
Golden Eagles.
your raise.
I will take that
Cock
action as well.
has to soar here right now. Game 6.
All right,
baby.
Dave.
That's what I'm
All right,
going
Dave.
with.
Going to you, Hot Jukes. Who you got picked here?
Oh God. Oh man.
Golden Eagles.
I wish I could pick the Golden Eagles, but everything in my brain is saying I can't do it. Can't do it. The problem is this. I would like to wish that, you see some of these teams like the Chosen, even like Bope, just hey, we gotta try to go for first place. But the Young Kings they're just been dominating too hard. I wouldn't even want to fight them early, So at this point, I think you gotta just play your game, clutch up, and try to get a win. Honestly, the way I just saw Boat play, I gotta go with them, dude. Hey, momentum creates consistency. All right, all right. Give it up to Boat, baby. We saw some clutch shots at the end there, PB. They are feeling themselves. They have the momentum.
We did. Hyro going off there for Boat.
Gosh.
I feel like that's a momentum creates consistent. I feel like that's just kind of like a cop out. I feel like that's just what happens, right? Like when you're I don't know. I like it. I'll give it to you.
Consistency creates momentum too, but
Final
momentum.
No. It only goes one way.
Neptura, give me the picks. Neptura, who are you going with?
Hot Jukes brings up an excellent point here. I was going to go with C4 for Erangel after that the Vikendi game, but we didn't see all that much of them. They really tried it, but they went out a little early, so I'm not sure. They could still bring it back, but I'm with the Chosen for this one. I'm with the Chosen. They were looking very good. It was just a tiniest of throws at the end there. So I really want to see them come back. They're in the position to do that, and they got that kind of impetus to actually do all that. So yeah, I'm going with Chosen for this last game.
Fair enough. Well, I got to throw down my prediction. I'm going
Give it to
with
us.
none other than Joey!
Hey!
We're going with the Young Kings to put a stamp on it. We're going out with authority, and we're going to wrap up our 3rd chicken dinner of the night with the Young Kings. I mean, that logo looking pretty good, Just
yes, it is.
If anybody wants to verify the amount of time it took, talk to Clint. Clint knows. He was there.
Clint Abyss.
He witnessed.
Dr. Clint.
Anyway, we are getting ready for something next, and it sounds like it's some replays. Neptura, break it down for us if you would.
Heck yeah. Absolutely. Now, I just wanted to kind of talk about this this little play coming in from Miramar very quickly before we move on. Is going to be this right? Yes, I remember this now. All that excitement, we kind of forgot about this bit, but yeah, it was looking at YKG here, Fears in particular. Now we do have that replay coming over a little bit later because this is what I wanted to look at was with the Golden Eagles because of that angle again over that side of the ridge, there. More with the Golden Eagles than with the Chosen there. But you were talking about that kind of the other one, Rise, using the angles to maneuver and block himself. But what I also wanted to say was that he also had his teammate, and that was also kind of trying to bait Fears over the top of that ridge so his teammate could bring that cover over. Unfortunately, Fears is a little bit too smart for that. He was not going to go for that. But I just wanted to point out that there's also that kind of bait play coming in there potentially for that teammate to provide that cover and get that early knock. So then Rise could come up over the top in the other direction, possibly. So, looking very good from both those teams. I could see what they were both doing. But yeah, Fears too good for that, man. You can't trick him. You can't trick him at all, PB.
No, that was really good analysis there. I was loving that fight on the top of that ridge there. Again, both players with great body control. Fears not wanting to go up and chase. We had Rise really kind of avoiding some shots that he didn't even know was going to be coming. It shows you the importance of keeping moving, changing levels, making sure that you're not being a sitting duck because he could have quite easily been knocked off. But great plays from Rise. Sounds like we're waiting on just 2 more players to join the lobby. I would love to hear who those players are so I can publicly name and shame them, but instead of that, we will go to the standings to take a look at that. Anywho, rankings, here we have it. This is the lead up to the final game. Freaking stranger from Golden Eagles, laying eggs, doing something. Get off the pot, bro. Get in the lobby. Golden Eagles, you're on notice. You're about to miss the freaking plane. It's taken off. Let's go. But anyway, any final thoughts from any of our caster panel when we look at this? All I see is a young Kings wearing the crown.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Go Dave.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Just my last time maybe able to make this point, but if you can recall, it was the Challenger Finals. It was game 1. The Golden Eagles, they only had 3 players. And with these 3 players, they almost had the chicken dinner. They didn't get it, but they got 2nd place with a ton of kills because they played it nice and slow, nice and methodical, and they were getting all of the elims. So, hey, Golden Eagles, 3 players, that's a deadly Golden Eagles in my opinion.
That's quite a monologue there. I know when I was growing up and I didn't do my chores, I didn't quite get the garbage out. I took it to the can, but not to the street. My dad would be like, almost doesn't count, son. And I would say the same to your Golden Eagles monologue. Almost isn't enough.
Oh!
2nd place. It's not first, it's close, but, I hate to be that guy, Dave. I just don't see it for your Golden Eagles tonight, man.
There's a tear coming from my eye. If you could zoom in,
if it was your birthday today, I would be like, you know what?
But you know what?
It is,
almost does count today. The Golden Eagles are going to take it. They're going to come back. How many points down are they? Let's see.
Not many. 17, just one chicken, and that's it. One
49.
chicken.
They're going to drop 49. So 39 points in a chicken, and they're going to come back. They're going to it's all over. Golden Eagles are getting it. Anywho, we are in the lobby, getting ready to hop in. We've given our predictions. I think we're all ready to go. Any final thoughts on the Titan series in general? First season, Dave, coming to you.
Yeah, so if you can recall, it was week number 1, Premier League. You asked me, Dave, pick a team. And I said the Golden Eagles are going to be the team that takes it all. So I
You've gotten the check. You've hit the mark. You've hit the 20 times.
This is the game. Golden Eagles, let's go.
Jesus. All right. Well, Hot Jukes, anything about the Titan series?
Holy crap. It's amazing, baby.
I did hear the Golden Eagles are taking part in the Titan series, and not
that's
only
right,
that,
dude, officially
they played in both of our divisions this season, so that's pretty cool. Any other thoughts here before we go to the game?
Man, I gotta say, this has just been one of the most insane tournaments. PB, I gotta say, you are an absolute animal, man. I know that, this prize pool is insane, and I know that you're putting up the money for this, so big thank you to you, my man, what you've done for not just myself, but for the entire mobile gaming community. There ain't anyone else doing it like you, bro. Titan Series.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. I have to shout out my whole team, the production crew, everybody behind the scenes, following Blinky and the like. They're killing it. Honestly, couldn't do it without them. So appreciate that. They're in my ear saying, "Yeah, you know it." But anyway, thank you to all of you guys for showing up as well. Neptura, any final thoughts from you before we fly on into the game?
Well, I don't know if you've heard of this team called the Golden Eagles, PB. But I did want to say...
Get her out of here. Production, get her out of here. You're cut off, Neptura. Bye! All right, we're going to go. It's game 6 time. We're going to the battlegrounds. Let's freaking get it. It's put up or shut up time. Can anyone catch the Young Kings Global? A 10-point lead over Execute going into our 6th and final game. Make sure you guys are subscribed on YouTube to the Titan Series. We'll be back season 1 shortly. More info on that coming soon. But Hot Jukes, are you with me or is Dave with me? I don't even know who's with me.
I'm here, baby. And you know what? Hit the dang like button. How are we not at 100 likes at the minimum? Let's raise that number up because it comes down to this, the final match, baby. For the money. For the money. Who is going to get it? And look who we're spectating, PB.
It's not Blinky. I'm a little disappointed.
Caca.
Who's on the payroll here is what I want to understand. Are we funded by Golden Eagles or are we funded by Team Mobility here? I don't know what's going on. But what I do know also is Game 6 is live. And this is the first time tonight we've had 64 players in a lobby. So congrats to all the teams. We made it.
We did it. We did it, man. All the players have shown up and they're looking to fight it out to get some of that bread, baby.
Look at this split from Execute going south.
Wow. Okay.
Who? I can't see who's south.
It's Chico.
Casper. It's Casper.
Yeah, it's Casper. Yeah, Casper's gonna go on the south side, try to loot up those little tiny buildings, and then head up through the bridge really quickly. Hopefully he gets
intel.
Yeah, hopefully he gets there before Kindness spots him out. But Kindness is gonna loot down these little buildings here. Nova going through a heck of a split as well. And it looks like they're going to get all that loot for free. So Nova definitely doing their homework here.
Do we have a gentleman's agreement between Kindness and who was on the, was it Casper? Yeah. They go meet in the middle of the bridge or something, one-on-one. They'll loot up the little shacks. Just march out there, take 10 pesos, turn around, DBS each other.
Fight for third place.
That sounds kind of hot.
I agree. I'm down to watch some of that action. Kindness pretty deadly though with a DBS, so I wouldn't be surprised if someone doesn't show up. Oh, look at Trip from both.
Heck?
Still flying.
Trip's high.
Oh, he's high, all right. In the sky with this.
There he is.
High hopes.
I was like, what a slow. He's just floating up there. You didn't see the parachute render in. It was just like floating in the sky. Late drop here.
Oh man, I thought Ultimate Gaming was gonna catch him slipping, but Trip, I don't even think he has been able to find a weapon, but neither did Scar.
Well, they got cars. They didn't prioritize their loot. I don't think they were expecting to get dropped on here, but Trip gonna drop inside of Milta here. And all of UG very well aware of his presence, catching that parachute on the way in.
I like what they're doing here. So they have the ability to really play this smart, grab some loot, surround him, and just take him out. They know that Trip is the only player there. So if Ultimate Gaming could really haul their cheeks with some loot and not get knocked.
That was a great play by Trip there.
Oh, yeah, man. Great spot.
He almost knocked and finished Rushy. That would have been super funny there.
Yeah, Ultimate Gaming, I don't know what they're doing. Like, they need to be looting up, and they should have been pushing Trip. It would have been an easy finish. But look at them playing this so slow. What are they doing? What are they doing?
I don't know, man.
Nervous.
They know there's a tournament being played, right?
Nervous.
They're actually in the running here. Bope is. And they sent one person late to... What's the plan? What is happening?
I don't know, man.
They gotta win. I mean, geez Louise, they're freaking... They're tied for third right now.
They should be sending it.
They take
like
third on the
crazy.
tiebreaker at this point.
And Ultimate Gaming is out. They got no chance here. Zero chance. Not a chance in heck. No money for the Ultimate Gaming. Just glory. Oh my gosh. What a nade. What? Bope, what are you doing? Bope.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna just say that, like, you know, these guys are the pro players, and there's probably a master plan in play. This is all just bait.
I'm
You see
hoping
this?
so.
Stun grenade out.
Great bait.
This is part of the plan. Now all 4 players from UG exactly where they want them.
How do they?
You see what I'm saying? How they congregated them all in one location? I'm expecting Hyro to come in now with a freaking nuke and just wipe out Milta, and it's over. Great plays.
Well, Bope,
What happened, dude? That was the
dude,
weirdest.
What are y'all doing?
Like, it was like 5 minutes late on the parachute in, and they like I don't know, man. That was a wacky anti-clutch play. I hate to see it, man, because I was rooting for Trip. He's been hanging out in the chat, saying what's up.
Me too. I just do not know what was the thought process there. They had to know that Ultimate Gaming was nearby, creeping up on them, and yet they send it to that shack and just get dunked on. And now they are not looking good at all. They have to hope the Chosen also throws up the dump truck and maybe get one elimination. And you might steal third. Maybe. If Nova doesn't come hot for you. So, just a terrible start for Bope.
Yep,
Terrible.
KK Love. They're surveying the scene here. I'm loving this, like, grab a little bit of loot and just go sit on a mountaintop and collect data. You know, see what intel you can gather. And it looks like they're peeping down here on the Chosen. Seeing what's up.
Taking a
Maybe
little
testing
gander.
the car. Yeah, like there's like a little test drive.
Back it
you know?
up.
Hey, we'll have this
Back it up.
back in a little bit, but we're gonna put it through its paces. Forward, back, rocket, side to side. We got this.
Got to make sure that it's good to go. You know what I'm saying? Got to check out the Carfax. Got to check out the Carfax. Goodness gracious. Everybody, I told you, there's always last game shenanigans, PB. Always. Always. Teams at the bottom ain't got nothing to lose. Teams at the top are just doing late drops. I don't know what's going on. Forged in fire, baby.
This is an interesting one. We are being forged in fire right now, Young Kings. You know, they don't need much here.
Nate.
But they'll take it. They'll take it.
my
Oh, gee. Oh,
gosh.
wow. Zoom, zoom.
Zoom, zoom.
Bunch of Mazdas rolling through the chat here.
Sheesh.
Freaking crushing fools left and right, squishing them
Big
like
Nate.
pancakes.
Big Nate didn't stand a chance.
That
Over.
was freaking crazy.
Wow. And the Young Kings secure more points. And Execute is just like, what is happening? Because Execute could still win this. They can steal it very easily. But not if the Young Kings keep going off. Oh, Joey smells some fish in the water. That's K19. Oh,
my gosh.
Gosh.
Yo,
what is happening?
This has been the weirdest game so far. Everyone's just like throwing.
Everyone's throwing. It is wild right now. This is like the opposite of what we saw from Blinky.
Well, there's some loot for you, I guess. Nova will move on. I don't know if teams are just not using guns this game or if we're just going to roll over everyone in cars. I think half of the kills right now in the lobby are cars.
Chico catching on the Panthers. Here go the Young Kings. Soaking up some fears. Runs over Chronix. What is with all these runovers? Umavi is catching the Panthers. And Team Mobility and C4 are looking at each other. Steve-O putting some work onto the Panthers. As we take a look at this fight between C4 and Team Mobility. Who's going to get that nade off first? That's a bad nade.
Mobility needs this. They need to build that confidence, you know? They're going into PMPL. I believe I saw their team on the participant list, if I'm not mistaken. So they're trying to build up that chemistry and get on the same page before they go to bigger and better things here. C4, though, on the push.
Oh my gosh, what a nade. That was a good one from Skur, from C4.
Gave him nowhere to
and
go.
here comes the legend. Here's the
this is gonna be
legend, though.
clutch.
Oh my gosh. That's a great nade. That hurt.
It bought him some time.
Yeah, where's your molly? Let me see your molly.
Blinky, just send it, bro. Just freaking send it.
Blinky, throw every little bit of utility you got, bro. Look, is the bank open? It's not. It is closed. It is closed, and it's not even Sunday. That's terrible. Blinky, come on, throw the molly. Throw the molly. Or get naded.
I'm a little bummed. Dude, there's so many like TMGG players just watching each other be decimated.
And look
like
at
obviously
you. With a hard peak, gets
no.
shredded.
One by one, mobility goes down, and now we've got Craze backing up.
Getting ran over. Oh my gosh, did it?
So close. So far. TMGG, it's been real this season. Thank you for participating.
C4's on the hunt.
Have to get her again next season.
C4's on the hunt for third place, right? That's 4 eliminations. They had 35 points. That's 34. They still need 12 more in order to pass up the Chosen and Bope. Bope is not looking good right now, and neither is the Chosen. Both teams have 2 down. That's great for those teams below them. Look at the zone. Look at this dude.
In the northeast, you got YKG and Wumavi about to do battle. Maybe. We'll see if they collide here. Joey out in front, scouting a little bit. But yeah, they're definitely right on top of each other in vehicles. So that's going to be an interesting one.
Oh, yes, it will be. Here comes QZ. On to Bope. The last couple of players. Oh, QZ's got a DBS. Oh, no. Pyro, you're a legend. I know you are. Can you take down QZ? That's the question.
Just go up top and get it done. Come on, QZ. Don't be scared.
Oh, he's not, dude. He's throwing some great mollies.
Pushing him.
Yep, he's just forcing him. He's hurting him like sheep. He's hurting him like sheep.
He's got no
bad.
more mollies left. He has
That's
grenades.
very bad.
Look at that.
Bad.
I'm impressed.
Fuego might be going for the... I think Fuego's going to go for the glider up top.
Well, how much you want to bet? Top of the castle. Just take a quick view. Both in a world of hurt now. They're down to 1 player.
It's over,
and this
dude.
does not look good for their chances. They had a chance to finish top 3. And they got to hope that the Chosen doesn't pick up a single point here.
Dude, they had a chance to win the whole thing, dude. They had a chance to win the whole freaking thing. And they golden eagled.
Consistency, you know?
Yeah. Momentum does not breed consistency. Oh, QZ goes down. Cobra with the S12K. It's not a DBS, but it can get the job done. Is GK first going to hit this nade? It looks very well cooked.
It's a nice throw.
Oh, but Cobra goes down from somebody else. Uh-oh. Now GK first is in trouble. Oh, that's both from up top. Fuego's
still trying to make some noise. He's like, listen, I'm not going out of here without squawking a little bit.
Whack! I want some points.
Uh-oh.
Can he steal some?
Pew pew.
Man, dude, these shots are coming in like crazy. Kindness.
C4 starting to pop off a little bit. UG down to 1 member.
That's it for them.
All right,
zone. The zone.
Hard shifting. It's going right to Pachinki.
Kindness goes down. And it doesn't look like he's going to get picked back up either.
He's showing his rear end to the Young Kings there. I don't know if that's sending a signal or what, but Young Kings are going to try to pick that off there. Kindness goes down. Fears finishes them off. That's another one in the column for the Young Kings. So they're chipping away, adding to their lead right now. Again, they don't need a ton. They're up by 10 on Execute, and they've extended that by 3 points and now 4 points. They're up by 14 currently on Execute. So Execute basically has to come up big here in order to make that that great comeback.
They got to make something happen. They still have all 4 up, but they've been quiet so far. Young Kings are they know what's up. They know that these teams are desperate. They know that they're playing a little sloppy right now. Let's just go hunt some squads down and get some points and confirm and take home this money. And then on top of that, you got Joey. You got Joey, the legend.
Hunting. They see the buggies out here. They know people are close. They've got people scouting out the windows. And Chico's out there in the vehicle just hunting, looking for some action. See if they actually find it. But taking a look over at Dauntless right now, going head-to-head against K19. Nice grenade there down into the trench. A19 is kind of separated here, not in a spot where they can really support each other. It's going to be kind of tough. There we go.
Oh, interesting nade. Yeah, Dauntless is
defensive
desperate.
nade.
They know that they can still steal third place, but they have to put up some big points, and they don't want to make any scary plays. Oh, I'm surprised that he did not see Poppy Sour running right out in the open right there. Dauntless did get Andrew, though. That's a great off angle they took out. So Dauntless is definitely up.
Listen to all those booms,
that nade
dude.
hurts.
Explosions everywhere, and then adding that DBS to the mix, it just sounds like chaos in Pachinki right now.
Yeah, no one wants to go in that direction. K19 is going to have to hold this little sewer line here. Try to get something happening, but they're trapped. They're not going to be able to move out of there at all. Ooh, that nade hurt. Darren, here comes Poppy Sour with another one. Can he take out this angle?
He
Nope.
left.
Yeah, he knew that another
Darren's
one was
like, "Bye."
coming.
Poppy Sour been too clutch tonight. He's been popping off, taking down all kinds of fools. So.
Uh-oh. The off angle, though. Uh-oh. Stellar. The
It's
Chosen.
coming for the Chosen up on the ridge there.
Yikes. Not good.
Not a common spot you're going to see people, but you're going to see them there right now. Chosen taking advantage. They
I wonder if
really
K19
need to.
realizes.
Chosen picks up that frag, though. That puts them ahead of Bope. So they need to secure this.
Oh, my gosh.
Uh-oh.
Now,
Phoenix.
here comes
Alpha's
Phoenix.
just raining in shots.
Now Phoenix shows up. Jeez. This is what I'm talking about. Last game, you know, those teams at the bottom, they're going to start making some plays and start upsetting some squads. This is why you shouldn't have shot their boxes early game.
Absolutely. Now, how
Oh,
do you
they're not
get
getting out of this.
Here.
Hey, prayer. Or this
Oh, wow.
way.
That'll work. Suppic knows what to do. Stellar knows what
He
to do.
does. He does. Pop that drink. Let's get to it. The Chosen, 2 players trying to
Shocked
hold
that
on.
Alf just let them out.
Pop, 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 and nothing.
Connected a little bit, but yeah, he let him drive almost all the way out of sight before he started shooting.
Not here. Not this spot. This is
All the
this
other
is
teams are
dangerous.
here, so why not come join?
Yeah, they're gonna go all the way. Nope, they're gonna take the building and get shot like crazy. And they're
Well,
gonna
now they
hold
know
this out.
somebody's here. Yeah, they're just like they could at least they got the warning.
I think they're gonna have to share for a little bit. Oh, there goes K19 on the Dauntless. They do take out that off angle. Sour, Poppy Sour, so clutch. Mazexis takes out the Chosen. I think that leaves 1 player left. Yeah, 1 player left of the Chosen. Is he up here? No.
The hunt
He's
is
gone.
on. Are they hiding in the key?
Oh, wait, no. I think he's here. I think he isn't here. Trick with the pre-fire? Nothing. I think he's all the way at the top. I do see
gotta
that
go
little
up
green dot on the
another-
map.
Yeah, we got to go up another set of stairs. He was at the top when they rolled up, so he's in the top of this castle.
Oh, it's Fuego from Bo.
Look at how far up that is. They've been running upstairs for like a year. Fuego is just look at this dude.
The pre-fire is coming out.
I mean, I'm half expecting a dragon to pop out at some point, or maybe Rapunzel to let down her hair. Like, what the heck? It's the tallest castle I've ever seen.
Something magical, right? I'm surprised they didn't take the elevator. Sometimes you gotta take the stairs. Here comes Umavi. Fates from Execute. Can you get something done, bro? Can you hit these shots? He can. Oh, unfortunately, no optics. It don't look like. So Fates just stick with that red dot. Go for the finish. And I think he does get it. Nice confirmation. His team needs to come really help him, though.
Execute needs these. 3 now in the column for Execute. They need to have a big game here.
Fuego!
They're still well in range, and Fuego goes down.
Gone.
Chips away 98 damage. That'll do it. Bope out of here. 0 points.
Done.
So the Chosen just needs to get 1. Just needs to get 1.
Yeah, the Chosen.
Well, right now,
Yeah, but Nova, C4, Dauntless, you know?
I wonder
Forget
if the Chosen know where they're at, because whoever's left, I don't know if it's Suppig. I think it might be because he was driving. He needs 1 kill. If he can get that, they take 3rd place, assuming nobody else comes back from way behind.
Yo, if I'd be really worried about C4 right now. 6 eliminations so far. And they have make it 7. And they have all players up. They are coming for the money.
Yeah, they might be, but I would still try to get that elim. Because if, you can at least get above Bope, you're in third. And if C4 earns it, they earn it. But don't give it to them,
That's true. Well, I do know that. Oh man, Bope is up on chicken dinners.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
that's the first tiebreak, chicken dinners.
That's the first tiebreak, chicken dinners. So yeah, the Chosen need a point. Need at least one.
Tough spot for whoever that is to be in. I'm not sure who it is. We did see Suppig still up in the fight, driving away. But he was not the only one in that vehicle. So we'll take a peek here and see who that is shortly. In the meantime, though, we got YKG into it. 2 members down at this point. They're going up against. Is it Dope?
It could be. And they don't. None of them have been finished, so they don't realize that it is YKG. Dope's over here taking a look at Mezexis as well as YKG. So they really need to focus on this team in particular. I don't think they realize that this is YKG they're going against. Unless Bray gets finished here.
The Chosen out. 0 points. So Bope will hold.
Wow. The Chosen not able. No clutch badge for the Chosen. Can the clutch badge go to C4?
Can you imagine that the Bope, how that whole game rolled out for them and just we're going to hold on to our spot?
Oh no. Skur has to be the most clutch person on the planet. Has to. If he wants third place. He's got DBS.
Roll.
I gotta stop talking about players.
You really do.
I really do, man. I even predicted Bope to win this, dude. Oh my gosh.
Miss Exis, what are we doing?
24.
We're just giving YKG free kills.
All right, well.
Maybe not, though. They're hidden down in that little enclave there, so. YKG, though, has 7 and 4 up. I think I'm going to take this prediction. I'm calling YKG. I'm finishing on it. Dang.
Execute has to make something happen if they want this first place. Execute's really the only one that can still upset somebody and take the money because, it's pretty much over for everyone else.
They're 10 points behind, right? So it's like coming into this game, right now they're giving up 1, which is 11. But assuming they get the chicken dinner, that's a 4-point difference on rank. 10 versus 6 if YK's at minimum, they're going to pick up 4 if they get the chicken. So Execute can pick up points there, and then obviously whoever they can finish between now and then.
Joey.
But unfortunately, YKG just continues to push the pedal to the metal. 9 points now. And another squad elim. And dude, YKG just really, like I said, they're going to take this and put the rubber stamp on it and say, we earned this title.
Joey untouchable. Chico putting up 5 elims. I mean, these guys are going ham. And I'll tell you what, Execute, they need to realize, look at the feed and just say, hey, we need to find out. We need to look for them. We need to find where the heck YKG is, and we have to put a stop to them.
There's 11 points still out there for them at this point. That's it. Just 11.
Now make that 10.
And they need all of them.
Oh my gosh. And then now, look at this. The Young Kings take the best spot on the whole map.
Goodness.
It's over.
What an impressive showing from Young Kings on this one. 10 elims with a full squad up. But hey, if it's going to come down to it for the title for Premier Division Titan Series Season 0, 4v4 up. The 2 top dogs in the lobby right now, YKG versus Execute. This is what you want to see. All comes down to this, Jukes.
Who is gonna take it? Young Kings looking so good. Execute desperately trying to hold on and steal away that first place. They need to start going on an absolute rampage, but Young Kings have already been on one.
Chico has to hit this out here forever, and they're gonna be pushing. Chico secured this spot, but the rest of his team is still joining up, so they haven't fully locked it down just yet, and just now they finally make the move to do it.
They have to realize this is the Young Kings, and we have to just push them. We have no choice. We're gonna lose. Like, yeah, they're not going to get overtaken. They got to just push it. They have no choice.
You love to see it, but Young Kings have clinched at this point. So
untouchable. They're going to win this whole game.
They're owning.
Now.
They're owning.
Yep.
There's just not enough points left on the board for Execute to come back. There's only solos up from anyone else.
They just Execute just does not have the gun skill against Young Kings. They're just too big of bullies. Here comes Joey up in the front line. Casper is gonna have this angle, but Joey just too slick, hits that laydown and survives.
Nade's got to be coming here from Fate and the crew.
Not gonna hit. Not gonna hit. Joey too good. Too slippery.
No way. No way.
Joey's too slippery. I'm telling you, he's the GOAT.
No way.
He's the GOAT.
There's no way.
Bah.
This thing's gonna blow up. They weren't able to damp the. How do you not take out the vehicle in this situation? Literally just back up from the rock and shoot it, and it's a done deal.
Joey.
Ooh, what? Phoenix from out of nowhere takes down Fate with the molly.
Oh my gosh. Diamonds from the off angle.
Spoiler.
Just to be a pain in the cheeks.
Execute does pick one up, though.
Here comes 24K saying hello.
Look at that driving. Look at that driving.
He made it.
Oh, that's impressive. So we got the Golden Eagle still in caw, but we also have the top two in the lobby. This is a fitting finish. You know what I'm saying?
It sure is. It sure is. And now the Young Kings are going to bully and lay down the long M4 onto them and let them know, hey, you know what? This is how you win it right here.
Oh, man. Let's go.
Oh, my God.
24K. Getting it done.
Sit down. Sit down.
Rubber stamping it with authority right now. Young Kings up to 15 points. And they are looking like they can take this chicken dinner. Stranger down the hill.
Shot?
He gave himself away. He knows it's over. At this point, we know exactly what the scenario is, and Golden Eagles just not going to have enough to secure that 39-point comeback.
Look, Young Kings, Joey, if you can hear me, just jump off. Just jump off. Give Dave his birthday present. You already won the tournament. You already won the tournament. No way he's mauling himself. It's his birthday. It's his birthday.
Oh, he got him. Chico got him. Chico ended him.
Oh my gosh. Chico said, I'm not going to allow this. Not on Dave's birthday.
Dude, Young Kings Global. We're just gonna announce it straight up. No suspense. We already knew what was up. Let's get the freaking show on the road. Congratulations to Young Kings Global for winning the Titan Series Season 0 Premier Division. You guys are getting that top spot in the prize pool. Congratulations once again. But I'm curious about second and third place. I think I know how that went, but I wanna see it confirmed here shortly. Although we may have tiebreakers that are going to show up wrong. I don't know. I'm just predicting that, and we'll get it straightened out. Chicken dinners will break the tie. We'll just put that out there up in front of what's about to happen. But man, what an insane last game. I want you to know the Chosen really, really disappointed me tonight. Nova really, really disappointed me tonight, because if I would have had them come through on chicken dinners, I would have got all the games correct.
Oh, you're right.
I was so close. So close in Miramar on TC. And they got third, almost had it. But I was feeling it tonight, Jukes. We had a good run on the predictions, but ultimately so thrilled with how this came together. Thanks to everyone in the chat for watching and following along. And production, you just let me know when you want me to call in anything. We'll bring the talent back on. Let's talk to Dave, to Neptura. Dave, what do you think, man? Cacaw? Did it go out how you thought?
Second place. Not too bad, all things considered. You know, pretty solid.
Let me stop you right there, Dave. Hold on. The last thing I saw was a Golden Eagles member light themselves on fire to end the season. That's kind of how it went down. You know, that's just what I saw with my eyes. I mean, you can correct me and set me straight here. But did something else happen that I'm not aware of?
Is power being muted? Hello?
Yeah, hello? Huh? No? Not,
I think what he was saying is the Golden Eagles did a really good job in this last and final map. And you know what? I look forward to them possibly competing in Titan Series Season 1. Just going to say.
We'd love to have them back, all the teams back. And I want to point out, if any of the Golden Eagles are watching this, no shade from my end.
Yeah, no
shade towards Dave for being on the payroll or whatever's going on with y'all. But I got nothing but respect for the Golden Eagles. Especially enjoyed the video that Rise put out the other night, kind of showing the Challenger Finals. Really, really impressed with that team, the gameplay. Hoping to see more from the Golden Eagles moving forward. In all seriousness, Neptura, give us your thoughts and breakdown on kind of like what you saw here on Erangel, match number 6 from the Premier Division Finals.
I mean, what didn't we see from the Young Kings in particular? Honestly, what didn't we see? It was everything, and it's everything you want to see. I mean, we're used to seeing that from like Nova, maybe some Gaming Gladiators over on this side of the pond. We're used to seeing it from that kind of team. Young Kings coming in, they had the momentum, they had the communication. They knew exactly what they were doing, where they were going to win, how they were going to win. They knew where to go, and just the confidence just reeking off all those players there straight onto Execute. I'm sorry, listen, I love Execute, but they had zero chance against that wall of just competitive greatness coming in from Young Kings.
Yes.
Very, very well deserved last game for the win. Really, really good job.
I gotta say, the Young Kings are looking like a real threat out of this region, as far as like being a representative to kind of potentially rep us at Worlds. So I'm hoping to see them continue to gel, continue to build that chemistry. Really appreciate like the decisiveness when they know they need to move, when they know they need to secure that next zone in circle. They make the move. Chico's there. We saw that spot on the ridge side. Chico made a break for it, secured it. The rest of the team rotated when they could, when it was safe. And they ultimately took a great position. I will forever be confused about this play inside of Milton to start off. But, it may not have worked out to where Bope was actually punished on the leaderboard. We'll have to keep an eye on this. I don't know how C4 ended up. But Bope unable to do what they were hoping in this 6th and final game. Hot Jukes, take it from here, my guy.
Goodness gracious, man. You know what? Young Kings Global getting the Papa Blessing himself, the best logo in the game, got one of the best players in the world. I mean, this squad just came out hot. I said it from the start, right? I put Nova down because they showed that they're able to move just so well in consistency. I did say that Young Kings at the start have better gun skill, but if they start working together as a team and really start executing that movement, they're going to be untouchable, and they did it here. They did that homework. Something happened in that off time, and man, this squad should be feeling great going into future tournaments. I'm so looking forward to see what they, as well as some of these other teams, that we got to see for the first time, right? Really do here in the future.
Yeah, I'm loving the more intimate look at a lot of these teams. I gotta give a special shout out to Nova tonight. It was really cool to have Shifan on to kind of discuss, openly, I might add, kind of some of their strategies, give a look under the hood of one of the best teams in the region, and they've been at the top for a while. Nova didn't have their A game tonight, didn't quite finish how they played over the course of the qualifiers. And that's going to frustrate them, but at the same time, they're going to take this opportunity to talk about it, to improve, and to ultimately come back in PMPL and some of these global, big time tournaments and come back. So taking a look at the match rankings, this is how it wrapped up. Young Kings dropping another chicken dinner tonight. That's a third of the evening. Putting no doubt on it. 26 more points in their column. And Dave, who finished number 2 there? I'm going to let you call that.
Yeah. Hey, Golden Eagles, best game.
With some love, bro. Hit it with some gusto.
Golden Eagles coming in second place with 8 total points, 2 elims, and 6 ranking points.
Heck yeah. All right, taking a look at the bottom of the tables. One thing that kind of stuck out to me tonight was the Panthers. I was really high on them throughout the qualifiers and was rooting for them hard in week 3. And they just kind of didn't show tonight, Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Nova unable to make anything out of their opportunity in game number 6. Does pick up 4 points, but not the finish they were hoping for. We thought they might have been the team to come back, but not quite in the cards for them tonight. But again, big tip of the cap to Shifan for stopping by. And got to get any final thoughts from you, Hot Jukes.
Okay, all right, yeah, man. I mean, this has by far been one of the most amazing tournaments. I love the fact that, that we have the website here, titanseries.gg, to be able to highlight some of the individual players that really performed well. I mean, obviously there's some new teams here that are probably playing for the first time, haven't had a lot of time to meld, but we really got to see some great players, not just in this here division, right? But in the challenger division as well. I'm thinking of Tempo from F7. I want to see maybe that guy get picked up by another squad or their squad work together, whatever. But I really love to see this here for NA. NA has needed something like the Titan series, and man, oh man, do we got it.
All right, well, we're going to bring up the overall rankings and see how it went down. We've got some key things that we haven't mentioned just yet that I will bring up shortly, but here it is. It is going to be Pope sneaking out the third place tiebreaker victory over the Chosen. The Chosen needed one elimination, just one kill in that last game. They couldn't do it. The most awful performance you could imagine for Game 6 for Bope, and they're able to hold on. So good for them. They're in the money, baby. And as you can see on the top, congratulations to YKG. We've already kind of sung their praises. But I got to shout out Execute today, man. They really brought it. 2 chicken dinners. And I think, if anything, people were expecting Nova and YKG to dominate. YKG showed up, but Execute, being that number 2 standout team today, got to tip my cap to them. Dave, any thoughts here? I want to hang on this screen for just a moment, but any thoughts after seeing this final standings?
Yeah, for sure. 2 kind of thoughts that immediately pop up to me. Young Kings, 51 elim points. That's more elims than third place on down in total points. So shout out to them for really popping off here tonight and putting on quite the show. And I also want to give some flowers to C4 Esports. This team qualified through the Challenger Series. Remember that? And then we saw them the other day also compete in the Challenger Finals. Really hot. Finished first place, if I'm not mistaken. And in my opinion, they were able to hold their ground with these premier teams, finishing in that 5th place position. So I think all in all, they should walk away with their heads held up pretty high.
Well, here we go. We've got the match results for the evening. Again, it's the story of Young Kings Global. I mean, 3 wins tonight. You can't ask for much better of a performance than that. I mean, this is not a game where you're expected to come out and win each and every single time. And they put up a 50% win rate when it mattered. And that's what you need to do in the clutch. So huge tip of the cap to the Young Kings Global, and also the Execute squad, again, coming through with big back-to-backs to set the table. After Miramar and Sandhawk, and it looked like they might run away with things. They had the momentum. Unfortunately for them, they run up against the buzzsaw of Young Kings Global. I do want to take a peek at the replay here. Let's go ahead and run this back, Neptura. Give us a little play-by-play here on what you're seeing.
I mean, just seeing complete domination, as we've been saying all tonight, honestly, about YKG. I mean, once they get it into their head that they're gonna win, I mean, that's just it. There's nothing these other teams can do. I mean, Joey going into the water there just to scout them out and really put the nail on the coffin for them, really. But yeah, 24K, just such really strong fraggers, and that DBS is just on fire. Joey here with this, I mean, great example of why you always want an off angle. Never push from one side only. This off angle won them this fight, because look at the Panthers. They're not looking at him at all. They're looking at the rest of them coming in, and rightly so. So off angle always excellent to do. But God, the DBS, the gameplay, the skill just coming in from them. Really, really good work. A very well-earned replay segment coming in here, I think. Looking just super, super good.
Absolutely. They kind of earned it here. This was absolutely incredible all night long from the Young Kings. I mean, they got their own little montage. You can expect to see something from Fears. Make sure you guys go check out the Young Kings everywhere on social media. These guys have been recording some gameplay and putting it out. And I would love to see some more stuff from their perspective. So definitely continue to check all of the players out inside of the Titan series, and we'll try to do more and more to continue to showcase them kind of moving forward. But I want to add one final thing to tonight's broadcast, and that is, if we go back to the standings overall for just a second, there are 12 teams that secured something big tonight, just for their performance all season long and their performance here in the Titan series, and that is guaranteed spot in next season's Premier Division. If you're in the top 12 tonight, you will be invited back to the Titan Series Premier Division for Season 1, which will be
Nice.
kicking off in early April. So excited about that. I'm really excited to extend those invites. And then we also have qualified teams in slots 13 through 16. It's not guaranteed that you're going to get an invite, but at the same time, we do have 4 slots each season where we may choose to go invite a team, whether it's from another region, whether it's a team we feel should be in Premier and kind of get them in there directly. But the top 12 are solid. They'll be back for Season 1 should they accept the invite. But that is something that was secured tonight as well that we haven't talked about much, but I wanted to kind of point that out because I think it's important. Continuity moving forward. Check it out. C4 in number 5 position. They started in Challenger season. And so what that means is we have our first promotion for the Titan Series. C4 will start in the Premier Division next season. So congrats to them. That's super cool. And that's what I love about this series is the opportunity to highlight up and coming teams and get them into the big show, baby. So we'll keep an eye on that and announce kind of signups in the near future. We're looking to target a few days from now on the Titan Series website. Stay tuned to our social medias. Make sure you follow us everywhere for that. But before we get out of here tonight, give us your final thoughts, Neptura. What did you think of the season, of the series? Let's go with your final thoughts here.
I mean, I have loved every single second. I have just been so incredibly honored to be part of this. I mean, it's been a fantastic thing. The website is fantastic. I mean, what a leap coming in of progress to the esports scene. This event has been amazing. I've loved the way it's rejuvenated the esports scene, rejuvenated everybody, like, you know, getting that inspiration back to really do some really great things and bring back NA. Gotta love it. So thanks so much, PB, talent, producers, everybody for just making this show what it is. Fantastic work.
Thank you so much. And Dave, coming to you. Final thoughts.
Young Kings Global, best team NA. I have to say yes for now, and hopefully they can continue just dominating all the lobbies and all the tournaments they play in. But have to kind of tag along with Neptura. Like, the website is amazing. All the stats at your fingertips. You'll love to see it. Forged in Fire. I think it's been 4 weeks here. We've been over here covering these matches. NA needed this, and this is a step forward for the scene for PUBG Mobile. So bless everybody who's been a part of this.
Amazing. Thanks so much, man. And Hot Jukes, any final thoughts from you before we send it on out?
Yeah, last things, you know, for all the teams that didn't make it out there, you know, keep your head up, keep your head held high. You know, this was a great opportunity for you guys. You know, those that didn't make it on, you know, Mazexis, the Panthers, those bottom 4 teams, you know, dust it off, bro. Dust it off. Come back next season into Season 1 hot, right? Because this was only Season 0. Season 1's coming. You can still be the champions of that coming up soon. So put in that work at the off time, and I hope to see you guys frag out.
100%. So thank you guys so much, all of you, for each of you, your contributions all season long. Neptura, you're awesome on the analyst desk. We got Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave coming in clutch with the casting. Loved working with you guys all season long. Big shout out to the fans who tuned in and the production crew for putting all of this on. You guys are absolutely amazing. Great team to work with. But I will say to all the teams, the players, the participants that are competing in the Titan Series, we've got much more to come, much more to build on. We've got some end of season awards that'll be coming in the coming days. So stay tuned for that. And for anybody that feels like they missed the cut or aren't quite making it, look at C4, look at the progress going from, you know, nowhere in the Challenger division all the way to the champs of the Challenger division into guaranteeing their slot in Premier. That could be you very next month. So again, don't have to wait long. We'll be back to the action shortly. But for now, let's root on all of the teams participating in PMPL and all of the majors happening through PUBG Mobile official events while they're out there competing. Best of luck to all of you. We'll be back for Season 1 here in the near future. For myself, Powerbang, and all of the talent here at the Titan Series, it's been amazing. We'll be back with you soon. Take care, guys.